Our hero, Verdun, is a true genius and an overpowered mage, so much so that the entire empire fears his power. These 3 mages arrived to kill him. They thought he would be easy prey, but our hero immediately changed the course of the game. One of the scumbags tried to stun him with a spell, but the protagonist, without flinching, deflected his strike and mercilessly smeared him like the last piece of trash. Another bastard tries to burn him by attacking from behind, but for our hero, this flame is child's play. Verdun simply stretched out his hand forward and burned him to ashes. The vermin used telekinesis to launch a dozen daggers at him, but the hero easily stopped all the blades in the air with his skill. Verdun threw them all back, slicing the insolent fool into pieces. Thus all the enemies were defeated, and the hero hadn't even moved from his spot. But his story began differently. From early childhood, he dreamed of becoming a mage, so he secretly stole books and studied them. Years later, he finally became a research assistant at the Magic Tower. But the head of the Magic Tower, who was actually a vile bastard, considered him a perfect subject for experiments. The other students mocked him because of his magical weakness, and he slowly died in the place he had dreamed of his entire life. And so, after another round of experiments, those envious bastards drove him into a cell onto the cold floor. Eventually he convinced himself that everything was over. Yet even at that lowest point, he kept asking what he could still do. A distant memory of someone calling his name begins to surface. That voice leads him back to childhood, when he used to run after Rovelin without fear. The contrast shocks him as he realizes he is remembering the life he lost. He recalls Rovelin promising that they would become great mages together. He had once answered that promise with complete sincerity. Now he wonders whether a slightly greater natural potential might have changed everything. He imagines a life where he could have stood among the gifted instead of beneath them. But the fantasy only throws his present misery into sharper relief. He forces himself to admit that no one is coming to save him and that his old life is gone. A fresh drop of blood marks the moment his despair turns into resolve. As the experimental ants gather beneath him, Verdun rises instead of surrendering. He recognizes the sound of the ants from every experiment, and for a moment, nearly gives in to death. Then another inner voice rejects that surrender and tells him he does not truly want to die yet. Verdun accepts that his story is not over. For revenge and survival, he decides to endure whatever remains. He steels himself to keep suffering until that endurance becomes a weapon. The voice promises that if he survives, he can be remade into someone no longer trampled by others. It pushes him toward a single conviction: he must surpass the limits imposed on him. Verdun clenches his fist and accepts that path. Looking up at the moon beyond his cell, he repeats that this is not over. He resolves to sharpen the revenge he has been forging for 7 years until it is complete. Only one final problem remains unsolved in his plan. He realizes that intellect alone cannot defeat overwhelming power. So he decides to defy fate itself by creating a method to reconstruct the body and overturn the rules that bound him. That breakthrough becomes his theory of defying heaven. He prepares to test it the very next day. With fierce certainty, he vows that he will break through his limits. He concludes that the theory was only completed when he truly accepted death, and used that acceptance to imagine rebuilding himself. Now all that remains is proving the theory in reality. To do that, he needs a special artifact that can let him cast magic once, even if his body is destroyed in the attempt. He decides that tomorrow evening he will reclaim his freedom. By morning, the day of his plan has arrived. His cell is opened as usual, and he is sent out to work. A guard orders the tower's human refuse to clean the alchemy lab. Weller piles on more abuse, telling Verdun to scrub away blood and stop whining because the coming festival matters more than his suffering. Verdun answers with outward obedience while hiding his intent. He quietly complies and steps into the day that will decide everything. He begins his routine in the lab, carrying supplies like the harmless servant everyone believes him to be. But every ordinary motion is now part of a larger calculation. A familiar voice interrupts him. Rovelin has come to see him one last time. She says she is leaving and wanted to say goodbye to a friend before going. Verdun remembers that she has been chosen to study abroad in Virant, a privilege reserved for the tower's most exceptional talents. He congratulates her, but the warmth between them is strained by everything he cannot say. Rovelin offers him a way out by asking him to come with her to Virant. She promises that away from this tower's arrogance, he could find new chances to learn and live. Embarrassed by how earnest she sounds, she tries to downplay the offer as simple concern for someone she wants to talk to. Verdun gently refuses and says he will remain here. Rovelin is hurt, though she tries not to show it. All she can offer in the end is a promise to write to him after she leaves. Watching her carriage depart, Verdun thinks sadly that she still knows nothing about the hell hidden inside this tower. He cannot tell her what has really been happening to him. Instead, he lets her go, knowing she must stay outside the revenge he is about to unleash. That becomes the one mercy he can still give her. Night falls on the Magic Festival, the holiday celebrating the first tower and the return of magic. While the world rejoices, the tower is busier than ever. As the festival begins, the high-ranking mages leave for the major cities, leaving only lower-ranking personnel behind. That thinning of the tower's defenses is exactly the opening Verdun has been waiting for. He approaches the treasure vault under the pretense of following the tower master's orders. The administrator insults him for not arranging permission sooner, and treats him like a fool. Still, The man carelessly allows him inside as long as nothing is damaged or lost. Verdun enters the vault and closes the door behind him. With one deliberate touch, he begins activating the hidden mechanism of his plan. A concealed artifact responds to him. Satisfied, he confirms that the device has blocked outside sound and sealed the room from interference. At last, he tells himself, the real operation begins. He steps onto the impossible architecture of the tower's inner library and reaches the heart of its magical defenses. There he unleashes the first stage of his countermeasure against the tower's protective system. His target is the second circuit, an artificial artifact built at enormous cost that enables triple casting and temporarily awakens a mage's latent talents. He needs that staff for his escape, but first he must disable the protective magic circle guarding it. When he sees the spell's complexity, he recognizes it as a 7th-tier creation personally designed by the Tower Master. That only hardens his resolve, because breaking this very spell is what he has spent 7 years preparing for. His attack tears into the circle, cracking the Tower Master's proud defense. Verdun declares that he will destroy the protective system itself. Elsewhere, the guards remain drunk and oblivious, cursing their bad luck at being stuck on duty during the festival. They grumble that everyone else is celebrating while they are left guarding the tower's power source. One boasts that he should have been chosen for better things, too drunk to notice the danger closing in. When Verdun appears, they treat him as a servant and order him to fetch more alcohol. They keep joking about ambition and the Tower Master's seat, never realizing who now stands before them. Verdun silently raises the stolen staff, already moving ahead of their understanding. The guards laugh and make empty boasts about becoming Tower Master themselves. Then the first strike flashes across the room before they can react. Shock replaces drunken arrogance as they finally realize something is terribly wrong. Verdun stands over them with the artifact in hand, no longer a victim but the one holding power. Their horrified disbelief only confirms that his rebellion has begun in a way none of them expected. A tower mage lashes out in fury, outraged that a mere experimental subject dared threaten someone of magical rank. He decides to crush the boy first and unleashes a rank 3 spell, Tidal Wave, with full confidence it will end the matter. The target instantly recognizes the attack's level and understands exactly how dangerous it is. Instead of being overwhelmed, he counters with Earth's Spear, driving stone up through the flood and turning the mage's own assault against him. The attacking mage is caught off guard as the counterspell reaches him before he can react. The stone strike lands brutally, drawing blood and shattering his control of the situation. Wounded and collapsed, he can only stammer in disbelief that a rank 1 test subject was able to use magic at all. The boy answers with contempt, mocking the tower's shock that something they treated as disposable could fight back. He blames both the mage and the magic tower for pushing people too far and creating the very disaster now falling on them. With the room wrecked and the guards down, he stands alone at the center of the ruin, having seized control. Seeing the tower's core up close for the first time, he realizes the final step of his long plan is finally within reach. He faces the magic tower's power source, a massive heart-like core that has fueled the institution that imprisoned him. After 7 years of preparation, he resolves to use that mana to activate Defying Heavens, even though failure could destroy him in ways he cannot predict. As the spell formula spreads across his body, he accepts the risk instead of retreating now. He grips his staff and commits fully, deciding that only by trying can he learn whether freedom is possible. He plants the staff into the prepared circle and begins channeling the ritual in earnest. The tower's mana floods into the formation, linking his body, the circle, and the power source into one dangerous process. He orders the ritual to reform his body, turning the stolen mana toward his own reconstruction. With a shout, he triggers Defying Heavens and forces the transformation to completion. The power source ruptures under the strain, its energy exploding outward as the spell tears through it. A pillar of blue light erupts from the magic tower and shoots into the night sky, announcing catastrophe to the entire region. Far away, the blast is visible across the mountains, making clear that the event cannot be hidden. Anyone who understands magic immediately realizes that the tower's power source has been breached. The magic tower master reaches the same conclusion at once and knows an intruder has violated his domain. The destruction spreads beyond the tower, reducing nearby structures to rubble in the aftermath. Amid the debris, the boy survives and begins clawing his way back out. Still clutching his staff, he forces open a path through the wreckage and emerges from the collapse. Though the blast was strong enough to erase the entire area, he realizes his survival means the spell must have worked. Kneeling in the ruins, he concludes that Defying Heavens succeeded. That relief vanishes when he senses a new threat approaching at terrifying speed. Several teleportation circles streak toward him through the forest, carrying someone directly to the blast site. He recognizes the arrival too late. The magic tower master himself is coming. The boy realizes the tower master must have sensed the deaths of his subordinates, and moved immediately. The tower master reaches out with killing intent, ready to strike the intruder down on sight. His attack detonates through the ruins, blasting apart what remains of the site. Smoke and dust swallow the area, briefly hiding whether the boy survived the first exchange. The tower master searches the haze with cold fury, expecting to find the culprit. Instead, he discovers a teleportation circle hidden in the rubble and realizes the intruder prepared an escape route in advance. That discovery enrages him further, because the trespasser not only attacked the tower but planned the insult carefully. He abandons restraint and vows to hunt the culprit no matter who they are. His rage swells until he declares that rank, age, and status will not protect the one responsible. He swears he will find and kill the intruder personally. His fury spills into the sky itself, as if the storm is answering his vow. By contrast, the fugitive awakens under bright daylight in a quiet forest, far from the tower's destruction. For a moment he is too drained to move and wants only to remain still in the strange calm. The sound of running water slowly brings him back to awareness. He jolts upright in confusion, unable to reconcile the peaceful surroundings with the battle he had just escaped. He realizes he should have been fleeing for his life, yet somehow he has arrived in an unknown forest instead. Looking into the water, he is stunned to find that his appearance has changed. He studies his face in disbelief, unable to understand why he now looks like someone else. His brown hair has turned an ashy white, confirming the transformation was not superficial. His eyes have changed as well, from dark pupils to clear blue, making the alteration impossible to dismiss. He wonders whether his body reconstruction remade him into a different person, even though the spell itself succeeded. Thinking it through, he recalls that he completed defying heavens just before the magic tower's people closed in. He remembers escaping through the teleportation circle before the tower master could catch him. That chain of events explains how he ended up here, though not why his body changed this way. Surveying the unfamiliar plants and terrain, he realizes this forest is nowhere near the magic tower. He concludes with grim satisfaction that his teleportation carried him across half the continent. That means both parts of his plan worked. He transformed his body and escaped the tower's grasp. He laughs in relief, convinced the tower cannot easily trace the destruction back to its former lab rat. Even so, he knows one successful escape is not enough to destroy the magic tower itself. He reminds himself that the tower master, Balrog Beshes, is too formidable to be brought down by a single setback. So he decides this is only the beginning, and that he must grow stronger while the tower recovers. He vows to tear down everything the tower master built, and carve the name Verdun into history through revenge. For now, though, he parts from his old life and the magic tower, carrying only that purpose forward. His new journey begins almost immediately when he finds goblins raiding a crate on a forest road. Testing his magic in this new body, he casually casts Wind Cutter at the nearest goblin. The spell kills it instantly, proving that his power is far deadlier than before. He stands over the fallen goblin without strain, treating the kill as a simple experiment. When he checks himself, he notices no obvious difference in how his body feels despite the altered appearance. He concludes that whatever went wrong in the reconstruction changed his coloring but not his mana capacity or overall form. Still, the situation is troublesome, and the presence of goblins suggests he is far from any safe settlement. Then he notices tracks in the road and realizes a cart passed through here recently. Seeing the abandoned crate, he suspects travelers dropped cargo while fleeing in a hurry. He uses mana detection and decides to follow the crate's owner rather than wander blindly. A trail of mana leads away through the forest, giving him a clear direction to pursue. He follows that trail at speed, moving quickly enough to overtake the fleeing cart. Ahead, the terrified driver is screaming at his horses to run faster. The driver, Conrad, is panicking over the chaos behind him and cannot understand how his trip turned into a nightmare. He reflects that meeting surviving bandits in the woods was bad enough, but not the true disaster. Even invoking his connection to Baron Pythe failed to save him, and his hired help abandoned him to survive. What truly broke him was what came after, when something worse than bandits appeared. He is haunted by the memory of a monstrous orc with a grotesque grin descending on the scene. He only escaped because the orc turned its attention to slaughtering the bandits instead of chasing him. Now he drives desperately onward, trying to outrun the same horror. When he hears movement behind him, he fears the monsters have finally caught up. He whips the horses harder, convinced that only speed can save him. That panic makes him lose control, and the cart slams into a root. The carriage overturns, throwing Conrad onto the road and leaving him helpless. Dazed and in pain, he tries to rise but can barely move. Then he senses something behind him and realizes he is no longer alone. When he turns, he finds the forest filled with watching eyes, and his hope collapses. A horde of goblins and orcs emerges from the darkness, surrounding him completely. Certain he is about to die, Conrad bitterly accepts that monsters, not men, will be the end of him. The monsters charge all at once, closing in for the kill. Conrad believes everything is over. At the last instant, stone walls erupt around him and block the attack, saving his life. From above, his rescuer realizes he forgot to leave Conrad an air hole in the protective barrier. The monsters hesitate, confused by the sudden interference. The white-haired mage decides he can deal with the monsters first and free Conrad afterward. Treating this as his first real battle, he begins with fire magic to test the limits of his new strength. The monsters roar back, but their aggression only confirms they are suitable targets. He welcomes the chance to measure himself in combat instead of merely surviving. Flames spread through the trees as his opening attack ignites the battlefield. The fire rapidly grows, turning the monster's approach into a burning trap. He follows with multi-flame arrows, raining concentrated fire down on the horde from above. Most of the monsters are blasted apart or set ablaze, but the largest orc pushes through the inferno. That surviving orc points out the remaining prey, showing enough awareness to keep fighting. The mage remains calm on his stone perch, forcing the monsters to look up at the one controlling the battle. He prepares a second layer of spells at once, combining offense and battlefield control. Using double casting, he activates both multi-flame arrows and whirlwind simultaneously. Heat wave arrows descend in clusters, multiplying the bombardment and denying the monsters any safe ground. The resulting explosions consume the area in a chain of fiery blasts. When the smoke clears, the horde has been reduced to charred corpses and scattered remains. He is startled by his own performance, realizing he can now do what his former self never could. Seeing no enemies left standing, he concludes the battle is over. Remembering Conrad, he turns back at once, unwilling to let the man suffocate after coming this far to save him. But one massive orc had survived after all and lunges from behind while his guard is down. He senses the attack at the last second and twists around in alarm. Realizing one enemy remained alive, he understands how close he came to being killed by carelessness. Meanwhile, the overturned cart rights itself and continues on, carrying Conrad away from the battlefield. Conrad, unaware of the full fight behind him, vows never to forget the day he somehow survived. He credits the mysterious mage entirely for his escape, and wonders how he could ever repay such a debt. The mage later catches up and curtly tells Conrad to watch the road before he flips the carriage again. Conrad immediately resumes talking, asking whether the mage had been in danger during the monster attack. The mage admits it was a little dangerous, though he clearly downplays it. Privately, he is still bothered by the fact that one monster survived his barrage. He recalls the moment the surviving orc nearly struck him from behind, a reminder that raw power is not enough. He had killed that last orc with Windcutter before it could land the blow. Even so, he reassures himself that the immediate danger has passed. He asks Conrad whether thieves are common here, trying to understand the region he has landed in. Conrad explains that this forest lies under Baron Pai's control. Because of old ties to the Baron, Conrad believed the local thieves had already been suppressed and the route was safe. From that, the mage realizes his teleportation did not fail after all and that he arrived exactly where he intended, Pai territory. He decides that despite changing his appearance and erasing traces, he still must hide his identity and quietly grows stronger. When Conrad notices he has drifted into thought, the mage finally decides to introduce himself. He resolves that the name Verdun will remain hidden until the day he confronts the Magic Tower Master again. For now, he chooses a new identity and calls himself Asher. He silently ties that name to his future revenge, saving his true one for the final reckoning. Later at Baron Pai's estate, the Baron anxiously asks Conrad what happened to him on the road. Conrad awkwardly jokes about losing weight while fleeing the orcs, trying to lighten the shock of his return. The Baron is relieved Conrad survived and insists the attack was not his fault. When he learns a mage saved Conrad, the Baron immediately wants to meet the man who rescued his friend. He orders his servants to bring the mage into the castle as an honored guest. Asher is received properly and offers formal thanks for the clothes, food, and lodging he has been given. The Baron welcomes him warmly, making clear that the hospitality is sincere. He introduces himself as Baron Pai Thenrad, Lord of the territory, and invites Asher to sit and dine with him. Over a lavish meal, the Baron confirms Asher's name and asks whether the food suits him. Pleased and grateful, the Baron offers 5 million elk as a reward for saving Conrad, then carefully raises another request. He asks Asher to accept paid work under him, promising generous compensation if the mage agrees. Asher decides to take the job because he needs money and wants real combat experience to sharpen his magic. The offer turns out to be an investigation into a massacre, with bodies found hanging in the southern forest and an entire nearby farming town destroyed. The report concludes that bandits were responsible for the slaughter, though the attackers were not identified at first. What troubles the investigators is that a full search of the territory found no trace of the culprits afterward. That disappearance suggests the bandits erased their tracks with magic. The noble suspect, a mage, may be traveling with the bandits, and Asher asks when the hunt will begin. The man hiring him is pleased by Asher's willingness to join the pursuit. The operation is set to begin 4 days later. At the departure point, the Knight Commander Enoch formally introduces himself as the leader of the mission. He also introduces Harris and the cheerful young Peric, who eagerly welcomes Asher as their mage. Asher gives his name and joins the group. He realizes the work is rougher than expected, but accepts it as fair payment for the shelter and opportunity he has been given. When Asher notices a crowd nearby, he learns they are adventurers drawn in by the same rumors. Those adventurers gathered because word spread about a strange orc appearing in the area. The rumor has attracted even gold-rank adventurers, which means the reward must be substantial. Asher reflects that gold-rank adventurers are comparable to trained knights and are veterans who can reinforce themselves and their weapons with energy. If forces of that level are already present, and he is still needed, Asher concludes the mission may be more dangerous than it first sounded. As the party enters the forest, Enoch asks Asher to confirm whether the bandits truly have a mage, and Asher asks why his help is so necessary. Enoch explains that even an ordinary second-tier mage becomes difficult for knights to handle once long-range spells come into play, so they hope to avoid facing one at all. That answer makes Asher realize the situation is worse than he expected. He stops the group before they walk into danger. Asher detects a hidden magic circle ahead and immediately begins to dispel it. His spell strips away the concealment covering the trap. A massive magic circle suddenly appears in the forest, shocking the others. Asher explains that the first spell only hid this second one and that this revealed circle exists to warn its caster, then moves to dismantle it too. He calmly channels magic again with far more control than the knights expected. The warning circle is broken apart almost instantly. Watching him erase both circles so easily leaves the others stunned. Asher's effortless dispelling makes them realize he is far more capable than he first appeared. The story turns to adventurers in general, explaining that they roam the continent taking commissions to explore dangerous lands and repel monsters. People admire them because skill in that life can bring wealth and fame despite the constant risk of death. But when such fighters abandon restraint and turn their blades on other humans for profit, they become bandits in all but name. That judgment lands directly on the killers they are hunting. Elsewhere in the forest, the bandits complain that raids, monster attacks, and dwindling food have left them cornered. Their leader lashes out at his men for standing idle, and someone realizes the hunters have finally found them. The bandits immediately look to their leader Enoch for orders. He wants to exploit the enemy's lowered guard and launch an immediate ambush. Their mage Asher stops him, warning that he was brought specifically to counter enemy magic and that attacking before measuring the opposing mage could get them all killed. One of the bandits worries that waiting will let the enemy move first, but Asher keeps thinking. The bandit mage proposes a plan of his own. At the same time, the bandit swordsman complains that their expansion efforts failed, their recruits died, and their situation keeps worsening. He bitterly recalls that a bizarre laughing orc wiped out their subordinates, and regrets being reduced from murderous adventurer to hunted criminal. Even so, he suggests raiding another village to recover resources, only to be reminded that their patron was already angered by how the last massacre was handled. The mage insists they can no longer stay hidden under concealment magic and proposes moving toward a nearby city called Martes. He begins laying out a new plundering plan. Before he can finish, explosions erupt around them from nowhere. The sudden blast throws the camp into chaos. The bandits realize this is not a random explosion, but a magical attack. Back with the hunting party, the ambush is confirmed and everyone understands they have been discovered. The enemy mage follows the blast with a storm of ice that forces both sides into open battle. One of the bandits is struck down immediately in the opening exchange. The bandit swordsman shouts for his mage to respond. The mage explains that a quick mana barrier can block attacks, but if it is shattered, the backlash badly injures the caster. Now that he has gauged the enemy, Asher steps forward and formally takes responsibility for fighting the opposing mage. The bandit swordsman realizes the Baron truly intended to wipe them out by hiring a mage for the hunt. He swears the Baron's plan will fail and charges into battle. Enoch meets him head-on, and their swords clash with equal ferocity. The bandit vows to send the hunters' heads back as his answer to the Baron. Enoch mocks the threat instead of backing down. The bandit accepts the challenge and commits fully to the fight. Meanwhile, the enemy mage tries to flee while riding moving earth, but realizes Asher is relentlessly pursuing him. He takes comfort in the fact that Asher is chasing with earth magic rather than flying, which suggests he should still be only second circle. Convinced he has found Asher's limit, the bandit mage attacks first with a barrage of ice arrows. He decides that if Asher is truly only second circle, he can kill him before escaping. Asher answers with his own volley of flame arrows. The fire and ice collide violently in midair. The clash detonates and tears open the battlefield. When the dust settles, a huge crater marks the force of their exchange. The bandit mage is impressed but still believes he can beat a second circle opponent if he isolates him. He reasons that Asher would have been dangerous beside the knights, but alone he can be defeated and then escaped from. Asher flatly rejects any chance of letting him get away. He even praises the enemy's talent, noting that such confidence and control over complex attribute magic are rare at that age. The compliment only enrages the bandit mage, who refuses to believe he could lose here. He escalates to third circle magic and summons a massive falling block of ice. Asher reacts instantly instead of being crushed. The enormous ice mass slams down toward him. For a moment the bandit mage thinks he has won. Then earth pillars rise beneath the ice and stop it from sealing Asher in. The bandit is stunned that his spell was blocked so completely. Asher counters with Earth's Spear, revealing control over a third circle Earth spell. He drives the spell through with brute force. The trapped ice shatters apart under the impact of his earth magic. The bandit mage can barely process that a supposed second circle caster just used third circle magic. Asher invites him to figure out the truth for himself. The bandit finally understands the scale of the deception. Asher can use third circle spells and commands for different attributes. That realization comes too late, and he knows he has been misled from the beginning. Asher closes the distance while the enemy is still reeling. He reflects that coming on this mission was worthwhile after all. By facing this opponent, he has learned how to fight mages more effectively. A flashback reveals the hidden reason for his sudden growth. Before the mission, he secretly made a potion from materials stolen from the Magic Tower. That potion was a mana circuit expander, and he used it on himself despite hating the human experimentation that taught him how. He remembers preparing the potion 2 days before the sortie with the intention of forcing his own power higher. The potion's name confirms it was designed to expand a mage's capacity. Even while using it, he resented being driven back toward the same cruel methods he had escaped. The memory returns to the present as the potion's effect surges through him. Asher endures the strain and keeps fighting through the pain. Believing the enemy mage is finished, he turns to practical matters and thinks about what proof he can bring back to earn his patron's trust. He notices the fallen mage's wand and wonders if it is worth taking. To answer that, he uses appraisal on the item. The wand turns out to be a magic stone staff that slightly boosts casting speed and ice magic, making it useful enough for Asher to keep for now. Perek finally reaches him and is relieved to find him alive. Asher apologizes for taking so long, and Perek reports that the rest of the bandits have already been subdued despite the devastation around them. When Asher asks if the bandits are all down, Perek says only the leader remains and Enoch is finishing that fight. Asher decides to ask one more question before they leave. He carefully asks what becomes of the bandits' belongings after the battle. Perek cheerfully reveals that their lord already said Asher may claim any loot he wants unless there is a serious problem. Hearing that, Asher immediately thinks of Baron Fight with new appreciation. He gratefully accepts the captured wand as his reward. The knights praise Asher for preventing heavy casualties, and he answers that the battle was valuable experience for him too. At the same time, the surviving bandits are horrified to learn their mage has been killed. Their leader realizes that if he is captured now, he will be dragged back and executed, so panic overtakes him. Desperate and with nothing left to lose, he makes a reckless final gamble. He bursts through the melee in a spinning charge aimed at breaking free. Enoch immediately orders everyone to move. The bandit leader sees that without his mage he cannot break the hunter's encirclement by force and decides on a single escape route. He tries to kill a knight and steal a horse to flee the forest. He lunges at his target with a hidden blade. Enoch intercepts the strike before it lands. The bandit leader is caught off guard by how quickly Enoch reads him. Enoch counters so decisively that the bandit is thrown off balance. The shock of the blow makes the bandit drop his sword. The knights pin him down, and Enoch condemns him for abandoning even a knight's basic honor in his desperation. Enoch dismisses the accusation without shame. He declares that honor only matters if one survives, making clear he values victory over appearances. Afterward, he dryly apologizes for showing Asher such an ugly side of himself. He admits he would have preferred a cleaner duel if time allowed, but Asher still praises the result as impressive. When Asher asks why some bandits were spared, Enoch explains that several soldiers recognized faces among them. Those captives may be survivors from the destroyed village who were forced into the bandits' ranks, so they will be taken back for identification before judgment. Enoch orders the entire force to return to the territory with the prisoners. The bound captives are hauled to their feet for transport. One prisoner panics at the thought of being dragged away to die and suddenly bolts. A soldier moves to chase him, but Asher says he will handle it himself and return. Before the pursuit begins, Asher senses that something is wrong. A cry for help rings out from the forest, drawing everyone's attention. The smell and presence of fresh blood suddenly spread through the area. Asher immediately recognizes the scent as a warning sign. The group turns toward the disturbance and braces for another threat. Something strikes one of the soldiers with overwhelming force before anyone can react. The victim collapses as blood sprays across the ground. The hunters stare in shock as a monstrous figure emerges, clearly not an ordinary orc. Asher quickly understands what they are facing. He concludes that the adventurers failed to subdue the creature, and that this is the same abnormal orc from the rumors. His senses reveal the danger is even greater than it looks, because dozens of demi-humans are nearby as well. That means the monster is not a lone beast but the leader of an entire demi-human pack. Its clown-like grin and slit mouth confirm it matches the terrifying creature described before. Its body has grown even larger than the others, proving it has evolved into something far more dangerous. With a roar, the evolved orc orders the surrounding demi-humans forward. Enoch instantly shifts from cleanup to battlefield command, ordering a defensive formation and prioritizing the goblins before the orc. The evolved orc charges straight through the line and meets the knight's counterattack head-on. Enoch personally intercepts the monster's crushing blow, stopping its advance and beginning a new battle. A giant orc lunges in first, trying to crush the armored knight before the group can recover. The swordsman and the young fighter move together and intercept the stomp before it lands. Their counterattack knocks the orc off balance and opens its body to follow up strikes. The knight drives in hard, turning the opening into a direct hit across the monster's torso. He commits fully and carves deep into the orc, drawing heavy blood and seeming to end the exchange. The team pulls back for a breath, expecting the wounded beast to falter. Instead, the orc grins through the blood, showing that the damage has not truly stopped it. A goblin suddenly appears in its grasp, revealing that the orc has seized one of its own kind. The others watch in alarm as the orc devours the goblin in front of them. It even crunches through bone, making clear this is not desperation but a deliberate act. As the orc finishes feeding, its posture steadies and its threat rises again. Asher realizes the creature likely healed itself by eating its own kind, and the party accepts that a peaceful retreat is no longer possible. The knight orders everyone to fight as the orc answers by hurling its weapon. The thrown blade tears across the battlefield with enough force to kill anyone in its path. It bears down on Harris before he can evade. Harris barely blocks, but he cannot understand why the orc suddenly chose to throw its sword. The impact overwhelms his defense and cracks his weapon. His sword shatters under the blow, leaving him exposed. In that instant, he realizes the broken blade's fragments are now flying straight at him. The shards strike him before he can protect himself. Perek cries out for Harris as the loss lands on the group. At the same time, the orc has already repositioned near Perek, and the knight warns him too late. Perek tries to answer with a decisive slash, determined to cut the monster down himself. His confidence breaks the moment the strike fails to pass through. He realizes the blade has lodged in the orc's muscles instead of severing the arm. When he tries to pull free, the sword will not come out, trapping him in front of the monster. Asher intervenes with Earthshaker, smashing the ground and staggering the orc before it can kill Perek. He calls Perek back to him, taking control of the battlefield. Perek scrambles clear and reports that he survived, but lost his sword in the orc's body. Asher concludes the orc's recovery speed and durability were strengthened after it ate the goblin. Perek adds that even a full power strike meant to sever its arm failed, making him suspect a legendary special monster. Asher rejects that idea, insisting the truth is something else. He identifies the creature's trait as regeneration and strengthening through consumption. He further explains that it can dominate weaker creatures and drive them into madness. That combination makes it strong enough to overwhelm knights, but still distinct from a true legendary entity. Once he finishes assessing it, Asher decides the monster is dangerous but not beyond his reach. He judges that it is still too weak to deserve the title of special entity. His reasoning turns to the limits of ordinary magic. He recalls that normal spells cannot grow endlessly with more mana and will collapse if pushed beyond their fixed scale. But he also remembers there is one exception to that rule. Asher begins casting geography manipulation. A complex spell circle forms as he pours mana into reshaping the terrain itself. The earth around him erupts outward, forcing space open under the entire battlefield. The soldiers panic as the ground starts shaking violently, and the scale of the spell becomes clear. The knight steadies them, recognizing that this upheaval is Asher's doing and not the enemy's. Even so, he admits that staying calm in the middle of it is easier said than done. The land splits into a vast pit, isolating Asher's group on a central pillar while enemies are cast into the chasm below. Orcs and goblins tumble helplessly into the newly opened abyss. Many are crushed outright against the collapsing walls and floor. The main orc survives the fall, but now finds itself trapped at the bottom of the pit. From above, Asher follows with a third-tier flame ball, choosing extermination over containment. Fire rains into the chasm and engulfs the monsters below. Perek exults at seeing the enemy burn, while the knight tries to preserve at least a little dignity. Asher reflects that geography manipulation has no limit in expansion, yet most mages avoid it because its mana cost far outweighs its usual power. He had hoped to force out something beyond third-tier impact, but with his current mana the result still falls short of what he wanted. Before anyone can relax, Asher senses the fight is not over. The orc emerges from the flames still alive, charred but unbroken. Perek demands another plan, and Asher immediately shifts from burning to freezing. He casts Wave to flood the pit with water. The torrent crashes through the chasm and sweeps over the surviving monsters. Asher raises his staff as Perek calls to him from above, trusting him to finish it. He layers multi-ice arrows with Winter Gust, combining spells for a killing freeze. Asher declares that if fire will not kill the orc, he will freeze it to death, and drives double-cast bitter cold arrows down into the flooded pit. The freezing attack spreads through the water and locks the lesser monsters in ice. The main orc still reaches for him, refusing to stop even as frost overtakes its body. Asher keeps advancing, convinced that even endless regeneration means nothing if the body can no longer move. He closes the distance while the orc's limbs stiffen under the cold. His plan is simple now: immobilize the body, and the monster loses the fight. He gathers a final concentration of freezing power at point-blank range. With Frozen Orb, he detonates a sphere of cold directly into the trapped enemy. The orc is sealed in ice at last, and Asher quietly declares the conquest complete. The story then shifts to Magic City Virant, where rumors about another disaster are already spreading. Two men discuss the latest news over tea, treating it as the talk of the city. They marvel that the Magic Tower has been sealed and that its energy source supposedly exploded, though one doubts the official story. Others note that many mages vanished and the tower's function stopped, damage too vast to blame on a simple power core accident. Public opinion splits between divine punishment and a planned man-made catastrophe, while some quietly celebrate that their research theory was proven. One hidden observer concludes that someone must have deliberately sealed the Bohemian Magic Tower. He dismisses the idea that the tower sealed itself and repeats rumors of secret experiments that may have provoked the attack. The moment he says too much, someone grabs him and cuts off his gossip. The hooded figure forces him to repeat himself, making clear this is no casual curiosity. A red-haired woman steps in, demanding to know what happened. When she hears the disaster concerns the Bohemian Magic Tower, her composure breaks instantly. Elsewhere, the Pied subjugation squad is welcomed home with open celebration. After the bandit suppression ends, they return to Pied territory, where Lord Pied holds a banquet in their honor. The Lord praises the squad for surviving without losses and notices that Asher is not yet present. Someone spots him at last. Asher arrives dressed for the occasion, entering with calm confidence, and asking if he is late. He is immediately pulled into the festivities and handed wine before he can object. Asher thanks them, surprised that even ordinary soldiers were invited, and Lord Pythe answers that anyone who defended the territory deserves a place. The conversation turns serious when the Lord asks whether the bandits were unusually strong for common criminals. Asher agrees and reasons that fighters of that caliber could have lived well without turning to banditry. The Lord says that insight may explain everything and has a report brought over. The investigation reveals the bandits were wanted criminals who had once been gold-rank adventurers. About 1 or 2 years earlier, one of them killed a companion and fled, shattering the group. After disappearing, the survivors seem to have regrouped as bandits and drifted into Pythe territory. Asher learns that gold rank is the 4th highest adventurer rank, earned only through many achievements, which explains the enormous bounty on them. He realizes Lord Pythe's satisfaction came from the fact that without him, suppressing such enemies might have cost many lives. When the Lord stares at him with open admiration, Asher can only ask awkwardly why he is being looked at that way. The Lord bursts into praise, crediting Asher not only for defeating the bandits but also for handling the demi-humans after the adventurers fell, and calls him the pride of the territory. Embarrassed by his own enthusiasm, the Lord blames the wine and tries to regain control of himself. He formally thanks Asher for rescuing captured villagers and ensuring the dead received proper funerals. Then he leads a toast naming Asher the mage who saved the Pythe territory. The hall answers with a unified cheer in Asher's honor. For Asher, the banquet feels nothing like the cold hierarchy of the Magic Tower, because here everyone celebrates together without regard for status. That warmth stands in sharp contrast to the pretension he escaped. The sincerity of the place reaches Verdun deeply, and he begins to feel at home among ordinary people. For the first time since leaving the tower, he lets himself be dragged into laughter and drink with the others. He is finally able to laugh from the heart. Yet while they celebrate, none of them realize how much upheaval the collapse of the Bohemian Magic Tower is about to unleash. Back in Virant, the red-haired woman first clings to the hope that the tower still standing means the rumors were exaggerated. A passerby confirms she has just returned from Virant and repeats the official line that the power source went berserk and devastated the area, though the buildings can be rebuilt. She barely hears that reassurance and instead asks only where Verdun is. She is directed to a public notice board nearby. There she finds a missing persons list. The sight alone tells her something is terribly wrong. As she scans the names, disbelief sets in. More familiar faces appear among the missing, confirming the disaster reached deep into the tower. Then she sees the name she feared most and cannot accept it. Verdun is listed as missing after disappearing while on duty in the power room, presumed exposed to magical energy, with no recoverable body. That notice brings back the last conversation they had, when Verdun told her he would study abroad in Virant as one of the tower's most exceptional talents. She remembers congratulating him, never imagining it might be their final farewell. She also remembers his quiet decision to remain there instead of leaving. Now she is haunted by the possibility that that was truly the last time they would ever meet. The realization breaks through her restraint and turns into a cry. She refuses to accept losing Verdun like this. To her, he was family and a cherished friend, and grief erupts into raw fury. A senior mage stops her from lashing out blindly and tells her that anger at others will change nothing. She looks up and recognizes Sir Valdek. Valdek asks her to focus and tell him exactly what happened at the tower. He explains that during the magic festival the high-ranking mages were away, and while they were gone the power source went berserk and obliterated everyone in the corps, including the duty officer. The disaster also erased years of accumulated data and research records, and even damaged the treasure vault's magic circle, causing irreversible losses. Everything stored in the vault's second circuit was affected. Spell books and artifacts vanished, but Valdek says the most regrettable loss was something else entirely. He reveals that the tower lost experimental subject number 77, a human test subject whose brain alone might have restored the destroyed records and achievements. Even so, Valdek says they can still take revenge, because although the main culprit escaped, they found a clue. He traced a person who vanished 3 hours before the surge and uncovered that person's past. Then he presents the clue itself. It is the emblem of the Black Hour, and Rovelin recognizes it immediately. The Black Hour is a secret organization that does not merely study magic in hiding but seeks to dominate the world through it, making their involvement deeply alarming. Valdek admits they still do not know how the group infiltrated the tower or triggered the surge, but he is certain they were involved. To honor the unjust dead, he plans to form an extermination squad against the Black Hour and offers Rovelin a reserved place in it. Her answer comes before words, as she crushes the emblem in her hand. Valdek sees that she has already chosen revenge. A few days later, back in Pythe territory, Asher is called to the Adventurers Guild. There, an official begins by apologizing to Asher for the incidents surrounding the Orc mission. The guild explains that they had rated the Orc threat as high and sent gold-rank adventurers, only for the results to become disastrous. But Asher dismisses it as bad luck rather than blame. Relieved, the official thanks him and hands over the reward certificate for the subjugation. After hazard pay and the bounty for bringing back the new type of Orc's body, the total reward comes to 24 million elk, reduced to 12 million after taxes. The official explains that because Asher is not registered with the guild, Imperial law imposes a flat 50% tax on all such rewards. He quickly adds that there is exactly one legal way to avoid that tax, leading Asher to realize they want him to become an adventurer. A guild official eagerly tries to recruit Asher by offering him favorable taxes and an unusually high starting rank. Asher realizes joining as an adventurer would restrict his freedom, and he decides that money matters less than gaining the power he needs for revenge. He signs the application anyway, choosing the guild as the fastest path to becoming stronger. Even after 7 years as an experimental subject in the Bohemian Magic Tower, Asher still thinks like a mage and researcher. That mindset leads him to the Pi Territory Adventurers Guild storage, where he treats the corpse he brought back as a mystery to study. He reveals that he deliberately brought the slain variant there for proper examination. His goal is full-scale research on the abnormal orc-like creature he defeated. He notes that the guild even has a preservation artifact, though he dismisses that convenience as ordinary for the region. The preserved body still reeks and is in poor condition, but Asher continues his inspection. He finds the red eyes, reddish skin, torn mouth, and oversized build unusual for an orc, though not in the way stronger orc species normally develop. Because its intelligence and traits do not match a true higher evolution, he concludes it should be classified as a mutation instead. Even so, that explanation does not fully satisfy him. A mere mutation should not account for its extreme regeneration and the monstrous strength it gained through consumption. A small detail suddenly catches his attention. He notices a scar on the corpse. That scar troubles him because a creature capable of restoring even burned flesh should not have failed to heal such a minor wound. He infers that the creature must have gained its regenerative ability only after receiving that cut. The mark is clearly the trace of a deliberate incision, not an ordinary battle wound. Since demi-humans were previously thought to gain new power only through natural evolution, this points to outside interference. Asher follows that logic to its most dangerous conclusion. He suspects someone artificially created the variant, and he recognizes that as the worst possible scenario. Later, as he prepares to leave, 2 grateful men come to see him off. They insist the visit is only natural because Asher saved one of their lives. Asher downplays it, noting he has already received plenty from them, including useful gear that boosts his mana. The men refuse to let him feel indebted and frame their gifts as the reward he rightfully earned. Asher thanks them and sets out, wishing them well until they meet again. One of them calls after him, promising help through the Conrad Merchant Guild if Asher ever needs support in another city. Asher acknowledges the offer and continues on his way. His journey brings him to the border village between the Pi Territory and the Martes Barony. To arrive quickly, he uses flight magic while carrying a map. Studying the route, he confirms this is the only village between the city and the barony. He decides to spend the night there so he can reach the city at the ideal time the next day. While eating an apple in the village, he notices a tense conversation nearby. Recognizing that the villagers may know something useful, he turns his attention to them. He decides to quietly listen in. The villagers complain that goblins are the real problem facing them. They explain that the goblins stole their livestock, forcing the village to spend heavily on adventurers despite earlier hopes of handling it alone. Others defend the decision, saying goblin suppression is adventurers' work and the matter should be over by morning, expensive or not. Asher reflects that commoners often dismiss goblins as mere pests until their numbers grow enough to devastate villages and consume people. Because of that danger, he accepts that hiring adventurers is the normal response, and initially sees nothing unusual. Then he overhears a rumor about a man named James seeing a monster in the forest. One villager hesitates because the chief wanted the story buried, but another talks anyway since no one seems to be listening. According to the tale, James had gone into the forest a few days earlier to check one of his usual traps. There he heard a wild boar squeal and turned toward the sound. What he saw was a goblin larger than an orc, with a torn mouth, devouring the boar. The listeners are shocked, but one immediately worries that if the adventurers hear this, the village will have to pay even more. Asher quietly notes that a large goblin with a torn mouth is highly significant. The resemblance to the variant he studied is too strong to dismiss as coincidence. His attention shifts from rumor to the forest itself. Without revealing himself, he launches a silent attack from concealment. The strike kills the goblin instantly with a shot through the head. The hidden shooter is a silver rank archer named Myrna, accompanied by a swordsman who watches her performance. After the kill, Myrna seeks praise from her teammate Loke, but he responds with dry indifference. Their banter shows familiarity, until their leader cuts in and reminds them they are still on a mission. The leader, Iris, asks Mild whether he has found any signs of goblins. Mild reports a cave ahead that appears to be a goblin lair. Iris identifies the bone totems at the entrance as signs of hobgoblins, and judges the cave manageable if they stay careful. She orders the team to destroy the warning devices and totems before entering, and they move to carry it out. To prepare them for the darkness, Iris casts a vision-enhancing spell. The spell lets the others see clearly in the dark, and they are impressed by her reliability. With the team ready, Iris confirms they can proceed without torches. She then leads the 4 silver rank adventurers into the cave. Inside, Iris briefly pauses as if she sensed something off, and Myrna notices her hesitation. Iris dismisses it, though she privately thinks she felt a trace of mana nearby. Outside the cave, the forest remains still, hiding the source of that presence. Something concealed continues to watch from the brush. Deeper in the cave, the party advances toward a chamber lit by firelight. They find goblins kneeling before a grisly bone totem in a ritual-like scene. One goblin notices a glint in the darkness just before the ambush begins. An arrow drops the first goblin before it can react. The adventurers seize the opening and charge. Loke and Mild cut through the goblins in a coordinated rush. Myrna thinks the battle is already won, but Iris warns her not to relax yet. The team halts when they hear a heavier presence deeper in the cave. Suspecting a hobgoblin, Myrna volunteers to scout ahead, and Iris tells her to signal if anything happens. Myrna reaches a ledge and discovers a chamber strewn with goblin corpses, as if something slaughtered them all. The sight shocks her into silence. When Loke asks what is wrong, she can only say that something about the scene chills her. A new presence steps into view. Below them, a giant goblin casually eats another goblin's body amid the carnage. The entire party is stunned by the creature's size and behavior. They realize this giant cannibalistic goblin was never mentioned in the mission details and may be some kind of variant. Iris forces herself to stay calm and decides they must kill it before anything else. She quickly assigns roles, ordering Myrna to blind its right eye while Mild and Loke buy time. Iris commits to finishing the monster herself. Myrna immediately acts on the plan. She leaps from above and lines up her shot midair. Even upside down, she keeps her aim steady on the target's eye. Her arrow strikes true, blinding the goblin's right eye and making it howl. Loke shouts for Mild to raise his shield as the wounded monster retaliates. The two frontliners surge in to intercept it. Their combined assault slashes across the giant goblin and drives it back. For a moment, Loke thinks the plan is working. Then the goblin's massive hand comes down toward him with overwhelming force. Iris responds by unleashing a concentrated mana attack. Her spell batters the goblin with repeated bursts and halts its advance. The monster screams under the barrage. Even while reeling, it grabs a smaller goblin corpse as if it were a weapon. Instead of charging directly, it hurls the body at the party. Loke is shocked that the creature is using another goblin as a projectile. He realizes too late that Iris is directly in its path and shouts for her to get down. At that instant, an unseen force intervenes. A blue magical rail blasts the flying corpse away before it can hit Iris. The projectile explodes harmlessly against the wall in a spray of blood and debris. Iris is left shaken, staring at the impact point and realizing how close she came to death. Another arrow follows from the shadows. It pierces the goblin's remaining eye, leaving the monster fully blinded. The giant collapses under the accumulated damage. The others rush to Iris, relieved to find she is alive and uninjured. Iris understands that the thrown corpse changed course unnaturally, and realizes someone else saved her life. Believing the mission over, the party starts talking about returning to the village for their reward. Hidden behind the rocks, Asher quietly notes that things could have ended far worse. He reflects that following the party under invisibility let him witness another of the lab's creations, one of the torn-mouthed demi-humans he calls jesters. Every experimental subject he has encountered since escaping the Magic Tower has shared that same grotesque mouth, tying them together in his mind. Because of that recurring trait, he has come to classify such beings as jesters. Yet this goblin does not fit the usual pattern. Unlike the others, it lacked overwhelming physical enhancement, regeneration, and the ability to grow stronger by devouring its own kind, making Asher suspect it was either incomplete or a failed experiment. Even while thinking that through, he keeps an eye on Iris, whose sensitivity to mana already made her suspicious once. He recognizes that her sharp senses are exactly why she noticed his mana outside the cave earlier. Finding no useful remains to collect, Asher concludes there is no harvest to be had from the corpse. Then he hears a new voice and realizes someone else has arrived. A black-clad man steps out and casually remarks that someone visited while he was away. Iris immediately challenges him, demanding his identity and warning that she will attack if he advances. The stranger introduces himself only as the caretaker of the place the party just destroyed. He complains that the specimen was meant to stay contained, but while he was gone it built a totem and exposed the site, proving that even brain manipulation could not fully suppress its instincts. He then probes the party, asking whether they noticed anything unusual about the goblin's behavior. When they do not answer, he assumes they saw nothing important and worries instead about how furious the professor will be when he learns the specimen is dead. He decides the only way to clean up the problem is to kill the witnesses. The adventurers brace themselves as his intent turns openly murderous. When asked if he truly means to fight all four alone, he says yes, because the dead specimen and compromised experiment leave him no reason to spare them. Iris tries one last time to avoid bloodshed by offering to keep the secret. The caretaker rejects the offer, saying he would never trust them to leave alive. He drops all pretense and admits he simply wants to hear them scream. His killing intent floods the chamber and crushes the party with fear as he asks who wants to die first. He is answered by a calm voice declaring that the only one dying here will be him. The caretaker realizes the challenge came from behind him, not from the terrified party. A sudden blue strike slams into him before he can finish turning. Asher steps into view and mocks the caretaker's threats as empty posturing. The caretaker regains his footing and snaps back, trying to reassert control. Asher readies his magic and coolly asks whether the man still believes his own bravado. Asher admits he had not planned to interfere, but he moved because the adventurers would have been wiped out otherwise. He places himself between the caretaker and the party, fully accepting the fight. Asura's thoughts return to the caretaker's earlier words. The mention of the goblin as a test subject confirms this was no natural monster. The reference to a hidden professor convinces Asura that the same network behind the jester demi-humans is involved here too. Certain he has found a direct lead, he demands to know who this man really is. The caretaker refuses to answer, claiming he owes Asura nothing. Locke lunges to attack, but the caretaker remains focused on Asura. He declares that whatever Asura's identity is, it will not stop him from killing him personally. Asura answers by unleashing multi-flame arrows, opening the battle with overwhelming firepower. The swordsman opens the fight with a burst of speed and dark energy, pressing the mage before he can settle in. He drives straight through the mage's defense with a plunging strike, forcing a direct clash of sword against spell. The impact cracks the mage's barrier, proving the swordsman can break through his magic by force. The mage answers with a mana shockwave that blasts the attacker back and buys himself breathing room. As he regains his footing, the mage realizes the swordsman's blows are lighter than a knight's, but his magically enhanced movement is far faster. He admits the speed gap is overwhelming and that his plan to end the duel in one strike has failed. Accepting that brute force will not work, he decides to change his approach. The swordsman coolly praises the mage's casting speed, then declares he will simply accelerate further and test him again. He launches himself back into the attack, challenging the mage to survive a faster assault. The mage responds with double casting, summoning wind and ice at the same time to counter the charge. That display shocks the swordsman, who recognizes simultaneous dual-element casting as a rare skill. The mage fires a barrage of icicles while controlling the battlefield with wind. Even while evading, the swordsman acknowledges the feat as impressive, but he dismisses the spellwork as meaningless if it cannot actually hit him. The mage senses the danger closing in behind his failed barrage. A dark slash cuts through the space where he was just standing. The swordsman appears above him in midair, having slipped through the attack and into striking range. Both the swordsman and the watching party are stunned that a pure mage reacted quickly enough to dodge that speed. Without hesitation, the mage ignites fire magic to change the flow of battle again. Flames erupt through the cavern, turning the battlefield into a furnace. Smoke and heat swallow the area, briefly obscuring both fighters. Through the haze, the swordsman realizes the mage deliberately lured him into a counterattack and vows not to fall for the same trick twice. The mage answers that if traps no longer work, he will fight like a proper mage from now on. One of the party members cries out as the ground suddenly begins to move beneath them. The entire stone platform carrying the adventurers rises into the air, leaving them panicked and exposed high above the cavern floor. The sudden elevation stops as abruptly as it began. The party realizes the mage is using terrain manipulation in live combat despite its terrible mana efficiency. They conclude his mana reserves must be enormous if he can sustain double casting, large-scale spells, and terrain control all at once. His style is so abnormal that even experienced adventurers have never heard of anything like it. The swordsman mocks the mage for fleeing into the air, then starts wondering why he also spent so much mana lifting the party. That unnecessary seeming choice makes him pause and search for the hidden purpose behind it. He notices water pooling around him and realizes the earlier flames melted the mage's shattered ice. The mage channels power into the water at his feet. The swordsman finally understands too late that the melted ice was part of the setup. Electric energy races through the wet ground around him. The party watches in dawning realization as the mage's true plan comes together. He unleashes lightning magic, a rare advanced element, through the waterlogged battlefield. The observers are stunned that someone this young can use lightning at all, let alone in combat. The swordsman is racked by the strike and can only curse through the pain. His shock turns to fear as he counts the mage's elements one by one and realizes he is facing an absurdly versatile monster. The mage escalates again with triple casting, combining multiple elemental forces at once. A violent explosion tears through the cavern and batters the raised platform where the party is stranded. The blast leaves the battlefield buried in smoke and rubble. When the dust settles, the mage questions the swordsman about a similar monster in the Pied Barony, linking separate incidents together. He presses further, asking whether those creatures are connected to the mysterious professor behind the experiments. The battered swordsman realizes the mage has already pieced together far more than expected and identifies him as the one responsible for the suspicious silence in the other region. Bleeding and cornered, the swordsman asks whether the mage came from the Ark. The name means nothing to the mage, which tells the swordsman he is not part of that organization after all. The mage demands the professor's location, saying he wants answers about the experiments being conducted. The swordsman decides letting him reach the professor would be too dangerous, even if it costs his own life. He resolves to die with the mage rather than betray his superior. He lunges in a final desperate attack. The mage blocks the suicidal strike with a defensive spell instead of giving him the clean death he wanted. Seeing that refusal as his answer, the mage accepts that the swordsman will not talk. He ends the fight with an earth spell that crushes the last resistance. Afterward, he reflects that he finally found a lead on the jesters, only for it to vanish with the man who could have explained everything. He sets aside that frustration and turns his attention to protecting the surviving adventurers. Standing over them, he takes command of the shaken party. He tells them that from now on they will follow his instructions. Later, after the crisis, the party leader reports that the village chief secretly paid them extra to suppress the truth about the mutant goblins. The mage learns the chief bought their silence with a large bribe after they promised to omit the missing details from their report. As the job ends, the party leader offers him part of the commission anyway. She explains that the money is his rightful share of the reward. Instead of parting ways, she asks him to guide the party from the village to Martes. He travels with the Iris party to Martes, and along the way Iris eagerly questions him about elemental magic until they arrive. Reaching the large city, he immediately starts thinking about practical matters like finding a bank. The party plans to report everything to the Adventurers Guild, while Iris takes charge of showing him around Martes. When she asks where he wants to go first, he chooses to claim the bounty and open a bank account. Iris confidently leads him through the city, proud of how well she knows it. Her teammates quietly note how unfazed she is by killing the attacker in the cave, confirming her decisiveness under pressure. Their first stop is Martes City Hall, where bounties are processed. He nearly gets turned away because his identification no longer matches his current body. A certificate of endorsement from Baron Faith saves him and gets him admitted. The mayor of Martes greets him warmly after hearing of his deeds in Faith territory. In gratitude for saving Faith and wiping out the bandits, the mayor showers him with favors. Among those favors is a brand new official identity, solving one of his biggest immediate problems. With that new ID, he successfully opens a bank account and secures his finances. He considers using the old account from his former identity, Verdun, but hesitates. He knows that account would let the Magic Tower Lord trace him almost instantly, so he decides he cannot touch that old trail carelessly. He next asks a craftsman to modify his wand into a staff. The smith agrees but says the custom work will take 3 days. Until then, the smith lends him a temporary staff to use. When Iris asks why he prefers a staff, he gives an odd answer about being used to sweeping and quickly changes the subject. Iris then brings him to the Martes City Library. He asks whether they have books on enhancement magic, and she warns the collection may be too basic for someone of his level. He says basic material is exactly what he wants. Then he shocks her by asking for every book they have on the subject. Inside the main reading room, the staff protest at first, but the request is taken seriously. A mountain of books is piled onto the desk in front of him. He calmly tells the librarians to charge all rental fees to his account and deliver the entire collection to the top floor of Lorik's hotel. The librarians and Iris are stunned, while the library quietly celebrates the biggest rental revenue it has ever seen. By the time he has finished the bounty claim, banking, staff request, and massive book rental, Iris is completely exhausted. Watching him continue as if nothing happened, she wonders what kind of person he really is. He says the tour has been enough for one day, which makes Iris realize he may expect more tomorrow. She finally asks for his name. He introduces himself as Asher and tells her to call him whatever she likes. Taking that invitation literally, she decides to call him Sunbae and insists he can speak casually with her. Seizing the chance, Iris asks why he was in that cave in the first place. Asher struggles to invent an explanation that will not expose the truth of his involvement. He settles on a simple lie, saying he had been chasing someone. That answer immediately catches Iris's attention. She remembers that in the cave he had also asked about someone called the Doctor, and starts connecting the dots. Her imagination runs wild, and she begins to suspect Sunbae might be some secret operative hunting a hidden organization. Asher cuts the conversation short, saying that is enough for today and sending her back. Iris offers to walk him to his lodging anyway, but he declines. She parts from him cheerfully and promises to see him tomorrow. Once alone, she lets out her pent-up excitement and relief. Even so, she cannot shake the feeling that the more she sees him, the stranger he becomes. She replays the cave battle in her head and marvels at his mastery over every elemental property and the depth of his power. She also admires how much theory he knows and how clearly he explains it. Then her thoughts drift to his looks, and she starts imagining how popular he must be. Yet she still feels something oddly inhuman or distant about him, as if his presence does not quite match his appearance. That confusion turns into flustered self-awareness when she realizes she cannot stop thinking about his face. In the end, she convinces herself that he is the most talented mage she has ever met, and that meeting someone like him is rare. She decides she will ask him even more about elemental magic the next day. That peaceful resolve is shattered when a huge explosion erupts in the city at night. Iris spins around in shock at the sudden blast. She recognizes the burning building as the Lorik's Hotel, where Asher said he was staying. The memory of his lodging hits her instantly, and fear for him takes over. Through the flames she spots a human figure floating in the air. She stares in disbelief, unable to process what she is seeing. Then she recognizes the figure as Sunbae himself, standing amid the inferno. Elsewhere, a hooded subordinate reports to the professor that Sergen is dead. The professor asks who killed him, and the report confirms offensive magic was used inside the cave. When the subordinate tries to say Sergen was killed by someone else, the professor violently punishes him for the vague answer. He demands precision and makes clear that excuses will not be tolerated. What he wants to know is simple: who killed Sergen? The subordinate admits they still have not identified the culprit, only that an adventuring party had accepted the village request. He adds that they erased all traces and bodies of both Sergen and the test subject. The professor is furious that the killer was not eliminated as well. He notes that the other test subjects in Faith have also gone silent, and now the goblins and Sergen are dead too. With the experiment nearly complete, he begins to suspect the Ark may already be interfering. He orders the subordinate not to return until the killer is found and killed. Humiliated but determined, the subordinate vows to bring back the culprit's head. That same night, Asher studies enhancement magic in his room and experiments with the basics while reading. A hidden assassin infiltrates the hotel, mocking the city's weak mana detection and preparing to kill him in his sleep. But when the assassin reaches the room, the silence tells him something is wrong. Before he can react, Asher answers with earth magic from below. The sudden counterattack blasts the assassin upward and exposes his position. The assassin realizes in horror that his stealth has been completely seen through. Asher steps into the flames with staff in hand, already in control of the battlefield. Watching from the chaos below, the assassin is rattled that Asher can launch explosive magic in such a confined space without hesitation. He judges Asher to be at least a third-tier mage and decides retreat is the only sensible option. As panic spreads, the crowd mistakes the scene for a terrorist attack by a rogue mage. Asher orders everyone to run and report the incident to the guards once they are safe. He identifies the real threat as an assassin so well hidden that even mana sensing should not have found him. Then he realizes the assassin made one fatal mistake when he panicked. By erasing his presence too perfectly, the assassin created a blank void that stood out against the living crowd. To Asher, that absence was as obvious as a dark spot on a blank sheet of paper. An unseen threat is identified as a pitch black hole, and the assassin realizes he has already been detected. A sudden magical strike crashes down where he was hiding, forcing him to break cover and run. Shaken, he cannot understand how his presence was sensed and is alarmed that the Ark has sent someone so dangerous and reckless. Asher answers with a mana arrow, deciding to hunt the intruder down immediately. The assassin flees through the streets while Asher's attacks continue to rain after him. He smashes into a building to avoid being hit, using the structure as cover. Watching from above, Asher realizes the man ducked inside to escape the barrage. Asher enters after him, refusing to let the chase end there. Inside, the assassin curses his luck when he sees the place is full of vagrants who can be used as shields. Asher politely asks a resident where the man who just burst in went. The vagrant toys with him instead of answering directly. He makes it clear that information in this place has a price. Asher notes there is no obvious escape route, so the assassin must still be nearby. He confirms to himself that the target is definitely still inside. The assassin suddenly attacks from behind, stabbing through a vagrant to reach Asher. Asher instantly understands that the man used a civilian as cover for the strike. Disgusted by the cowardly tactic, Asher drops any restraint. He unleashes a shockwave that blasts the assassin away from him. The force slams into the floor and tears through the room. The assassin is hurled backward across the interior by the impact. While recovering, he decides to bait Asher into defending first, then use a smoke bomb to escape. Asher calmly prepares his staff instead of reacting the way the assassin expected. The assassin lunges in close, convinced he can force a defensive spell. Asher silently invites the move, letting the assassin think the trap is working. But instead of raising a barrier, Asher casts mana focus and concentrates power at his staff's tip. The assassin is stunned that Asher can channel mana for close combat in the middle of the exchange. He realizes Asher fights like a mage who does not lose even at sword range. That revelation makes him suspect Asher is not an ordinary mage at all, but something closer to a war mage. Asher's focus strike lands hard, making the assassin cough blood. Desperate, the assassin tries to counter with Earth Sphere. Even as he casts, he knows he is being overwhelmed. The room erupts again under the force of their clash. Asher follows with wind blast to clear the dust and keep pressure on him. Annoyed that the target slipped his grasp again, Asher clicks his tongue. When the smoke clears, he wonders if the assassin has escaped. Before he can move, city guards order him to stay still. The knights surround Asher and arrest him for arson and urban terrorism. Later that night, the incident is formally reviewed by the city authorities. The mayor initially assumes Asher may have committed a terrorist act, but the report clarifies that Asher was the victim of an assassination attempt, and the destruction came from the ensuing fight. The guild master adds that the case appears tied to a recent attack on one of their adventurers, which is why he requested control of the investigation. The mayor sympathizes with Asher's situation and asks how much damage was actually done. The answer is that only the top floor of Asher's inn was partly destroyed. One wanted criminal in the slums died, and the assassin is still at large. The discussion then shifts to another clue. An adventurer reported a mutant goblin and a suspicious assailant during a cave mission. Yet when investigators checked the cave, neither the attacker nor even the goblin's corpse remained. The complete absence of bodies suggests deliberate cleanup rather than coincidence. From this, the mayor concludes there is an organized group targeting adventurers and that more attacks are likely. The guildmaster confirms that this is why they tried to assign Asher a bodyguard. He also warns that rumors now paint Asher as the one who caused the city explosion, making guards and adventurers reluctant to protect him. Despite the political inconvenience, the mayor agrees to speak with his knights and make arrangements. The next day, Asher waits in City Hall while finishing modifications to his wand. With his equipment nearly ready, he plans to begin tracking the assassin as soon as possible. A young knight named Jason, vice captain of the Martes Knights, introduces himself as Asher's assigned bodyguard. Jason asks if Asher has any questions, but privately doubts the reputation of the so-called crazy mage. Asher notes that the bodyguard means the charges against him were cleared, while judging Jason inexperienced despite his rank. When Asher asks to leave, Jason agrees only if he accompanies him. Asher accepts the condition and immediately heads out, leaving Jason scrambling after him. Half a day later, Jason is exhausted from following Asher across the city. He finally demands to know how much farther they are going. Asher reminds him that movement was allowed as long as they stayed together, then calmly says they have arrived. He stops in front of an ordinary-looking building and reveals this was his destination all along. Jason is baffled that they spent hours walking just to reach such an unremarkable house. Without further explanation, Asher blasts the building open with magic. Jason is horrified by the sudden destruction, while Asher explains he came here to find the assassin who attacked him. He states plainly that the man who tried to kill him yesterday is here. Jason looks around in disbelief, asking if there is really an assassin nearby. Asher explains that during their fight he secretly cast a spell when he touched the assassin's body. He reveals the spell is Trace, a recently acquired tracking magic that links a target to a flow of mana. Because the spell was never dispelled, Asher knows the assassin never noticed he had been marked. Following the trail, Asher suddenly realizes the mana is leading somewhere hidden beneath the building. The blast exposes an underground passage concealed below the house. Asher confirms that Trace points directly into that secret route. From its direction and scale, he judges the passage connects beyond the city walls and asks Jason if he knew of it. Jason admits he memorized the city's known passages, which means this exit route is unauthorized and should not exist. He immediately understands the danger. This hidden tunnel is a massive breach in Martessa's public safety system and could let monsters or enemies move freely. Jason wants to shut it down at once before the threat spreads. Asher stops him, insisting that catching the assassin takes priority. Jason suggests calling for backup, but Asher refuses because any delay would let the target escape. He decides immediate pursuit is the only correct choice and descends into the passage. Jason follows, irritated that Asher keeps dismissing him because he is only the vice captain. Even while complaining that mages are all insufferable, he keeps chasing after Asher. Far ahead in the underground waterway, the wounded assassin presses on through the darkness. He curses himself for losing so much time. He reflects that after escaping Asher, he had to treat his injuries and spend hours erasing any traces that could be tracked. Now he fears the doctor will kill him for failing the mission. For a moment he considers running from his own side as well, but he crushes that thought, believing there is no escaping Gluttony's fangs. Resigned, he can only hope the doctor shows mercy. He reaches a hidden laboratory, where a bespectacled man greets him with cold amusement. The doctor has already checked that he survived and angrily points out that the failed assassination exposed their existence to the mayor and the guild. He orders the assassin to explain exactly what happened and keep it simple. The assassin says he went to Martes under orders, checked the passage registry, found Asher's residence, and lay in wait there. He claims Asher somehow sensed him, blew the place apart with large-scale magic, and kept chasing until he escaped with a smoke bomb. The doctor immediately tears that story apart, arguing that a mage capable of that destruction would not abandon the pursuit over smoke and a few nights. As he thinks it through, he suddenly realizes what the real problem must be. He screams for the assassin to strip off and burn his armor at once. When the armor is set ablaze, magical residue becomes visible in the flames. The assassin finally understands that Asher must have cast a spell onto him in the instant their weapons met. The doctor concludes their hideout has already been exposed. He orders an immediate evacuation, taking the test subject with him, while commanding the assassin to erase the evidence and seal the entrance. The assassin obeys by detonating the passage behind them. Asher notices that Trace's signal suddenly vanishes and realizes the enemy has finally discovered the mark. He presses forward anyway, convinced he is still close enough to catch them. When he and Jason arrive at the lab, Asher warns that they are already too late to stop the escape cleanly. The assassin and the doctor attack at once to cover their retreat. Asher studies them in silence for a moment, and quickly assesses the situation. He identifies the swordsman in front as the same assassin who ambushed him and suspects the man behind him is the real mastermind. That suspicion is confirmed when monstrous figures and a sinister title point to the doctor as the professor. The bespectacled man's composure cracks as he is recognized. He mocks Asher as the crazy mage and admits the Ark sent an unusually troublesome opponent. Asher connects this man to the cave incident as well and realizes the name Ark keeps surfacing around every attack. He decides he must subdue them first and force the truth out afterward. The assassin intercepts Asher's first move, throwing himself in front of the professor to block the attack. The professor furiously berates him for bungling everything, while the assassin can only apologize. Even so, the professor decides they have no choice but to accelerate their plan and orders the assassin to buy time. Asher refuses to let either of them escape and prepares another spell. The assassin counters immediately, proving he can still block Asher's lower output attacks. He admits he is only following orders to stall, not to win. Asher realizes a weak magic arrow will not break through, but a stronger one might kill the man before he can be questioned. Jason suddenly steps in and clashes blades with the assassin, taking over the close fight. He tells Asher to go after the mastermind while he holds the assassin here. Asher accepts without ceremony, leaving Jason half offended that his help goes unacknowledged. By the time Jason notices, Asher has already vanished deeper into the complex. Asher races after the professor, certain the man cannot have gotten far. Then he catches a foul odor that stops him in his tracks. The smell leads him into a vast chamber reeking of decaying corpses. The professor welcomes him there, pleased that Asher reached the place so quickly. He proudly presents his work, cages full of grotesque creations, and asks how Asher likes them. Asher recognizes these creatures as the jesters he has been encountering and notes there are far more than he expected. The professor rejects the mocking name, calling them new possibilities born from his own evolution, though he admits the ones here are failed versions. Even as failures, he says they are more than enough to stop an intruder and activates the cages. As the restraints release, he invites Asher to take his time and enjoy the spectacle. Then he abandons the chamber to the monsters, leaving Asher trapped with them. Asher immediately judges that fighting each creature one by one would waste the entire night. He chooses overwhelming force instead and begins a combined casting of Wave and Thunder Strike. The fused spell erupts as Thunder Wave, blasting through the chamber and wiping out the horde in one sweep. The professor is left stunned that Asher erased the entire room of monsters at once. The shockwave and lightning hurl him back as the chamber is devastated. Reeling on the floor, he calls Asher a lunatic. He realizes the intelligence on Asher was disastrously wrong, and that this is no ordinary third-tier mage. Watching Asher control magic on that scale, he concludes Asher must be at least a high fourth-tier mage. Panicking that decades of research are about to be lost, the professor crawls to a control panel. He slams the switch, refusing to let everything end here. A hidden chamber opens to reveal a preserved humanoid figure suspended in a red tank. The professor declares that it is time to awaken his masterpiece. Asher arrives behind him and coldly asks if this is what he ran away to protect. The professor is horrified that Asher got past the failed creations and demands how he reached this room. Asher answers simply that he burned everything. That answer convinces the professor completely that no mere third-tier mage could have destroyed all those creatures alone. In terror and awe, he finally accepts the truth that Asher is definitely fourth-tier. The white-haired mage notices something beside the professor's severed arm and demands an explanation. The professor proudly reveals the creature as his greatest creation and treats it like his own child. He activates the experiment and declares that gluttony embodies his group's creed of evolving by consuming life itself. He goes further, proclaiming the creature the future of humanity, which immediately alarms the mage. As the professor rants about ideal evolution, the mage launches a spell too late to stop the activation. He realizes he missed his chance by a moment, because the professor pressed the button before he could disable him. The newly awakened being rises amid energy as the mage pieces together the professor's obsession with consumption, evolution, and a perfect future. The creature steadies itself and begins moving under its own power. Watching it stand, the mage finally understands that the professor meant to create a self-evolving predator. The wounded professor exults that the mage's mana will now become food for his creation. The creature's glowing eyes and grin confirm the professor's intent to feed it living prey. Then the monster shocks them both by speaking for itself and announcing that it is hungry. The mage is caught off guard when he realizes the artificial being can talk. The creature erupts with murderous hunger and turns its full attention toward the mage. It appraises him like prey and decides he looks worth eating. The threat becomes explicit as it promises to devour him. The mage quickly analyzes that it is reinforcing its body with energy and displaying abilities a normal human would need years to learn. He is unsettled that an artificial life form can already use such advanced techniques. Before he can finish assessing it, the creature launches into a relentless assault. Its attacks come in endless succession and target his blind spots so precisely that he admits the professor's masterpiece deserves the title. Even while under pressure, the mage's curiosity as a researcher briefly surfaces before he refocuses on the fight. The creature dives straight at him, trying to break through his defenses by force. It crashes into his staff barrier headfirst, betting on raw power. The impact backfires and sends the creature flying into the wall. The mage remains calm and concludes that despite its gifts, the creature is still no match for him. He reflects that surviving years as a test subject in the Bohemian Magic Tower taught him one crucial habit. He learned to suppress explosive rage until it sharpened into cold control. That discipline once let him turn bottled emotion into the theory that defies heaven itself. Back in the present, the creature recovers from the crash and comes at him again. The mage's emotions stir, but instead of losing control, his mind becomes even clearer. His anger hardens into icy rationality, giving him complete command of the battle. He formally classifies the professor's creation as immortal and judges its physical strength comparable to powerful jester orcs. He notes that its regeneration is similarly impressive. Still, he identifies its true edge as abnormal elasticity, flexibility, and speed rather than overwhelming technique. After finishing his assessment, he decides those advantages are all it really has. He meets the next charge head-on, ready to end the exchange decisively. With one clean counter, he bats the creature away again while it screeches in frustration. The creature tries to use the wall and its own momentum to fake another angle of attack. The mage sees through the trick immediately and dismisses it as a clumsy feint. He answers with a precise magic arrow aimed to punish the opening. As the spell detonates around the creature, he concludes it lacks even basic combat technique and relies only on brute force punches. His attack tears into it, reinforcing his judgment that it is just a beast wearing a human shape. Seeing how easily it is being handled, he decides it is too weak to deserve being called a true masterpiece. The professor can only stare in disbelief as his proud creation collapses so completely. Scattered research pages hint at the twisted theory behind the experiment. The notes explain that the creature grows by consuming prey and absorbing their traits. In other words, it was designed to become stronger without limit through predation. The professor's vision for this evolving predator is named neo-human. Yet even that terrifying concept has just been crushed in a one-sided defeat. The professor refuses to give up, telling himself the child has only just awakened and could recover if fed his severed arm. He clings to the hope that once restored, the creature can kill the mage and escape with him. Ignoring that desperation, the mage demands the experiment logs, reasoning that the facility must contain records. He threatens to kill the professor's child on the spot if the logs are not handed over. Cornered, the professor agrees, hoping that another mage might appreciate his work enough to spare him. He offers the blood-stained logs, convinced they will prove the value of his cruel research. The mage opens the book and begins reading with detached interest. Almost immediately, he decides the logs are not useful enough to keep. The professor is horrified that the one thing he offered for mercy is being dismissed. The mage admits the research has enormous biological value, rivaling even the Bohemian Magic Tower if ethics are ignored, but he rejects it anyway because it does not fit his own path. He adds that the terrorist plan hidden at the end of the logs may still be worth selling, which makes the professor panic. As he flips through the pages, a separate clue catches his eye. He considers pressing the professor about arc and gluttony, then abandons the question when he senses time running short. Realizing Jason is approaching, he decides to end the matter before complications arrive. He prepares to erase the evidence and disappear, despite the professor's desperate pleas for another chance. A burst of fire answers those pleas and consumes the professor and his work. The laboratory is left burning as the mage calmly walks away from the execution. Jason arrives moments later, worried for Asher after his own fight. Asher confirms he is safe and checks whether Jason survived the assassin as well. Jason boasts that he landed a strong hit and implies the assassin must be worse off than he is. Asher reads the evasive answer correctly and realizes the assassin escaped. While reviewing the remaining pages, he discovers a map hidden among the documents. He identifies the terrain as being near Martes and casually asks Jason about the fire behind them. The red mark on the map stands out as a likely destination or secret site. A sudden headache and weakness interrupt his thoughts. He recognizes the symptoms as mana exhaustion and wonders if he overused himself in the battle. Deciding the answer can wait, he chooses to return for now. A few days later, Martes appears calm again after the professor's plot is exposed. The mayor, enraged by the confirmed conspiracy and underground passage, puts the knights on high alert. The city strengthens its anti-terror measures and seals the passage, but Asher has already moved on to other priorities. What matters to him now is accelerating his own growth through mana circuit expansion stimulants. By pushing those stimulants to his body's limit, he compresses years of normal mage development into mere weeks. The brutal regimen leaves him drenched and exhausted, but still pressing forward. When the training pays off, he reaches mid-rank 3 in Verdun's elemental magic system and immediately sets his sights on the next stage. Elsewhere, a candlelit chamber introduces another hidden player watching events from the shadows. This man hears that the professor is dead and treats the news as a convenience rather than a loss. He had already planned to dispose of the professor eventually, so the death only removes a nuisance. Learning that Asher killed him, the shadowy figure decides he now needs to meet Asher personally. Back in Martes, Asher continues training at the Knight's grounds. He practices staff combat, trying to compensate for his lack of sword compatibility. Following the map's clue, he investigates the marked location and finds an abandoned research lab. The site lies hidden in the forest outside Martes, beneath a giant tree and protected by a concealed mechanism. Inside, the place is empty of meaningful life, but Asher does recover a few remnants. Among them are a tooth-shaped seal mentioned in the doctor's journal and durable leather from a mock bat. He still learns nothing about arc or gluttony, though onlookers continue to underestimate him as an eccentric staff-using mage. Even so, he counts the mock bat leather and the disaster he prevented as enough to justify the trip. Soon after, a knight informs him that the mayor wants to see him. The mayor personally thanks Asher and acknowledges that the city owes him a major debt. He explains that the documents Asher uncovered allowed the authorities to capture the remaining conspirators hiding in Martes. Unfortunately, those captured followers were merely greedy madmen and provided no deeper intelligence. The mayor also apologizes for keeping Asher's achievement quiet, but Asher accepts the decision as necessary to avoid public panic. Privately, Asher knows that if he wants money and experience as a mage, he must build a strong reputation. He reasons that being known as the mage who saved Martes should open more profitable opportunities in the future. The mayor then leads him somewhere else, revealing he had another reason for keeping the matter discreet. He brings Asher to a secure vault where the city stores valuable magical goods bought by the government, or seized from criminals. The mayor presents the magical item vault as Asher's reward. He offers Asher one item of his choice, and Asher immediately recognizes that this compensation may be more valuable than public praise. The mayor begins showing off the collection, starting with famous mithril swords prized for mana and aura infusion. The vault also contains high-grade armor, shields, and magical artifacts of many kinds. Asher reflects that reputation can be earned later, but chances to obtain rare magic items are much rarer. Since he can appraise items himself, he asks for permission to inspect them properly, and the mayor agrees with amused curiosity. One staff offers only minor casting speed and tiny earth mana savings, so it fails to impress him. A magic cape with minor resistances is decent, but still inferior to what he already has. A recovery ring also proves too modest to justify replacing his current equipment. He considers taking the mithril sword just to sell it later, until another item catches his attention. A strange green ring stands out, and he asks what it is. His appraisal cannot identify it as a magical item at all, which makes it even more suspicious. The mayor tells him not to rush, but Asher keeps turning the mystery ring over in his mind. He asks for more time and continues examining the vault. Hours pass as he keeps searching through the collection into evening. The mayor grows impatient but also impressed by how carefully Asher evaluates every option. At last Asher chooses a necklace of protection that automatically deploys a mana barrier. The mayor warns that the necklace may waste more mana than casting a barrier directly, but Asher accepts the trade-off. Even after agreeing, the mayor feels that reward alone is too meager for what Asher accomplished. Remembering the ring Asher noticed earlier, he decides to give that to him as an extra gift. Asher is surprised to receive a second item, but the mayor insists that the hero of Martes deserves it. When asked whether he plans to leave, Asher says he intends to stay because there is still something he absolutely must do. That unresolved business leads to the Byron Territory mine. There, miners continue their routine work, unaware that the ground is hiding something unnatural. One miner notices an odd object emerging from the earth and hesitates. He is horrified to realize it is a human skull. The others dismiss his fear at first, but he insists something is wrong because the remains are far too intact for the surrounding rock. Even after being kicked aside, the skull remains unnervingly whole, as if protected by some force. The foreman orders everyone back to work and tries to brush the incident off. The terrified miner keeps warning that something is behind them, but no one takes him seriously in time. When the foreman finally turns, a floating skull wreathed in dark energy is already staring at him. That skull rapidly reconstructs itself into a glowing-eyed undead skeleton. The mine erupts into slaughter as the workers are told to flee, but the undead attacks before they can escape. Bodies fall across the tunnels as the massacre spreads. Rumors soon spread that undead have appeared in the Byron mine. Because the enemy cannot be killed normally, the entire territory is thrown into emergency alert. As survivors' accounts circulate, fear steadily consumes the region. News of the Byron tragedy eventually reaches Martes as well. A messenger from Byron finally arrives to report the disaster formally. By the time the story reaches Verdun, even distant observers begin reacting to how quickly events are escalating. Meanwhile, Asher trains with Iris and learns enchantment magic, practicing how to move and maintain enhanced spells efficiently. A full month passes while he continues refining his power. By then, the professor's defeat is already old news, but its consequences are still spreading outward. During that month, Asher's studies with Iris expand into practical enchantment combat. He puts that training to use immediately, layering strength, reaction speed, and sensory enhancement as he closes in on an orc. Asher opens the fight by raising a barrier enchantment over himself while closing in on an orc. He immediately follows by focusing mana through his body and staff, cutting the orc down in real combat with practiced precision. Iris is stunned that a mage has defeated an orc barehanded in only 13 seconds. Even while catching his breath, Asher leaves Iris wondering what he is incapable of. Asher credits Iris for his progress, insisting her lessons on enchantment magic made this possible. He reminds her that the original books were destroyed and that without her guidance he never could have learned enchantment magic at all. His humility and talent only deepen Iris's admiration, and she starts wondering why someone this impressive shows no interest in romance. Her thoughts slip out awkwardly, and Asher's blunt reply makes her panic that he misunderstood her completely. As he walks off, Asher tells her to keep those thoughts to herself, while Iris desperately insists it was not what it sounded like. The misunderstanding follows them all the way back to the guild hall, where Iris keeps trying to clear it up. Before that can go further, Asher is formally greeted and realizes someone important has come to see him. The visitor is Oscar, the guild master of Martes, and he has come with a request. Asher recognizes Oscar as the man who oversaw the investigation when he was falsely accused, and he quickly guesses this visit concerns a new crisis. He concludes that overwhelming hordes of undead have appeared in the mines near Viren, close to the Martes border, and outside help is needed. Fear of curses and disease from the undead has made ordinary adventurers unwilling to take the job. With no volunteers stepping forward, the situation has become desperate. Oscar sought Asher out after hearing he had recently stopped a terrorist attack, hoping that reputation meant he could handle this mission. Asher admits he would normally refuse, but after spending much of his bounty and wanting more fame, he accepted. His unusual reputation spreads through the guild, with people gossiping that this mage has even been training for close combat. Iris asks if he has heard the strange rumors about himself, but Asher brushes them off while revealing he already knew. He is more surprised that Iris's whole party is joining the expedition and asks if she is not afraid of the undead. Iris confidently says Academy graduates like her are not troubled by rumors of curses from the undead. She cheerfully explains that their group will stay in the rear as support, making this a chance to earn achievements without real frontline danger. Asher reacts with a faintly amused look at how shamelessly practical that reasoning is. Even so, Iris hopes the expedition really will be the easy opportunity she expects. A full day passes after the expedition sets out toward Viren. During the journey, the others notice Asher has been using flight continuously since the day before and seems to be deliberately keeping some distance from them. That distance makes one party member ask Iris what exactly her relationship with Asher is. Flustered, Iris awkwardly describes him as something like a senior to her. She explains that he once appeared during a deadly mission and saved her party, which is how they became close. That story catches Asher's attention more than he lets on. When someone assumes they must be alumni of the same academy, Iris only gets more flustered trying to explain he was more like a teacher. The conversation is cut short when Asher suddenly reports an undead horde ahead and warns that Viren residents are being chased. He immediately decides to fly ahead alone and support the civilians before the rest can catch up. Seeing the size of the horde, Asher realizes this is the perfect chance to test the power he has spent a month developing. He prepares the result of all his recent work in enchantment magic and the special tool he has been building toward. That tool is a rare grimoire stolen from the Magic Tower, an item that amplifies a mage's power even if they cannot fully use its contents. Because most grimoires are already bound to other users, Asher values this unregistered elemental grimoire all the more after engraving a difficult connection circle into it. Now facing his first true field test since completing that bond, he activates geography manipulation. Asher unleashes the spell at full scale, eager to measure exactly how much stronger the grimoire has made him. The ground erupts beneath the undead, terrifying the civilians who have no idea what is happening. Asher calmly controls the spell with his hand, treating the battlefield like something he can reshape at will. Massive stone pillars and upheavals crush the horde from below, scattering bones across the field. Without pausing, he chains a second spell into the first through double casting. He follows the earth attack with a descending fire blast that engulfs the undead in a single sweeping strike. The skeletons are caught in the flames before they can recover from the first attack. What remains of the horde is burned apart as the combined assault finishes them off. The survivors and escorts can hardly believe that after maintaining flight for so long, Asher still has enough mana to cast magic on this scale. Asher lands and begins analyzing the result rather than celebrating it. He concludes that the grimoire's boost, combined with his altered body and vast mana reserves, has amplified geography manipulation far beyond what he expected. Satisfied, he realizes the month he invested in enchantment and preparation has paid off. Watching from afar, Iris concludes that power is already beyond what any ordinary third-tier mage should possess. But while everyone is distracted by Asher's display, Iris senses danger too late. A surviving undead suddenly appears behind her and nearly strikes her down. A huge axe-wielding man cuts in first, saving her by cleaving the attacker apart in one swing. Iris and the others turn to see Asher in the distance, and the new arrival much closer, realizing someone else intervened. The stranger's pendant identifies him to those who know the symbol, and alarm spreads immediately. One veteran recognizes the newcomer as a gigantic platinum rank axe user and fears the worst. The man himself is annoyed by the silence, and demands to know what happened to his prey. He reveals himself as Galliarch the Butcher and makes clear he had come to hunt the undead personally. Iris, still shaken, explains that if he means the undead, they have already all been killed. Galliarch is baffled that dozens of undead could have been wiped out so completely. He quickly pieces together that a large horde was reported far from the source, yet these people claim it was eliminated without casualties. His suspicion settles on Asher, as the only person likely to have done it. Galliarch steps forward, deciding to confront the gray-haired mage directly. He bluntly asks Asher whether the destruction of the horde was his work. Asher gives an equally blunt answer and refuses to act apologetic about it. That only angers Galliarch more, because he had been hired to hunt those undead and sees Asher as someone who stole his job. He turns the grievance into a threat and demands compensation for interfering with his work. Asher does not back down, and the two men square off as Galliarch promises to collect an equivalent price. Rather than retreat, Asher coolly wonders what kind of payment Galliarch thinks he can actually force from him. Galliarch notices Asher widening the distance, and assumes the mage is finally taking the fight seriously. Asher, however, is simply incredulous that this violent brute truly intends to challenge him. Galliarch grins at the prospect, thrilled by the idea of a real fight. The others panic and warn Asher that fighting the butcher is reckless, while Iris asks just how dangerous this man really is. They explain that Galliarch is infamous not only for overwhelming strength but for a violent temper so extreme he once crippled a knight during a drunken rampage. Iris is horrified that someone guilty of such a crime was never properly punished. Galliarch's own mage confirms the ugly truth and says the guild tolerates him because they need his strength. He adds that the guild does not apply ordinary rules to someone of Galliarch's platinum rank. Even so, Galiarch's companions decide it would be wiser not to escalate the conflict here if both groups are heading to Viren anyway. His mage tries to calm him by suggesting the others are simply responding to Viren's request, not deliberately insulting him. Galiarch rejects restraint and casually suggests they could kill the entire group and blame it on an undead ambush. His mage then turns to Asher directly, challenging the confidence he sees in him. To prove his side's superiority, he releases magic pressure over the area and tries to force Asher into submission. Asher immediately judges the technique for what it is, a crude release of raw mana that sounds impressive but is only mid-third tier at best. He recognizes it as a combat use of mana pressure, useful against weaker opponents, but not remotely enough to threaten him. Then Asher decides to answer in kind. Galiarch's mage is instantly overwhelmed and collapses, unable to withstand Asher's superior mana. The onlookers are shocked that Asher not only ignored the pressure but broke through it, and knocked out a capable mage in one move. That display forces Galiarch to revise his judgment, and admit this mage is stronger than expected. When asked his name, Asher gives it plainly. Galiarch accepts the answer with a grin and promises they will meet again in Viren. The confrontation with Galiarch's party ends sooner than anyone expected, but the threat between them remains unresolved. By the time the Martes dispatch team finally reaches Viren with the rescued survivors and supplies, the delay has already cost them time. Asher understands that by crossing Galiarch, he has made powerful enemies before the real mission has even begun. At Viren, the local Lord Farnad van Viren formally thanks the expedition for answering his call. He immediately orders the assembled troops to move on the Viren mines. The Lewis Order joins the operation, and the mission is declared a full extermination of the undead army that appeared there. Galiarch's platinum rank party is assigned as part of the force, with the command that no lives are to be lost. The Martes dispatch team is then ordered to set out as well. As they move, Galiarch deliberately keeps pace near Asher instead of separating from him. He teases Asher for looking tense, clearly enjoying the discomfort he causes. Asher refuses to be baited into a fight, but he warns his own side to stay focused because the real battle is already underway. At the mines, the scale of the undead force becomes visible at once, confirming that the main engagement has begun. Heavy weapons and blunt force are brought forward as the front line braces for impact. Commanders instruct the troops that physical undead must be destroyed through the head if they are to stay down. They further warn that strikes to the torso are useless because the undead regenerate, while clerics and mages are ordered to support from the rear. Before the formation can settle, a massive blood golem erupts onto the battlefield and throws the line into confusion. The commanders realize ordinary blades cannot bring the creature down and order an immediate retreat from its reach. Galiarch ignores the caution and launches himself straight at the monster. He treats the blood golem as nothing more than a warm-up target. With obvious delight, he dives in to test himself against it. His first impact tears into the golem with explosive force. The creature's body distorts and splashes apart under the blow. Galiarch then rips through it completely, overpowering the monster with raw physical strength. The observers are left stunned that he destroyed the blood golem in a single strike and immediately wonder what he plans next. Instead of stopping there, Galiarch grabs a chunk of the golem's remains as if it were a weapon. To everyone's horror, he hurls the blood mass away with no concern for where it might land. The projectile crashes near Asher, splattering apart at his feet. Asher takes the insult for what it is and coldly notes how rude that was. Galiarch openly mocks him, demanding to know whether the power Asher showed before was real or just for display. He waits atop the battlefield debris, eager to see whether Asher will finally answer the challenge. Asher responds by using terrain manipulation to raise a wall of earth and stone between them. Without hesitation, he layers a fire spell on top of it. The newly raised terrain erupts into a blazing barrier and attack zone at once. Iris is alarmed that Asher has just chained large-scale spells back-to-back in an instant. Rather than being intimidated, Galiarch is thrilled to discover that Asher's calm exterior hides a vicious edge. That only makes him like Asher more as an opponent. Asher assumes the brute has finally been caught in the blast and dismisses him for a moment. But Galiarch bursts through the chaos laughing and turns the whole battle into a contest, declaring that whoever kills the most undead wins. His provocation transforms the advance into a race, and the subjugation force reaches the Viren mines with fewer losses than expected because both sides keep crushing undead at a furious pace. Once inside the mine, the cramped tunnels force the army to leave most of the force behind and send only a selected group deeper in. Galiarch praises Asher's performance in his own overbearing way, but Asher refuses to treat him like an ally. Galiarch insists that fighting on the same battlefield makes them comrades, while his mage Goad bitterly resents the interest Galiarch keeps showing Asher. Goad cannot stop thinking about how Asher shrugged off his mana pressure and what that implies. He recalls that he once considered his own mana pressure a success. Now he is forced to admit that Asher is on an entirely different level. In his mind, he relives the moment Asher instantly suppressed him with superior mana and realizes he had no chance at all. That memory convinces Goad that Asher is definitely hiding far more power than his official third-tier rank suggests. Unable to accept it gracefully, he can only curse Asher in private. Deeper in the mine, the group is told that the Viren garrison will hold the entrance while the chosen team proceeds onward. The strike team advances into the tunnels under a tense farewell, with Galiarch's party and Asher's group now forced to move together. Asher notices that the vanguard is being led by Nirian, the ranger from Galiarch's party. Watching her detect and eliminate threats with precise surprise attacks, he judges that she fully deserves her gold rank standing. He also realizes that every member of the party is performing their role efficiently, showing him the real strength of coordinated party play. Even while acknowledging that, Asher cannot shake a growing sense that something is wrong. A strange unease settles over him as ominous mana drifts through the tunnel ahead. When the path appears to end, the group prepares to stop and reassess their route. Asher considers using mana detection to scan the entire mine, but hesitates because doing so might alert a nearby lich if one is present. As he weighs the risk of exposing them against the need to protect everyone, Iris notices his tension and asks what is wrong. As they advance through the mine, the butcher notices Asher's tension and guesses he has sensed the same deadly presence. The butcher confirms he also feels a powerful undead nearby, and what began as a casual outing suddenly becomes something worth hunting. Iris is alarmed by the warning, while Asher reluctantly accepts the butcher's instincts and orders her to stay close once the fight starts. Pressed for answers, Asher admits he still cannot identify what is waiting ahead. Before they can proceed carefully, scouts report light shining from deeper inside the mine and rush toward it despite the danger. Asher catches up with Rox's group and demands to know what caused the commotion. Rox explains they were searching for additional tunnels when they found something unexpected. He points out a passage where light is clearly coming from the far end. That revelation unsettles Asher, because the mine should have had no exit besides the one they used. The impossible light forces everyone to realize this underground space is not what it first seemed. The soldiers stare upward in disbelief as the hidden chamber opens before them. The party regroups, with the butcher instinctively taking the front as they face the unknown together. What they find is not a mine at all but a vast tomb filled with bones, with a seated skeletal knight at its center. Someone recognizes the crest on the undead knight as the royal emblem of Estria, turning the discovery into a political mystery as well as a threat. Asher recalls that he is hiding his true background while operating in the Riviant Duchy, where such knowledge could be dangerous. Since Riviant broke away from Estria, signs of Estrian royalty appearing here in Viren make no sense on the surface. The contradiction shakes the group, and Asher begins to suspect the place has been misidentified from the start. Verdun is especially rattled because this crucial detail never appeared in his scouting, threatening the competence he prides himself on. Humiliated by yet another failure, Verdun becomes desperate to redeem himself. The butcher cuts through the uncertainty and argues that whatever the truth is, killing the undead matters more than solving the mystery first. Verdun seizes on that opening and insists he should handle the threat himself. He tries to sideline Asher by claiming the undead is beneath him, and that he can deal with it alone. To support that plan, the clerics begin a purification ritual meant to weaken the undead before it fully awakens. Asher reasons that if the enemy is a night-type undead, purification should soften it enough for the group to finish it with limited losses. The holy energy reaches the skeletal knight, but instead of collapsing, it only stirs in ominous silence. Verdun follows with earth magic, dropping massive stone strikes onto the target to crush it before it can react. The undead answers by opening blazing red eyes, proving the ambush failed. Asher instantly realizes the situation has become far more dangerous. The skeletal knight lunges with terrifying speed, bypassing the group's expectations in a single burst. Verdun barely comprehends the attack before it is already on him. He freezes as the undead closes the gap faster than he can defend himself. The butcher intercepts the strike at the last moment, dragging the attack away from Verdun and saving his life. That sudden movement proves this is no ordinary undead, and the group starts comparing it to far deadlier classes. Asher identifies it more precisely as a Wailing Knight, a rare commander-type undead rather than a Death Knight. He warns that its individual strength is not the real problem. The true danger is that a Wailing Knight can command other undead, meaning the tomb itself may become its army. With the threat understood, Asher immediately shifts from analysis to battle planning. He declares that the Wailing Knight must be taken down before it can fully exploit its advantage. To counter the enemy's numbers, Asher decides to reshape the battlefield itself. Iris watches in shock as he begins casting on a scale larger than she expected. The ground starts shaking violently as Asher's spell tears through the chamber. The butcher quickly suspects Asher is also trying to monopolize the main target for himself. Asher dismisses the complaint and points out that once the battlefield opens, there will be plenty of enemies for everyone. The butcher accepts the logic, though not without irritation. As the terrain breaks apart, the rest of the party is thrown into separate sections while the tomb begins releasing more threats. The butcher is left facing newly risen skeletons with the clerics behind him, while Asher isolates himself with the Wailing Knight. Asher and the Wailing Knight end up on opposite sides of the fractured chamber, setting up a direct duel. The undead fully reveals itself as the Wailing Knight and prepares to fight in earnest. It draws its massive blade and advances with predatory confidence. The Wailing Knight attacks first, rushing Asher with overwhelming speed. Asher stays calm and reads the charge instead of panicking. He answers with a barrage of flaming arrows, using fire to exploit the natural weakness of undead. Asher reminds himself that holy and fire are both effective against the undead, so a layered elemental assault should work. When the flames engulf the knight, it refuses to fall and instead seems to draw out even more power. Asher escalates with double casting, multiplying the pressure before the enemy can recover. He follows with a heatwave barrage to keep the Wailing Knight pinned under continuous fire. Even under that bombardment, the undead pushes through the flames and keeps advancing. Seeing an opening, Asher tries to convert the barrage into a killing blow. He drives a concentrated fire spear straight into the knight's torso. The attack punches a hole through its chest, but the damage is far less decisive than it should have been. The Wailing Knight retaliates immediately with a brutal sword swing that sends Asher reeling. Asher realizes in alarm that even a direct fire spear failed to cripple it, and that blocking its counterattacks is draining him dangerously fast. He understands that one bad defense could break his mana shield and leave him helpless for the next strike. To buy space, Asher switches to Wind and Ice, using a freezing gust to slow the enemy's movement. He layers the spell through double casting, trying to immobilize the knight completely. The Wailing Knight is encased in ice, giving Asher a brief moment to think. Knowing fire alone is not enough, Asher decides to crush it with sheer physical force. He summons multiple massive earth spears and hurls them in a triple throw to smash the frozen target. Asher commits to the finishing strike, but the Wailing Knight resists with a stubborn will to keep fighting. A violent red surge erupts from the knight and blows back the earth spears before they can finish it. Asher is stunned that the earth attack was deflected at all. Worse, the Wailing Knight's form changes as black armor-like energy wraps around its body and amplifies it. At the same time, Asher's own condition worsens as his mana runs low at the worst possible moment. He realizes that if the fight continues at this pace, he will be the one taken down first. Asher loses footing on the broken terrain and is forced into a vulnerable retreat. The collapsing stone around him shows how unstable the battlefield has become for everyone. Elsewhere, the butcher keeps battling through the chaos, refusing to be buried or overwhelmed. Bleeding and exhilarated, he becomes obsessed with claiming the main prey for himself. The chamber floor is now lined with jagged stone, turning the whole tomb into a killing field. Amid the shattered bones and rubble, the scale of the destruction keeps escalating. One of the soldiers reflects that surviving even this far against multiple Lich-class threats would have been impossible without a top-rank mage like Nirian. Verdun tries to recover his dignity by praising the others, but his words sound hollow after his earlier failures. Iris worries about the rest of the separated party, and whether anyone else is still alive. Another companion forces the focus back to survival, insisting escape matters more than worry right now. They realize there is no ordinary way out, and if Asher falls, everyone trapped in the chamber may die with him. Before they can settle on a plan, the ground shifts again. More debris crashes down, making the tomb even more unstable. The butcher finally reaches the transformed Wailing Knight and crashes into it head-on. He drives forward with raw force, choosing close combat over caution despite his injuries. The black-armored Wailing Knight answers with a storm of savage blows, proving its new form is far more dangerous. The butcher endures the exchange at point-blank range instead of backing off. The undead brings its massive sword around again, trying to cut him down outright. Even wounded, the butcher catches hold of the enemy and refuses to let it dictate the fight. A holy binding descends from above and pins the Wailing Knight in place for a moment, giving the butcher support at last. Using that opening, he braces himself and prepares to force the enemy into position. Asher arrives back in the fight, protected by blue energy, and the butcher immediately recognizes that help has returned. The butcher is shocked Asher can still move at all, but he also taunts him for not staying down longer. Asher ignores the banter and demands a practical assessment of the enemy, while the butcher admits it is far tougher than expected and enjoys the challenge. Asher takes command again, telling the butcher to hold the front and line up the target for him. The butcher leaps high above the Wailing Knight, preparing a crushing descent. He slams down with overwhelming force, using pure destruction to drive the enemy into the ground. The impact carries all his weight and momentum into the strike. His blow lands squarely and caves the Wailing Knight inward. The enemy's red-black aura lashes out wildly from the impact point. That backlash stirs the surrounding undead, threatening to turn the whole chamber against the butcher. Asher detonates mana around the area to blast the lesser undead back and keep the butcher from being swarmed. The Wailing Knight still refuses to die and surges back into motion. Its counterattack sweeps out in a broad arc that tears through the battlefield again. Seeing the danger, the butcher orders Asher to get out of the way. Asher instead drops a massive fire strike into the center of the clash, detonating the area around them. The butcher can only curse Asher's recklessness as the explosion engulfs everything nearby. The blast leaves him sprawled on the ground, singed and bleeding but still conscious. Through the flames, the Wailing Knight charges Asher again instead of collapsing. It closes the distance so fast that Asher is nearly caught before he can react. For the first time, Asher looks genuinely shaken by how relentless it has become. Then his protective necklace flares, reminding him of the safeguard he prepared earlier. The necklace's barrier intercepts the attack in a burst of light and buys him a narrow reprieve. Asher recalls the warning that relying on the necklace would consume more mana than casting barriers himself, meaning this protection comes at a dangerous cost. He realizes the necklace saved him from immediate backlash, but only by spending reserves he can barely spare. Now his mana is nearly exhausted and his left shoulder has been dislocated by the accumulated impacts. Asher concludes that the black armor is the real problem, because it transformed the Wailing Knight just before defeat and made it vastly stronger. He understands that unless that armor is broken, the fight will keep slipping away from them. From the edges of the chamber, holy restraints begin lashing toward the Wailing Knight to support the front line. The clerics commit themselves and join the battle directly, trying to bind the empowered undead in place. Even the veterans are horrified, because no record they know describes a Wailing Knight taking on this kind of black armored form. The butcher, badly hurt, warns the clerics to brace themselves for what comes next. When the Wailing Knight surges, the clerics are nearly dragged with it, and the butcher realizes the bindings alone will not hold. He snaps at them to hold tighter, refusing to let their support collapse now. Verdun watches from the side and orders everyone to prepare to restrain the knight again. But instead of helping directly, he sees the distraction as his chance to steal the victory and restore his reputation. Determined to prove himself, Verdun launches another earth spear at the Wailing Knight from behind. The empowered undead senses the attack and turns before it lands. Verdun is caught off guard when the counter comes for him instead. Both the butcher and Asher realize the danger at the same instant. The butcher abandons his own position and hurls himself across the battlefield to intercept, shouting for Verdun to be healed. The Wailing Knight spins into another lethal strike as the rescue attempt unfolds. The butcher crashes into the enemy again, taking the clash onto himself to keep it away from the others. He plants himself between the Wailing Knight and Asher, forcing the duel back onto his own body. While holding the line, he asks Asher how much longer he needs. He correctly guesses Asher is preparing one decisive spell and demands the real answer instead of excuses. Asher says he only needs a few more seconds. The butcher accepts that without hesitation and readies himself to buy exactly that time. He throws himself forward again and tells Asher to be ready. The Wailing Knight braces under the combined pressure, its black armor and red aura flaring at full intensity. Remembering the earlier fire spear wound, the butcher decides to reopen that exact weak point and orders Asher to fire there. He takes another brutal hit to the side as he forces the enemy into position, sacrificing his own body to create the shot. Even while coughing blood, he refuses to yield and keeps the opening alive. With a final roar, he drives his attack through the damaged spot and demands the corpse stay down. The black armor finally ruptures at the pierce point, exposing the hollow core beneath. Seeing the armor break, the butcher realizes their gamble succeeded and that Asher now has the opening he needed. Asher narrows his focus and searches for a way to end the fight. The undead knight surges again with violent crimson power. Its attack hurls the wounded giant upward and keeps the pressure on the group. The monster turns savagely toward its next target, still overwhelming the battlefield. Asher steps in and claims the enemy for himself, cutting off any attempt to strike Iris. He realizes the hole in the creature's chest still has not regenerated. That weakness gives him a plan if he can concentrate his magic on the exposed core. Convinced he can finish it, he prepares a decisive spell while the monster bears down on him. He unleashes a focused blast to pin the undead knight at range. Even as he attacks, he notices Iris in the distance, and his thoughts jump to her. Seeing her cast, he recognizes that she has finally begun using ice magic. He remembers discovering that Iris had a stronger affinity for ice than she knew, though she was still inexperienced with elemental magic. He recalls her earnest promise to improve so she would not disappoint him, and the praise he gave her for trying. That memory steals him, and he draws strength from what she has achieved. Calling on Flame and the power he gained, Asher commits to victory for their side. In the instant after the battle, his mind is dragged into a memory of a promise to return home no matter what. He remembers facing a brutal battlefield while holding on to that vow. He had believed he would survive and make his way back. He had believed he would return to his homeland as well. But the memory turns bitter as he recalls that everything went wrong. He remembers pleading before a superior, trying to stop what was about to happen. The man silenced him without sympathy. Instead of being heard, he and his men learned a truth they were never meant to know. That forbidden knowledge led directly to their ruin. He remembers being buried alive and realizing he could never go home again. Even so, the need to return never left him. His thoughts cling to the family waiting for him, especially the child named Lorien. The vision breaks, leaving Asher stunned by the dead man's lingering memories. Iris and a priest lean over him in alarm, relieved to find him conscious. When Asher asks if the subjugation succeeded, the priest confirms the Wailing Knight was defeated and explains that Asher collapsed immediately afterward. The priest suspects the locket Asher was clutching caused it, because it still carries a will similar to the Wailing Knight's. Asher falls silent as the child from the memory lingers in his mind. The priest urges him to surrender the locket before it harms him further. Asher refuses and decides to keep the locket himself. The priest protests, fearing the consequences. Asher insists he can handle it, and ends the argument. The giant warrior wakes up joking that such a dangerous relic is a surprisingly modest trophy. Asher ignores the joke and asks first whether God survived, and is told the emergency treatment saved him. Satisfied that God lived, Asher rises despite everyone's concern. With the battle over, the group agrees it is time to leave the mine behind. Word spreads that the undead commander in the Viren mine has finally been destroyed. The local lord is horrified by the incident, and orders the aftermath contained at once. Fortunately, everyone who entered the mine survives, though many are left bedridden. Asher remains unsettled by the dead knight's memories and what they revealed. Still, he recognizes that the ordeal has made him stronger. He concludes that real combat develops him faster than the tower ever did. Even at rank 3, His boosted mana and deeper bond with his grimoire now let him cast spells on the level of rank 4 mages. Yet despite that growth, he still feels painfully far from the man he truly wants to reach. He resolves that if he keeps moving forward, he will reach that level someday. Everything he has endured and completed has been for that single goal. With that resolve, the mine incident finally comes to a close. The priests of the Lewis Order stay behind to keep watch over the mine. The adventurers and survivors begin returning to their own territories and lives. Asher prepares to leave as well, drawing notice from the giant warrior beside him. The giant guesses Asher is not planning to become a normal adventurer or mercenary, and asks whether he intends to head into Grey instead. When Asher admits he has never even heard of Grey, the giant mocks how naive his plan for making money has been. Asher brushes off the insult, and the giant laughs at how sheltered he still is. He explains that Grey is an underworld network of information brokers who trade secrets and connect dangerous requests to capable fighters. They do not just sell information but also act as middlemen for commissions. That catches Asher's attention because it offers both money and access to hidden knowledge. The giant tells him many people seek wealth and fame through Grey without being bound by official rules. When Asher asks why he is being told this, the giant answers as if it is obvious. Having nearly died together, the giant considers them comrades, even if Asher refuses the label. Asher thinks through the idea and realizes that dangerous requests would also mean strong opponents and faster growth. That makes Grey sound like exactly the kind of path he needs. Before he can decide further, Iris calls out that their carriage is about to depart. She asks whether he is coming with them, still thinking about how she wants to learn more elemental magic once she returns home. When Asher remains standing apart, she worries he is planning to travel alone while still injured. Instead of explaining everything, Asher simply thanks her for the enchantment magic that helped him. He encourages her to keep training her elemental magic the way she has been. Then he gently tells her he has somewhere else he must go. Asher reflects that from the beginning their meeting had been sudden and temporary. He had learned much from Iris, including theories and elemental techniques the Academy never taught him. Even so, he had not expected their parting to come this soon. Iris realizes she has no right to stop him and can only reach out. So she settles for asking him to meet her again someday. She silently promises herself that by then she will have grown. Through tears, Iris vows to become someone Asher can truly be proud of before they meet again. Elsewhere, a red-haired mage rages through a blazing battlefield, demanding answers from a captured enemy. She presses him to explain why Black Hour targeted the Bohemian Magic Tower. The narration identifies Black Hour as a group that abandoned orthodox magic. Yet despite fighting them, no one has uncovered the real motive behind the tower assault. The red-haired mage begins to suspect that the lower-ranking members may genuinely know nothing about the truth. Her thoughts turn to Verdun, whose memory still drives her. That memory hardens her resolve rather than easing her anger. A man named Aniclimax, third apprentice of Valdek, appears and praises her destructive power. He notes with amusement that a mere rank 2 spell from her carried extraordinary force. He attributes that to the difference made by people born with special traits. Lucid reminds her that he had intended to handle this matter alone, but she refused to stay out of it. He reveals his real motive for protecting her. He sees her as someone with the potential to become Valdek's fourth apprentice. She counters by attacking his pride instead, bringing up the long-delayed theory of multi-continuity. She taunts him with the question of whether his talent can still create the same impact it did 7 years ago. Lucid dismisses the old rumors and insists the famous thesis was recognized as his own work. When she accuses him of jealousy, he answers by mocking how little he has achieved despite his supposed brilliance. He sneers that in 7 years he has only managed to reach rank 4. Then he withdraws, leaving the confrontation unresolved for now. Once alone, Lucid seethes over her defiance. He convinces himself her accusations are nonsense dredged up from the past. Inwardly, however, he admits the truth that Verdun is dead and can no longer expose that he stole the thesis. He reassures himself that eliminating a rank 3 nuisance would be easy if he chose to. But he restrains that impulse because acting rashly could cost him the Tower Master's favor. Instead, he decides to preserve his reputation, climb to rank 5, and remove her later when it is safer. Certain that time favors him, he leaves with renewed ambition. Meanwhile, following the giant's recommendation, Asher travels to Gray's network and reaches the industrial city of Cohen. He learns that Cohen's prosperity and order draw workers from everywhere. But that same prosperity has created a brutal divide, and its slums are infamous for misery. Asher heads into those slums because that is where the broker he seeks can be found. The poverty shocks even him, though he notes the place is at least cleaner than he expected. He keeps his guard up as he searches for the hidden entrance. A marked building confirms he has found the Arrowhead of Pale, one of Gray's fronts in Cohen. Inside, the place looks ordinary enough to hide its real purpose. The keeper first tries to turn him away, but the mention of the butcher's recommendation changes everything. After confirming Asher's name, the man accepts him as an expected guest. Using the butcher's credit as proof, he skips formalities and directs Asher through a hidden underground passage. He warns Asher not to cause trouble unless he wants both of them dragged into it. Asher descends deeper into the concealed network. The underground route feels more like a warehouse than a secret guild hall. A hooded guide silently takes over and leads him onward. The passage opens into a tavern hidden behind the false front. Asher quickly sizes up the armed people inside and realizes they are all here to buy work or information. His guide leaves him there, saying this is as far as the escort goes. Following the instructions, Asher waits at the front counter for whoever truly runs the place. A voice greets him by name before he can react. The broker introduces himself as Pale, the information broker for the southern Grey region of the Rivian Duchy. Pale invites Asher to sit and begin business. He reveals that Asher's actions since arriving in Pi territory have already made him noteworthy. That reminder puts Asher on edge, because it means Grey has been tracking him closely. Pale confirms it without apology, explaining that information itself is power. When Pale asks whether Asher wants a commission or information, Asher answers that he needs both. Pale agrees, but explains that both jobs and secrets are restricted by a strict grade system. Asher immediately understands that this means the information he wants is still out of reach. Pale explains that information has value in danger, so Grey measures every client by trustworthiness and ability. For that reason, no one is exempt from the grading rules. Asher concludes he will need to earn money and raise his grade before he can learn about the treasures stolen from the Magic Tower. He asks whether he can choose his own commission, and Pale says yes after a preliminary evaluation. Pale presents a survey and downplays it as a mere formality. After reading Asher's responses, Pale judges that he is better suited to the life of an adventurer than a mercenary. On that basis, Pale says he has a commission that fits Asher perfectly. The job is simple in principle: hunt down a dangerous creature. When Asher wonders whether it involves demi-humans, Pale clarifies that this request does not. Instead, Pale finally reveals the target. The commission is to subjugate a monster known as the Roarwolf. Pale explains that this kind of request exists because nations rely on guilds to handle monster damage. If lords monopolized subjugation and kept all materials for themselves, the guild system would collapse. That would only worsen the problem by allowing monsters to multiply unchecked. So except in emergencies, guilds are given priority in monster subjugation. Even so, everyone still wants the most valuable monster parts first. In this case, the Roarwolf's vocal cords are one of those prized materials. Grey's brokers exist to satisfy those private demands by connecting such requests to capable fighters. Asher realizes that by taking commissions through Grey to gain money, rank, and access to hidden truths, he is stepping directly into that world. A quiet day in the mountains is broken by something descending from the sky. In a forest clearing, a young mage stands with two employers and their soldiers beside the corpse of a slain wolf monster. The green-haired broker greets the mage with amused approval, while his older companion studies him more carefully. They praise the result as the wounded Roarwolf lies dying at their feet. The older man pauses, already suspecting the mage is more capable than advertised. Seeing the field littered with dead beasts, he concludes this is no ordinary third-tier mage. He reconstructs the fight and notes that the mage erased the lesser wolves with broad area attacks. He further notes that the Roarwolf itself was handled separately, and with precision. The broker points out that the mage deliberately took his time finishing the target. He realizes the mage preserved the monster's vocal cords intact for collection. The older man is impressed that the delivery came 2 days early and in top condition. The broker is delighted by the quality of the goods. He adds that he also obtained an excellent arrowhead from the hunt. The story shifts to the city of Kohen, where the mage later settles. At a workshop, the craftsman confirms he completed a difficult commission to the mage's satisfaction. The mage decides he has found the right artisan for his needs. After arriving in Kohen, he had the leather from a mobat made into armor. When he presented the rare material, the artisan was stunned but agreed to craft a full custom set. The mage also entrusted him with restoring a damaged ring he had acquired earlier. The artisan explains the ring is magical and far harder to repair than an ordinary item. The mage examines the ring himself with appraisal magic. He confirms the ring is too damaged to reveal its function, but decides to pay for a full magical restoration anyway. He leaves the ring in the artisan's care and expects to return in 2 weeks. While waiting, he keeps taking jobs from Pale and remains in Kohen. Pale supplies the work, and the mage completes it for steady payment. The assignments range from bounty hunting and bandit suppression to slave trader raids and clashes with elite mercenaries. A month later the ring is finally repaired, yet its effect still remains unknown. With no progress from others, the mage decides to investigate the ring himself. On his way out, a little girl suddenly runs into him. He reacts instantly, catching her and even saving the sweets she nearly drops. Her grandmother apologizes, but he brushes it off since no one was hurt. As he tries to leave, the old woman insists on repaying his kindness somehow. She offers to read his fortune, which catches his attention despite his skepticism. The granddaughter eagerly vouches for her grandmother's uncanny accuracy. Reluctantly indulging them, he sits down for the reading. The old woman lays out the cards while he admits he does not really believe in such things. She turns the cards and begins to read. Her reaction falters, and the mage notices immediately that something is wrong. She hides her alarm and tells him only that his fortune is good if he keeps living as he has. He dismisses the vague answer as exactly the kind of thing he expected. Even so, he thanks her and takes his leave. After he is gone, the granddaughter asks what the reading really showed. The old woman hesitates, unwilling to say it aloud. Her unease makes clear the truth was far from reassuring. The cards had shown life, death, and divinity all reversed. Together they signified birth, life, and death thrown out of order. To her, that meant a chaotic existence severed from any destined path. Elsewhere, the mage struggles to repair the ring and realizes chaos offers no future he can clearly read. He resolves to keep trying a little longer before seeking a true expert. The old woman's hidden reading suggests such a man could either vanish without achieving anything or seize everything and dominate the world. In either case, she saw limitless potential in him. She can only pray that his potential will not plunge the world into darkness. That same night, a magical map hidden within the restored ring finally reveals itself. A strange star seems to answer in the heavens. An astrologer elsewhere is baffled by the appearance of a star unlike any he has ever seen. He finds it unreadable, yet powerful enough to alter the fates of other stars. As he studies it, he realizes proper destinies are being erased and impossible ones preserved. Dying and bloodied, he begs the reverse heaven star not to twist his fate. Morning comes over a snow-covered forest. Someone steps through the snow. The mage exhales in relief after surviving the ring's activation. Once he understands the map concealed inside the ring, he leaves Kohen and heads for the Bard Mountains. He keeps his departure secret from Pale because he does not know what awaits at the ring's destination. To avoid being tracked by Gray's informants, he refrains from using magic and travels the long way by road. At last he reaches a village in the Bard Mountains. The village is busy, but several hooded figures stand out among the townsfolk. Since the destination lies in a nearby forest, he decides he will need a local hunter as a guide. As he passes, the hooded strangers quietly take notice of him. One of them remarks that he is worth noticing. A hooded woman is instantly smitten by his looks. She begs to approach him, but her companions are not amused. Their leader shuts her down and reminds everyone that personal whims are forbidden until the mission ends. The group refocuses on their real objective, which is to find and kill a supposed traitor. A nearby man overhears their murderous talk and scolds them for speaking so casually about killing. One of the hooded mages receives an order to deal with the witness. 4 days later, the mage is camped in the forest near the Bard Mountains. After days of searching, he is frustrated that the ring has led him to nothing visible. His guide is exhausted, and even repeated mana detection reveals no hidden structure or presence. He considers tearing the whole area apart to force out whatever is concealed. Then a sudden realization stops him. He notices trees of a different color placed at regular intervals and suspects a deliberate pattern. He is stunned that he missed it despite surveying the forest from above several times. Re-examining the area with that clue in mind, he finally sees the truth. He understands why the destination had remained invisible until now. The entire forest is actually a gigantic concealment magic circle. He identifies the central tree as the core and estimates he can reach it in about an hour. He gathers mana at his fingertips. Confidently, he decides he will break the circle before that hour is up. Elsewhere inside the hidden area, an older man senses something is wrong. He wakes in a secluded study, wondering if he blacked out again. He gulps down a potion to steady himself. Even that medicine is losing effectiveness, but he forces himself to endure. He tells himself the moment for the world to change is near, then realizes someone has entered. Startled, he demands to know who is there and fears Black Hour may have found him. The mage steps into view and denies any connection to Black Hour. He explains that he simply followed the ring to this place. The old man stares at the ring in shock. Recognizing it as Crescent, he is so shaken that he coughs blood. He urgently asks where the mage got that ring, already realizing this visitor is no ordinary wanderer. The mage stays cautious and demands an explanation before trusting him. The old man approves of that caution and agrees to explain. Before anything else, he asks how the mage breached a barrier protected by dozens of trapped entrances, and learns the mage dismantled the magic circle over 4 hours. That answer leaves the old man stunned by the mage's knowledge and skill at such a young age. The mage presses again for the truth about the ring. The old man says the ring is fate itself, the link that brought two strangers together. He reveals that he lost that ring 15 years ago. He introduces himself as Harkin Dazist, a 5th-tier grand mage once revered as a sage and master of alchemy, magic circles, and astrology. Harkin says he once had a single close friend, a 6th-tier mage who proposed founding a magical research society together. That society became Black Hour. What began as a small circle grew into a feared and admired organization of more than 100 members. Their collective power became strong enough to rival even a nation. Yet Harkin insists his friend kept Black Hour devoted to scholarship rather than conquest. That restraint lasted only until his friend was killed. Harkin still cannot accept what happened. He reveals that the killer was Dahit Westroyal, the disciple they had all raised together. Dahit then declared that he would seize control of Black Hour for himself. Because everyone was dazzled by Dahit's genius and 7th-tier potential, they failed to see his ambition until he had already reached 6th-tier power. Dahit and his followers slaughtered or crippled most of the society, and Harkin escaped only after his mana circuits were severed. For 15 years Harkin has lived on revenge alone, waiting for the chance that has now arrived with the mage. The mage concludes that Harkin is not responsible for the crimes Black Hour commits in the present, and Harkin says astrology never showed him this exact future anyway. Harkin explains that after fleeing, he could only wait for the paired rings he left behind to guide the right person to him. According to Crescent, that person is the one fated to save the world from a great evil. The mage immediately asks what price comes with such a burden, and what Harkin can offer in return. Harkin promises that if the mage accepts, he will hand over everything he achieved in his lifetime. The sheer scale of that offer leaves the mage momentarily speechless. Harkin admits that all he truly carries now is hatred for Manhwa Tower, Balrog Veshes, and the enemies who ruined his life. Even so, he asks the mage to choose the world over his personal revenge against Black Hour and the traitors who betrayed him. The mage asks what those accomplishments actually include. Before Harkin can answer, both men sense intruders. The mage realizes they have been found. A voice from the entrance announces that the hunt is over. 3 hooded mages enter, and Harkin panics at the sight of them. Their leader identifies Harkin as Black Hour's traitor. Harkin immediately assumes Dahet has sent them. One of the intruders coldly demands that Harkin show proper respect. Harkin rages that only Dahet himself could have broken through his barrier, and refuses to believe these underlings managed it alone. Their leader explains that Dahet did not come because they tracked Harkin with a mana-detecting artifact. Harkin demands to know why they are after him now after all this time. The mage answers first by revealing that the magic tower has recently fallen. He adds that Manhwa Tower collapsed and countless mages died in an unprecedented disaster. The intruders say someone blamed Black Hour, and now the Tower Master's death squad is hunting them. They claim Dahet believes Harkin's enemies caused it, and that Harkin is one of the main suspects. Harkin explodes at the accusation, insisting that if he had the power to destroy the tower, Dahet would have died long ago. Seeing the situation turn violent, the mage begins triple casting. He unleashes Flame Barrier, Gale, and Ice Spear at once, instantly forcing the attackers back. As the clash begins, he realizes Black Hour and the tower are effectively at war, and that the chaos may create an opening for him. The attackers are surprised to learn Harkin had a disciple at all, but decide it changes nothing and that both men should die. The unhinged woman instead becomes excited by the thought of adding the handsome mage to her collection. The mage moves to meet her charge. She lunges at him in manic delight, declaring that his face would make a perfect addition to her collection. The silver-haired mage immediately judges his enemy's flame wall as a 4th-tier spell and stays calm instead of being intimidated. He crashes through the fiery defense by forcing his way in with layered magic of his own. His opponents realize he can handle advanced attributes at once, combining wind and telekinesis while keeping pressure on them. He quickly sizes up the enemy group as well, estimating the silver-haired leader among them at roughly mid-level 4th rank. One fire mage lunges in with murderous enthusiasm, trying to engulf him at close range. He refuses to meet that attack head-on and answers with Earth's Spear instead. The enemy leader is unsettled that someone whose spells look only mid to high 3rd tier can juggle multiple elements and triple casting so smoothly. What troubles him even more is that his mana intimidation had no effect on the silver-haired mage at all. Their fire specialist is caught off guard when the counterattack pierces through the flames. The silver-haired mage uses the opening to seize control of the fight and force the enemy back. He slams into the fire mage at close quarters, using another opponent as cover while driving the attack through. The enemy leader is shocked that 3rd-tier magic broke a 4th-tier spell and that his own ally was used as a shield in the process. The silver-haired mage follows through mercilessly, pinning the fire mage down before she can recover. He brings his staff down to finish the exchange decisively. The blow lands with enough force to shatter the mage's protection. After dropping one foe, he recognizes the larger problem. They still outnumber him. The surviving fire mage snaps into a rage and swears revenge. She drives another attack into the ground to force him out. Instead, he raises a stone wall, stunning them by using lower-tier terrain manipulation with enough force to counter stronger magic. The enemy leader abandons his original objective and becomes fixated on killing this unknown mage. The silver-haired mage tells the older man with him to hide elsewhere, admitting he cannot keep protecting him while fighting all of them. The old man, bloody but composed, asks a strange question first, whether the young mage knows how to fly. Before the answer matters, another explosion tears through the area. The silver-haired mage shields the old man and carries him through the smoke. He escapes with him into a deep opening in the rock and heads for a safer chamber below. Inside the hidden cavern, the old man coughs and realizes they have reached a concealed refuge. As the old man moves toward a sealed compartment, the narration frames him as someone who broke beyond ordinary magical limits and forged a path of his own. He is identified not just as a scholar, but as a true mage in the fullest sense. From the hidden compartment, he retrieves a carefully preserved item. He offers it to the silver-haired mage, who is startled by the gesture. The old man reveals that the item is tied to Harkin the Archmage, who spent years refining rare herbs with moonlight and starlight. What he presents is a masterpiece potion that took 5,000 days to complete. He explains that drinking it grants an unprecedented attribute and opens a realm no mage has ever reached. He insists there are no harmful side effects, only the chance that an unsuitable fate will simply pass the drinker by. With enemies closing in, he refuses to beg for sympathy and instead urgently asks the young mage to accept the potion. The silver-haired mage takes it as the old man admits he only wants to see how far fate can really be pushed. As the potion's power stirs, the young mage senses a strange new current of magic and decides the old man has no reason to deceive him. The old man stops him from treating this as fate and prepares to correct that belief. The silver-haired mage answers first, declaring that there is no predetermined fate in this world. That conviction leaves the old man staring at him in silence. For Harken, who had spent his life reading destinies, that moment becomes proof that destined fate never truly existed. As that realization settles, he begins one final spell. The silver-haired mage is engulfed in a rising starlit power unlike anything he has known before. The old man recognizes the attribute at once as starlight. He understands that the distortion in fate he had always sensed was standing before him. The young mage's presence finally makes sense to him. He sees the silver-haired mage as the star that defies the heavens. To a man who believed in destiny more than anyone, the one who denies destiny itself has appeared like a reaper. Accepting that revelation, he resolves to entrust everything to this rebel against fate. He casts memory transfer and places his hands on the young mage to pass on all he knows. The transfer erupts in a pillar of blue starlight. The silver-haired mage can only stare as the process overwhelms him. When it ends, he realizes he blacked out briefly and now feels an immense, unfamiliar surge of mana inside himself. He struggles to understand what just happened. The old man, now fading, tells him the transfer succeeded and asks for the young mage's name. The answer begins as Asher, but he stops himself. Instead, he gives the name Verdun. With his last request, the old man asks Verdun to burn his body. Verdun realizes that the old man's entire life of memories and knowledge has been passed down to him in full. Among those memories is the old man's final mission: stop Black Hour for the sake of the world. He removes a ring from the dying man's hand before carrying out the request. Verdun promises that at least this final act he can do. As the flames rise, he understands that the old man's legacy has given him the means to act. Drawing on that inheritance, Verdun invokes a fourth circle elemental spell. Above the crater, the surviving Black Hour members search in vain, finding no trace of either Harken or the young mage. Even their tracking compass has gone dead, leaving them unsure whether Harken is dead but determined to confirm it. One of them blames the old man for setting some absurd trap and vows to tear him apart if he is still alive. Their leader dismisses the idea that Harken simply died under rubble, arguing that a mage with that much mana would not fall so easily. The fire mage, wounded and furious, lashes out at the others for hesitating instead of digging. Then one of them senses a massive mana reaction rising from below. The leader instantly realizes the danger. He orders everyone away from the surface at once, but the ground erupts before they can fully react. They first mistake it for an earthquake, then recognize it as the fourth circle spell Earthquake. The leader understands that someone is actively interfering and is shaken by not knowing who. A pillar of force bursts upward and throws one of his men into the air. Verdun follows with a brutal strike that smashes into the leader's guard. As the shockwave spreads, the survivors finally understand who has returned. The leader identifies him as the mage who had been beside Harken. Verdun feels his mana circuits expanding under the new power. He realizes Harken's potion and memories have pushed him to mid-fourth circle strength years ahead of what should have been possible. While the enemy wonders if he had hidden this power all along, Verdun credits Harken and vows to erase Black Hour from the world. The leader hurriedly raises a defensive spell, deciding their base can be dealt with later if he survives this. Verdun answers by bringing out telekinetic control on a level that immediately overwhelms the battlefield. He declares that once he is fully prepared he will personally destroy Black Hour, but for now everyone present will disappear. He promises to leave no trace of them behind. The fire mage dives in with a killing attack, determined to reduce him to nothing. Her flames crash down with full force. Verdun meets the assault without flinching and tears through it. She mocks him for answering her with fire and tries to reassert the supposed gap between fourth circle and third circle mages, only to realize his power is not what she assumed. Verdun dismisses her confidence as pathetic. His counterattack burns through her at point-blank range. As she suffers in the flames, she finally understands he was never merely third circle. Verdun finishes her with flare, a towering blast that consumes her completely. With cold efficiency, he marks one enemy eliminated. The remaining men panic, with one screaming for reinforcements as the situation collapses. The telekinetic fighter tries to turn the field around with his own multi-telekinesis. Verdun stands unmoved at the center of the storm of flying blades. He calmly takes control of the same technique and bends the weapons to his will instead. The battlefield itself shifts under Verdun's superior telekinetic command. His opponent is horrified that Verdun has seized total control of the fight. Even the enemy leader is forced to admit that Verdun's mana control surpasses his own by an absurd margin. That superiority becomes fatal as the telekinetic fighter is cut down by the very force he tried to use. The leader's tracking compass falls into the blood beside the dead man's hand. Verdun notices the device and recognizes it as something like the compass he saw earlier, deciding to study it later. With only the leader left, he turns to finish the battle. But the leader has already fled at full speed. Verdun knows that chasing a fourth circle mage who is escaping with everything he has will not be easy, so he reaches for a different answer. He invokes Harken's legacy and calls on one of the Archmage's greatest creations. The fleeing leader curses as he senses something impossible forming behind him. He realizes he cannot handle Verdun alone. With his allies dead, he decides he must survive long enough to warn Black Hour headquarters that Verdun could become a major threat. Even as he runs, he feels the spell locking onto him. A vast detection field closes around him, confirming that Verdun has found him again. The leader recognizes it as mana detection, but on a scale he has never encountered. He is terrified that it can still track him even after he has crossed several mountains. Far above, Verdun gathers a blazing starlit mass in his hand. He casts the spell from within a grand celestial magic circle, sending the star down. The fleeing leader looks up and sees the impossible light descending. He first mistakes it for dawn, only to be told by his own senses that true dawn is still hours away. That leaves him staring at the falling light in disbelief. He can only describe it as a star, and realizes it is drawing closer. Panic sets in when he understands it is no illusion. He warns himself that the phenomenon is unnatural and deadly. His only thought becomes escape, because if he cannot outrun it, he will die. Even while fleeing, he is desperate to report Verdun's existence to headquarters. His resolve breaks into pleading as fear overtakes him. He is reduced to tears by the certainty of death. Still, he tries to convince himself that such magic should not even exist. He clings to the idea that it must be a trick, because a fourth circle mage should not be able to wield something on this scale. He forces himself to reject his own fear and keep running. Then the false dawn blooms over the mountains as the star finally strikes. The impact erupts in a catastrophic blast. Far away, Verdun feels the recoil of the spell and nearly buckles from the cost. He realizes that casting it consumed half his mana at once, proving it is far beyond ordinary magic. From Harkon's memories he identifies what he used as one of the Archmage's 5 stars. Specifically, it was the flowing star called Meteor. Verdun judges the spell overwhelmingly powerful but too expensive to use carelessly, and decides he will need to refine it. He stands over the burning aftermath, already thinking ahead. Inwardly, he thanks Harkon for the gift that made this possible. Elsewhere, Black Hour's leadership grows irritated that their war with the Magic Tower is already troublesome and now the team sent to Harkon has vanished. A hooded subordinate confirms that the operatives disappeared without a trace, though one fact is clear. Whoever dealt with them appears to have killed them all. The report reaches Dark Moon Dehit Wesrol, who reacts at once. The subordinate adds that he has brought in a local resident from the Bard Mountains to be examined. Dehit prepares to inspect the captive personally. The prisoner is lifted and restrained by magic for questioning. Dehit uses memory transfer on the captive to extract what he knows. Through the stolen memory, he sees villagers noticing a strange flash in the night sky and wondering if they imagined it. Then Dehit recognizes the lingering phenomenon for what it is, the unmistakable trace of magic. A devastating fire spell is described as so heavy it shattered mountains. Its heat was so extreme that entire forests were burned away. From that scale of destruction, the speaker concludes the attack came from a high-level fire mage. He identifies Harkon as the most likely culprit, yet doubts remain because Harkon's mana circuits were supposedly destroyed. That contradiction makes him wonder whether Harkon somehow encountered the Saintess of the Lewis Order. Even so, he decides Harkon may still be capable of it, and orders an immediate pursuit. He quickly dismisses the missing operatives as likely dead and not worth searching for. Their loss is treated as an efficient sacrifice that will not weaken Black Hour. Before the matter can settle, an urgent report interrupts the meeting. The messenger reveals that the branch near the Empire has been wiped out by Bohemern's extermination force. The news snaps Dehit's composure and pushes him into open fury. He unleashes his killing intent through the hall, terrifying everyone present. The subordinates freeze as they realize they may become the target of his rage. Dehit bitterly orders the front lines pulled back to avoid further disgrace. He rages that the child planted in the Magic Tower is gone, and the Tower Master is now rampaging because of it. With the situation spiraling, he turns his hatred directly toward Bohemern. He vows to kill them all. Elsewhere, Asher calmly receives a fresh cup of tea. He enjoys the scent and takes it as a sign that he has, for the moment, escaped pursuit. From a quiet terrace above the harbor city, he reflects on whether he has truly shaken off anyone tracking him. He explains that after the clash with Black Hour at Harkon's residence, he fled to the resort city of Brienne to avoid pursuit. Settling into his temporary refuge, he opens the room to the sea air and begins taking stock of himself. By then, he had already advanced to the 4th circle. He reviews the structure of magic, noting that the lower circles form the foundation, while the 3rd circle covers basic spells. The 4th circle, by contrast, opens the door to destructive large-scale magic. He credits his rapid growth to the potions and spells he inherited from Harkon. Even with all his study in the Magic Tower, he remains stunned by how mysterious and powerful Harkon's methods were. What troubles him most is that Harkon created magic without relying on any elemental attribute. To ordinary mages bound by fixed laws, that should have been impossible, something only a transcendent magus could achieve. He realizes that no amount of ordinary mana or spell knowledge could easily reproduce such a miracle. Rather than despair, he steadies himself and decides his path in magic has only just begun. He resolves to improve Harkon's magic step by step instead of forcing immediate answers. For now, he can only use the first of Harkon's 5 inscribed stars, and even that drains far too much mana. He judges the spell overwhelmingly powerful but too impractical for real combat unless it can be divided into smaller, more flexible forms, and he also plans to dismantle Black Hour's compass. Faced with too many problems at once, he struggles to decide where to begin. His eyes fall on his damaged staff, giving him his first clear priority. He decides to start by repairing the staff. Soon after, he heads out into Brienne carrying the broken weapon. As he walks the city, he wonders where he can find the right craftsman. A sign for the Khan Merchant Guild catches his attention and reminds him of a useful contact. He recalls Conrad's promise that mentioning his name at the guild would open doors in any city. Thinking it may be worth trying, Asher goes in. The guild receives him with immediate warmth once they learn he is the benefactor Conrad spoke of. A talkative relative of Conrad overwhelms him with hospitality, confirming the family resemblance at once. Asher cuts through the chatter and asks directly where he can obtain magical equipment. The merchant explains that Brienne is full of such goods because nobles and adventurers frequent the city. At the same time, the merchant quietly notes that Asher's old-fashioned wording suggests he comes from neither an academy nor the Magic Tower. When Asher says he wants a custom-made piece, the merchant admits he knows the perfect craftsman but warns there is a problem. The craftsman is skilled, yet he is a drunk gambler hounded by debt collectors. Asher finds the man just as creditors corner him for payment. The debt collectors demand that he work off an 8 million of debt and kick him when he cannot pay. They blame his gambling addiction for his ruin and refuse to hear excuses. The desperate craftsman can only beg helplessly as they threaten him. Asher intervenes with a single calm command that stops the scene cold. When he confirms the amount, he simply says he will pay it. The lead collector mocks the young stranger for speaking so boldly. He orders his men to take the money and beat Asher for his insolence. The craftsman panics and tries to stop the violence before it starts. But the gang leader suddenly recognizes Asher and realizes they are dealing with someone far beyond them. He remembers the terrifying mage who once appeared in Brienne and crushed every criminal who challenged him. That memory is of a man who looked frail but annihilated all opposition without mercy. The survivor still cannot explain how he lived through that encounter. Back then, the craftsman had tried to prove himself and nearly died for it. Asher, unaware of the full history, is briefly puzzled by the sudden shift. The gang leader drops to his knees before him. He begs for mercy, apologizing for not realizing he was dealing with a mage. To save himself, he immediately erases the craftsman's debt and insists nothing is owed. The craftsman is left stunned, unable to understand how the situation reversed so completely. The debt collectors flee at once, wishing Asher a long life as they run. Once the danger passes, the craftsman cautiously asks who Asher really is. Asher introduces himself as someone sent by Condor of the Khan Merchant Guild to commission a custom item. He asks whether the craftsman can do the work. The man eagerly agrees on the condition that the erased debt be deducted from the commission fee. A few days later, Asher reflects on Black Hour's compass and recognizes it as a brilliant mana amplification invention. By exploiting mana's tendency to return to its owner, the device could track a target by amplifying the target's mana through a central crystal. He concludes that the compass was nearly an artifact in sophistication. With several quiet days passing and no attack coming, he believes he has probably avoided pursuit, leaving only his next steps to solve. He names the new attribute he inherited from Hark and Starlight. Though the name fits, he still cannot control it well, because it links mana like constellations and creates unprecedented power. The problem is that his own mana circuits differ from Harkin's, so even slight pattern changes make the magic behave unpredictably. After trying nearly 1,000 variations without success, he accepts that progress will take time. Rather than force it, he remains patient. As he considers leaving Brienne once his custom item is finished, an unexpected man appears at his table without Asher sensing him at all. The stranger's stealth immediately alarms him, and the man casually orders coffee as if they are old acquaintances. Asher demands to know who he is. The man introduces himself as Rizener and says he comes from the Ark. The name alone puts Asher on guard. He remembers the Ark as the force opposed to gluttony, the same faction that once sought him out through the professor. Asher cannot tell what is happening, especially as strange power begins to stir around him. Rizener reassures him that he has not come to attack. Asher presses him to explain why he came at all. Rizener answers that the enemy of his enemy can be a friend. He reveals that Asher's killing of the professor benefited the Ark, and that the Ark has been secretly erasing Asher's traces to keep gluttony from finding him. He presents this as gratitude, though he admits Asher's erratic movements made following him difficult. That admission enrages Asher, who sees it as another violation of his privacy. He instantly strikes with Starlight, blasting the table apart before Rizener can react. Rizener collapses under the pressure, and Asher coldly orders silence. The shattered table and lingering force make it clear Asher can kill him at any moment. Asher warns that however Rizener tracked him, he must never pry into his movements again. His threat carries the same murderous pressure once associated with Harken. Rizener, sweating under that pressure, immediately submits and promises obedience. The disturbance remains contained enough that the rest of the terrace barely grasps what happened. Rizener formally apologizes and swears the Ark will never secretly follow Asher again. With that settled, he asks permission to explain the real reason he came. He says the Ark views Asher favorably because his actions, especially killing the professor, made a strong impression on them. To explain why, Rizener begins outlining the Ark's ideology and how it differs from gluttony's. Where gluttony seeks evolution through devouring and replacing humanity, the Ark believes humanity grows stronger through trials and adversity. Because Asher has repeatedly endured and overcome hardship, the Ark sees him as embodying its ideal. For that reason, Risner openly tries to recruit him into the Ark, and Asher rejects the offer without hesitation. Asher points out that ideology alone cannot be the true reason the Ark came all this way. Risner admits he has another purpose and places a box before Asher. He offers it as a gift of thanks for the professor incident. Inside is a high-grade recovery bracelet that boosts mana recovery, stamina recovery, and minor wound healing. When Asher realizes the bracelet is worth at least 10 million elk, he understands this is far more than a token of goodwill. Risner says ideology is only part of it, and stresses that the Ark wants to maintain friendly relations with Asher above all. Asher then asks the question that matters most to him: why are the Ark and gluttony enemies? Risner explains that their philosophies move in opposite directions, with gluttony rejecting old humanity in favor of a new one. The Ark instead seeks to discover and foster those who can lead humanity through repeated trials. That irreconcilable difference is why the two factions have always been hostile. Having said what he came to say, Risner prepares to leave. Before going, he tells Asher that if he ever changes his mind about the Ark, he should come to Lorien in the northwest within a month. The mention of Lorien shocks Asher because it borders the forest of demons. Later, Asher turns his attention to rune magic, ancient mana-bearing symbols whose arrangements create effects beyond modern magical engineering. He learns that while old runes can be reactivated, no one has been able to reproduce the original engraving process. He studies the sealed ring inscribed with runes, seeing it as his next great objective. Seeking help, he asks whether anyone knows how to unseal a rune-engraved ring. He is told that true rune specialists are almost impossible to find. Even so, Asher decides to return to Cohen for a short time. Now a fourth circle mage, he equips himself with new gear, including a blue mithril staff and a mage's cape, finally drawing on treasures taken from the Magic Tower. He also reviews the other valuables he brought with him, knowing he may need them later. Because materials and cost remain limiting factors, he postpones some projects for now. Instead, he makes unlocking the Ring of Runes his top priority. Normally he would have had to search blindly for leads, but now he has access to an information broker. When he asks about runes, the broker confirms he knows something useful. The broker says he knows someone who can lead Asher to a rune specialist, but that specialist cannot be approached directly. Since rune artifacts are rare and rune research isn't profitable, almost no one pursues the field seriously. Then the broker reveals a designated request that may solve Asher's problem. The client specifically asked for Asher, and by coincidence that client knows where the rune specialist is. That immediately gets Asher's attention. The broker adds that if Asher accepts the request, the strict client will likely grant the information he wants. He sweetens the deal by waiving his own information fee, since the lead comes from the client. Asher accepts and arrives at a noble estate at sunset to hear the proposal in person. The guards stop him at the gate and demand identification. He gives his name and presents Pale's request as his introduction. Once verified, he is escorted inside. Asher notes that the Count's estate is surprisingly modest, suggesting practicality over vanity. That impression deepens as he studies the plain but functional atmosphere around him. He concludes that the armored knight leading him values real strength more than appearances. Remembering Pale's warning that the client is a pragmatist who only pursues what benefits him, Asher prepares for a hard negotiation. At last, the knight announces to his lord that the mage he requested has arrived. A nobleman tests whether the mercenary before him is truly the man sent by Pale. Asher confirms his identity and realizes he is finally meeting the patron behind several of his earlier jobs. That patron is Count Rodenmeyer. The Count begins by offering Asher a rare tea as a deliberate gesture of refinement and control. He explains that the tea is costly and difficult to obtain, making this meeting a privilege Asher is expected to appreciate. The Count needles him as a mere mercenary, assuming he would know nothing about such luxuries. Instead, the tea's scent stirs Asher's memory of the Magic Tower, where the Tower Master and his followers used to drink it often. Because of that past, Asher quietly knows exactly how the tea should be brewed and handled. He even adjusts the taste properly, adding sugar because the fragrance pairs well with sweets. The Count is caught off guard and begins to suspect Asher's background is more unusual than expected. When Asher downplays it, the Count takes his modesty as proof that he is unlike the worthless Cell's words filling the streets. Satisfied, the Count drops the pretense and moves to the real reason for the summons. He explains that his aide, Baron Balin, was sent on a mission and reported success but never returned. Worse, neither Balin nor the knights escorting him have come back. The Count has already sent a search party, yet his instincts tell him the situation is wrong enough to justify immediate escalation. He says a search requires trackers as much as soldiers, which is why he specifically called for Asher. The Count openly states that Asher has earned his trust by completing every request Pale has passed on to him. Asher answers with studied humility, framing his past successes as simple mana detection work. The assignment is set. Asher will join the 2nd Search Unit under the Knight Captain, departing that very night, though he asks to retain freedom to act independently if needed. The Count agrees as long as Asher cooperates when possible, but warns that failure will mean no payment. Before leaving, Asher asks about a separate favor he had requested, and the Count realizes he means a rune specialist. The Count reveals that the specialist has already been waiting nearby. He introduces Ronina the Scribe, a former rune researcher now serving as a scholar, who greets Asher respectfully. The Count leaves them to discuss the matter privately, and withdraws from the room. Roninder offers his expertise on runes, but Asher makes clear he needs something very specific. He produces a rare ring and asks Roninder to examine that instead. Roninder is stunned to see a ring of runes and grows even more alarmed when Asher asks him to reactivate the dormant magic engraved on it, offering any price. Roninder says the reactivation itself is easy and needs no payment, then asks for permission to inspect the ring closely. After examining it, he identifies the artifact as Exceed. He explains that Exceed continuously awakens and amplifies all 5 senses the moment it is worn. But he warns that the senses overlap disastrously, and for someone as sensitive as Asher, the backlash could cause repeated collapse or even cost him the hand wearing it. Even a trained body would still face extreme danger from the ring. Asher accepts the risk and immediately starts looking for a way around it. He proposes a reckless solution. Instead of using the ring normally, Roninder should engrave its rune directly into his mana circuit. Roninder is horrified and calls the idea suicidal, warning that it could destroy Asher's mana circuit entirely. Asher offers his hand anyway, showing he has already decided. Roninder realizes he cannot dissuade him, and his fear gives way to a researcher's dangerous curiosity. He reluctantly agrees, while making sure Asher understands the risk. As the engraving begins, Asher reveals to himself that he has already reached the 4th circle, despite what others believe. He trusts that even if something goes wrong, his hidden strength will let him endure it, because he has long prepared for this moment since leaving the magic tower. The ring's power floods him, and he suddenly perceives every movement and every current inside his own body with impossible clarity. The overload nearly drives him mad, but he forces himself through the threshold, convinced the reward will be worth it. That same night, the 2nd search unit rides out through the city gate toward the missing party's last known area. At a village near the forest, the knights confirm that the 1st search unit left horses behind, proving they never made it back this far. A frightened old villager warns them not to enter the forest at all. Captain Vulcan presses him for details. The old man says the forest itself has become restless, terrifying both beasts and demi-humans. He insists that in all his 70 years he has never seen anything like it, and describes the forest as devouring life itself. Vulcan decides to move anyway, and Asher unexpectedly orders the old man to come with them as a guide. Asher agrees to the plan, though his focus is already shifting inward to the ring's new effects. Some of the knights question why such a frail outsider was brought along, but Vulcan reminds them Asher was hired for tracking, not combat. Once inside the forest, the search unit advances at speed while the knights spread out under magical reinforcement. A scout soon reports that they have found the Viscount's carriage. The discovery immediately feels wrong to Asher. The carriage has been split cleanly in half, yet there are no traces explaining what could have done it. Vulcan turns to Asher for insight, and Asher accepts the responsibility. A mage in the unit mocks him as half-dazed and questions whether he can be trusted at all. Asher ignores the insult, noting to himself that the ring's violent sensory storm has finally stabilized enough for him to function. With that control, he activates mana detection. The nearby mage is shocked that Asher can cast such a spell at all. Asher's detection spreads far beyond the immediate clearing, revealing an enormous field of mana across the whole region. A subordinate warns him to stop before he burns out his mana, not realizing how much he can actually handle. Asher keeps pushing, following the faintest disturbances through the forest. He abruptly identifies a direction and orders the unit to move that way. The forest answers with an unnatural stillness that only heightens the tension. Asher surges ahead, with Vulcan and the others forced to chase after him. Watching him move, Vulcan realizes Asher's reflexes, magic, and even flight speed surpass any mage in the Knight Order. When asked whether he has found the Viscount, Asher says no, but he has sensed a strange and powerful life force instead. He concludes that something dangerous is hiding in the forest. He suspects it is the same force that destroyed the Viscount's carriage. That threat reveals itself as a monstrous living tree attacking Captain Vulcan. Asher identifies the creature as a treant, but he immediately notes that its presence makes no sense here, since treants belong in dark, humid regions, not this forest. When Vulcan asks what he means, Asher realizes the captain does not know what lies nearby. He explains that this forest borders the infamous Forest of the Demons, a forbidden place where sunlight never reaches and treants are common. That revelation connects with an earlier clue Asher had heard, confirming they may be dealing with something spilling out from that cursed region. The others protest that ordinary treants could not possibly have wiped out the Viscount's advance squad. Asher senses an even greater presence nearby and understands the treant is only part of the danger. He commands the hidden enemy to reveal itself, and casts a spell to expose concealment. The spell uncovers a bloodied knight hidden behind a tree. Vulcan and the others recognize him with shock. The survivor is Brennan, one of the missing men. Vulcan rushes to him and demands an explanation for what happened. Brennan can barely speak, trembling from whatever he has endured. Asher studies him and realizes the man is not simply wounded. He warns that Brennan looks less like a survivor and more like an undead puppet, just as Brennan suddenly turns on Vulcan. Brennan attacks with inhuman aggression. Vulcan knocks him down and confirms the body still has a pulse, suggesting possession or some other controlling force rather than true undeath. He orders the others to bring restraints. Vulcan pins Brennan down while the unit scrambles to respond. At that moment, more hostile presences close in from every side of the forest. A strange pendant begins to react among the encroaching threats. The true enemy appears, a gray-haired man with glowing eyes, armed and surrounded by goblins, wearing that pendant openly. Behind him comes a full monster force, including goblins, beasts, and a massive troll, all moving under the same sinister influence. Vulcan realizes the corruption affects both humans and monsters alike, meaning the rest of the missing party may have been turned the same way as Brennan. He immediately abandons any thought of fighting through and orders a retreat route secured at once. One of the unit's mages tries to blast open an escape path. The spell tears through the air, but the battlefield remains overwhelmingly hostile. Vulcan keeps carrying Brennan while cutting down monsters to protect the retreat. The gray-haired enemy counters with red magic from his weapon. Vulcan presses forward anyway, carving a path while shielding the others. A knight spots a cabin ahead, and Vulcan orders the unit to fall back there with everything they have. Before they can reach safety, a troll drops onto the path and blocks them. The troll's impact scatters the knights and threatens to break the retreat entirely. Vulcan realizes they may not all make it out alive. The enemy commander coldly accepts casualties on both sides as part of his plan. The troll moves in to finish the trapped knights. A sudden strike from above kills one of the corrupted attackers instead, buying the unit a moment. The gray-haired enemy recognizes that a skilled mage is interfering with his assault. He is forced to defend himself as the battlefield shifts against him. Vulcan and the others look back and realize Asher has stayed behind to hold the line. Asher orders them to go without him. He activates a disposable artifact around the cabin, raising a large concealment and protection barrier. Asher judges that the artifact alone will not withstand the enemy for long, so he decides to reinforce it himself. The mage beside him is confused by what Asher intends to do next. Asher dives directly into the active magic circle and begins rewriting it while it is already running. Using his expanded senses, he simplifies the spell structure and inserts new formulas in real time, a feat that should be impossible. To Asher, however, the ring's heightened perception makes the impossible feel effortless. The watching mage can only stare in disbelief. The barrier reshapes and strengthens around the cabin as Asher alters the active circle mid-construction. The completed wall of magic seals the area into a protected enclosure. Watching from outside, the enemy realizes the scale of Asher's earlier mana detection now matches the terrifying scale of his combat magic. He concludes that Asher is far beyond a third circle mage. Asher calmly announces that the barrier is ready, while the others finally understand he has been hiding his true ability all along. Once the unit regroups inside, Asher calls for the captain and the mage Clark, saying they need to see what has been found, because Viscount Balin has been located. Their attention turns to the cabin that had been hidden within the barrier's range. Inside, they find Viscount Balin alive but shaken, and he is stunned that rescuers have actually reached him. Asher quickly deduces that the Viscount's attendants must have prepared concealment and protection circles, which is why mana detection had missed him. Clark asks the Viscount to explain what happened. The Viscount says he had been returning from negotiations in nearby territories on the Count's behalf. He traces the disaster back to when his party passed the village near Caserta Ridge. Hearing a scream from the forest, he entered to investigate because he believed protecting villagers was a noble's duty. He led his men toward the source of the cry. There they found a strange tree unlike anything they had seen before. The mention of a tree immediately catches Asher's attention. The Viscount describes it as gray on the surface but radiating a deeply ominous aura. Vulcan begins to grasp that this tree may be the true source of everything. Even injured, the Viscount urges the others to stay alert because the danger is not over. He recalls that after they approached, enemies suddenly appeared all around them, and the ambush began. When his men regained their senses, both treants and humanoid attackers had already surrounded them. The Viscount's party was overwhelmed and dragged before the tree rather than killed outright. The enemy had brought them there for a purpose. The Viscount remembers the tree's roots moving toward them. Then the roots pierced into his men. Brennan and the others fought desperately to protect their lord, but they were helpless against the roots. One final warning from a loyal knight was all the Viscount heard before the tree struck. He reveals that the tree spread its roots through them and drained away their life force. Only he and one attendant barely survived, and only because Brennan and the others sacrificed themselves to buy that chance. Vulcan asks if the drained men can still be restored. The answer is grim. They are no longer people to save, only corpses being used as puppets by the tree. A knight captain brutally ends a monster as his unit gathers, setting a grim tone for the mission ahead. In honor of their dead, the search is abandoned and the operation is escalated into outright extermination. Their commander names the objective clearly: destroy the Grey Tree. He orders that anything obstructing the Count's domain be wiped out without exception. The hunt shifts into the forest where the target is hidden. The narration explains that Count Rodenmeyer's house is renowned for swordsmanship. That reputation is backed by lethal skill, as his forces cut through monsters with overwhelming force. The Count's personally chosen Rodron knights are revealed to be exceptionally powerful. One of those knights descends through the battlefield and crushes an enemy in midair. Asher watches the fighting in silence, measuring the situation. He recalls the commander ordering him to locate the Grey Tree alone and signal the others once he finds it. Accepting the assignment, Asher takes to the sky to begin his solo search. He casts wide-range mana detection over the entire forest. The spell drains him heavily, but he forces it to continue despite the cost. He trusts his sharpened senses to catch what the spell reveals. With the target fixed, he dives straight toward it. He lands hard at the source of the mana signature. Asher finds the great tree and briefly considers calling the others as instructed. He changes his mind, deciding it will be faster to finish the job himself. He opens with chain lightning to erase the threat in one strike. The lightning tears through the tree and its surroundings. When the smoke settles, Asher assumes the problem is already solved. But the forest itself begins to move in response. He realizes the great tree can manipulate creatures and terrain almost like a treant. Seeing that it is still standing, he identifies the obvious weakness of any tree, fire. He unleashes a triple cast flare to burn it down completely. The great tree is engulfed in flames. Elsewhere, the Count's men are still fighting, and one knight is nearly cut down by a red-bladed foe. That enemy vanishes into the forest before the soldiers can respond. The knights are left stunned as their opponents suddenly disappear. When Asher's flare rises into the sky, the commander concludes that the target has been found. Back at the burning site, Asher thinks the mission ended much more easily than expected. Just as he is about to declare the request complete, a strange blue wisp appears. The wisp survives the flames and draws his full attention. Instead of fading, it darts away from the fire as if guiding him somewhere. Asher suspects it may be a parasite or mutant that had been living off the great tree. He immediately gives chase. As the wisp leads him deeper into the woods, the atmosphere turns unnaturally oppressive. The dread he felt before the great tree returns, now far stronger and directly ahead. He realizes with alarm that he may have reached the forbidden forest of demons. The story then shifts away from the forest to a noble estate. An older noble reviews the knight's poor condition and notes how badly the order has been battered. He reflects on the outcome with cold calculation rather than concern. When Asher returns, the noble praises him for exceeding expectations. That praise turns into a rebuke when he reveals he knows Asher hid the fact that he is a fourth circle mage. Though irritated by the deception, the noble decides to treat it as having hired elite talent at a bargain. Asher accepts the result outwardly, but inwardly feels that something about the mission still does not add up. His thoughts return to the exact place where he stopped chasing the wisp and turned back in fear. The possibility that it truly was the forest of demons refuses to leave his mind. He resolves to go back there and investigate again. A flashback begins to explain why adventurers die so often, recalling a past joint investigation by the guild and the Magic Tower. A lone adventurer named Billy realizes too late that his good luck has led him somewhere terribly wrong. He finds his missing companion standing before him, but their presence only deepens his terror. The investigation's findings were later made public to explain what happened in such cases. Billy tries to approach one of his companions, still hoping for a normal explanation. The figure moves in a way that instantly tells him something is horribly off. The report states that adventurers usually die from weakness, carelessness, or disasters. But the leading cause was something far worse, being caught in situations no one expected. Billy is suddenly surrounded by countless watching eyes in the dark. The forest itself becomes a trap, proving how quickly an ordinary expedition can turn fatal. One of the false companions steps forward, already stained with blood. The narration identifies the setting as the forbidden zone known as the Forest of Demons. Near the adventurer city of Lorien, another unforeseen disaster was already beginning to form. The flashback ends and the story returns to Lorien in daylight. After finishing the Count's commission, Asher heads straight to Lorien, planning to use the generous pay to improve his grimoire. He arrives and takes in the city for the first time. He recognizes it as a city built around adventurers and their trade. Almost immediately, he notices tension and unusual movement among the people. Rumors are already spreading about platinum-rank adventurers and dangerous special beings nearby. Asher wonders if the disturbance is connected to the Forest of Demons, but stops himself from jumping to conclusions. He decides his first step should be meeting Rizner. He chooses a tavern as a place to wait. Settling in, he orders steak and red wine while he thinks. He realizes they never agreed on a meeting place and assumes Rizner will find him eventually. Before long, someone approaches and asks to join him for a private talk. Asher immediately reacts with suspicion. The newcomer appears as a woman and teasingly tests his reaction, only to be met with blunt disgust. Asher identifies the visitor as Rizner despite the disguise. Rizner admits the disguise worked on everyone else and reveals he only altered his appearance, not his voice. He explains that the form Asher saw before may itself have been another disguise. When Asher's mana flares in irritation, Rizner quickly backs off and tells him it was only a joke. He shifts the mood and proposes they talk over the meal. To ensure privacy, Rizner activates a soundproofing magic item from the artisan Magic Tower. With the barrier in place, he invites Asher to ask whatever he truly wants to know. Asher ignores questions about the Ark itself and asks instead what lies inside the Forest of Demons. He explains that the ominous pressure he felt there was too real to dismiss as nerves. For now, he can only call it intuition, but that intuition tells him something is hidden there. His memory returns to the twisted, dead-looking tree and the darkness around it. He presses Rizner directly, convinced the Ark knows what is inside that forest. Rizner is surprised Asher asked about the forest before asking about the Ark, and praises his instincts. He agrees to explain, but says Asher must first understand the Ark's ideology and purpose. Asher recalls the Ark's creed that humanity grows stronger through trials. Risner confirms it and expands the idea: a trial can affect one life or threaten an entire city, nation, or world. Those who overcome such trials are the ones the Ark believes can rise to lead humanity. Asher concludes that whatever exists in the forest of demons must itself be one of those trials, and asks what failure means. Risner answers bluntly that failure means death, and on a larger scale it can mean the destruction of whole populations. Asher challenges whether that brutal logic is really the Ark's creed. Risner clarifies that the Ark serves humanity as a whole, not every individual life. Its role, he says, is to find candidates and let them grow through hardship rather than shelter them. That is why the Ark deliberately seeks out dangerous trials. It studies hidden threats across the world and guides its chosen candidates toward them. Asher realizes that means the Ark has a continent-wide intelligence network powerful enough to remain invisible, while potentially rivaling Black Hour in danger. When he asks what exact trial is unfolding in the Forest of Demons, Risner refuses to answer directly. Instead, he says the Ark seeks a captain who can overcome the unexpected and remain ready for anything. He adds that the Ark does not assign impossible trials, then offers Asher a proposal based on his temperament. Risner asks whether Asher would also take on the coming trial, even though such trials are usually reserved for Ark candidates. He admits that under normal circumstances, that would be true. But he argues that humans are creatures of cooperation and coexistence, so exceptions can be made. Asher notes that Risner sounds certain he will accept. Risner says he is simply judging Asher's disposition and frames the offer as a paid commission. To prove his sincerity, he presents an advance payment. Asher resists the bait at first, until Risner names the reward: a dimensional bag and mandrake extract. That second item stops Asher cold. Risner calmly repeats the offer and asks how it sounds. Asher is visibly shaken by the mention of mandrake extract. The narration explains that mandrake extract is absorbed according to innate talent, and repeated use becomes less efficient. Even so, it directly expands mana capacity without strain or side effects, making it a key ingredient in the high-grade elixir called Magic Core. For a mage seeking growth, it is essentially priceless. Asher cannot understand how Risner obtained something so rare. Mandrakes are said to appear naturally only in tiny numbers each year. They cannot be cultivated, and the few that exist are monopolized by the great magic towers and the powerful. Risner admits the investment is excessive, but says he is doing it to earn the trust he still lacks with Asher. He openly acknowledges that the Ark trusts Asher more than Asher trusts the Ark, so the Ark must make the first move. He leaves the choice entirely to Asher: take the reward and flee, or face the trial and overcome it. Risner argues that if Asher truly seeks strength, then accepting the trial is the better path. He warns that if Asher intends to avoid it, he should leave Lorien immediately, because staying will drag him in regardless. Asher hears that as a challenge to his pride and rejects the idea of running away. With a confident grin, he decides that fleeing would betray the path he calls defying heaven. Outside, the city's unease grows as people whisper that the forest has darkened and adventurers are disappearing. Some cling to hope because the platinum-rank warrior Bardell entered the forest, but even that reassurance sounds weak. Then a lone survivor comes sprinting back from the forest, and the guards realize he may be from Bardell's party. The man screams for the gate to be opened at once, declaring an emergency. His report reaches the authorities. A treant has crossed the boundary of the Forest of Demons. The city leadership is thrown into confusion, unable to understand how even Bardell could have failed to prevent this. The survivor explains that Bardell stayed behind to hold off the treant and a variant species, and ordered them to deliver a message no matter what. That message is catastrophic. A soul tree has appeared. The officials are stunned, not even fully grasping what that means. They are told that soul trees grow by taking life and are rarely seen only because they are usually destroyed before maturing. If one survives long enough to grow unnoticed, its danger rises to an entirely different level. The Adventurers Guild classifies such a being as a special entity, the highest possible threat category. Panic spreads through the room as they realize that even Bardell may not be enough against it. The leader forces everyone to calm down and asks whether the presence of a special entity is confirmed. The answer is uncertain, but if the disappearances are tied to the soul tree, Lorien itself could be destroyed. The council moves to evacuate the city first, but the question of rescuing Bardell remains unresolved until one warrior volunteers to go. The Crimson Sword, Ryra, declares that he will rescue Bardell and eliminate the soul tree himself. As alarms spread through the streets, citizens fear war or some other disaster has begun. The public is informed that a dangerous creature has appeared in the Forest of Demons, and that volunteers are needed to help defend the city. A subjugation force is already dispatched toward the forest while the remaining troops prepare evacuation and city defense. The announcement urges the people not to worry about the strike force. Their confidence rests on one fact: the Crimson Sword, Ryra, has taken command of the operation. An armored knight questions whether the white-haired mage truly volunteered to join the subjugation force. The mage confirms it, and the knight immediately warns that anyone who slows the mission will be eliminated. Even while threatening him, she coldly tells him to survive if he can. The mage recognizes her as the candidate Risner mentioned and bristles at being treated like dead weight. Before that tension can settle, a treant attacks one of the soldiers. Red slashes flash through the monster before it can do any real harm. The knight demonstrates that treants are best killed by striking the core at their center, and she does it in a single motion. The watching soldiers are stunned that she isolated and destroyed only the core so effortlessly. Without slowing down, she declares that she will open the way forward herself. She surges ahead in a storm of red sword energy, cutting through the forest line. The onlookers realize this is the level expected of a candidate for mithril rank. The others can only stare as the scale of power on display sinks in. The knight remains poised, radiating killing intent as she advances. The mage follows at speed, refusing to be left behind. When she senses him keeping pace, the knight repeats that she will remove him if he becomes an obstacle. The mage decides the fastest answer is to prove his worth with overwhelming magic. He unleashes a double-cast flame spell that detonates through the forest. For the first time, the knight is visibly caught off guard by his output. The nearby adventurers can barely process what they just witnessed. They realize the blast carried an absurd amount of mana. They also notice he instantly spread mana sensing at the same time, as if searching deeper into the forest for Bardel. From that display, they conclude the young mage must already be at least a fourth circle caster. The mage wonders if the knight is another candidate chosen by the Ark, then asks if she intends to keep moving. She answers that she does not know him personally, but she makes one thing clear: he is not to interfere with her trial. That confirms the mage's suspicion that she too is one of the Ark's candidates. She also realizes from his reaction that he is another candidate as well. With that unspoken understanding between them, she orders the group to increase speed and follow only if they can. Those unable to keep up are told to stay behind and provide support, which most of the ordinary adventurers accept with relief. The two candidates race ahead so quickly that the others can only think of them as monsters. The knight continues carving a path through the forest with relentless red sword strikes. The mage judges from her movements that she is unquestionably powerful. He notes that her swordsmanship is nothing like the brutal style of the butchers and leaves no opening at all. That only reinforces his conclusion that she is one of the Ark's chosen candidates. He begins to suspect the Ark is a far stronger organization than he first believed. Turning back to the mission, he links the adventurer's mention of a soul tree to the great tree he saw on an earlier request. He reasons that Bardel's disappearance must be tied to that tree, yet he still cannot sense either the tree or Bardel directly. He considers widening his mana search even further. Then he catches a faint anomaly to the north. He identifies a zone that feels as though its presence has been carved out and hidden from detection entirely. That discovery sharpens his focus at once. He points out the direction and heads straight for the concealed area. The knight notices him suddenly breaking away and demands to know where he is going. He shoots across the forest toward the hidden point. As he closes in, a dark opening of writhing roots appears ahead. He blasts into it with flame, forcing his way through the barrier. Realizing mana detection alone will never reveal the target, he decides to burn the forest until the hidden enemy exposes itself. He carefully narrows the spell so the flames strike only the treants. A massive flame plague spreads through the area under his control. Fire races across the roots and ground like liquid light. The burning spreads deeper through the wooden network. The concealed branches begin to char and split apart. He is confident the attack will erase every treant in the region. Then he waits for the true source to reveal itself. He pushes the inferno harder, convinced the soul tree will have no choice but to appear. Instead, he suddenly finds Bardel hanging helplessly in the flames and is jolted by the sight. Bardel's memory takes over as he recalls waking up already trapped beyond any hope of resistance. He had regained consciousness only after it was too late to fight back. In front of him were countless treants, blank white eyes, and branches binding every limb. He could endure pain, but the endless cries of the dead slowly broke his spirit. As his life force was drained away, he felt himself dying little by little. Even in that state, hatred kept burning in his eyes. He blamed everything on the cursed soul tree. A sudden burst of blue power cuts through the bindings. Bardel drops free as the branches around him are severed. Realizing he has been released, he understands someone has intervened. Still dazed, he demands to know how the soul tree's branches were cut and asks if his rescuer is the missing platinum rank warrior Bardel. The mage confirms he saved him, tells him a suppression squad is behind them, and orders him to regroup with the others. Bardel refuses to leave quietly and asks whether the mage truly intends to face the monster alone, and the mage says yes. Bardel calls that reckless and argues they should wait for reinforcements, especially with the tree itself still active. He urgently reveals the crucial truth that the soul tree's real body lies underground. The mage immediately asks whether Ryra is among the forces approaching, and Bardel says she should be on her way. The mage tells Bardel to stall until she arrives while he gathers the others, then privately scoffs at being underestimated again. Deciding he no longer needs to restrain himself, he turns his attention to the underground body. Bardel retreats while the night closes in from above. Farther back, the rest of the adventurers panic as the ground begins to shake violently. Bardel realizes the disturbance must be the mage's doing. The mage braces himself, fully aware the enemy is far larger than expected. He understands that the visible portion above ground was only a tiny fraction of a single branch. The true soul tree is monstrously huge. He realizes that if such a creature ever reached the city, the result would be catastrophic. In his mind he sees it unleashing hell on the city and birthing hordes of monsters. He recognizes this disaster as the trial Rizener had warned him about. Accepting that, he raises his hand to answer the threat with everything he has. He forms a large fire spell high above the target. The attack crashes down in explosive pillars of flame. But even as the firestorm rages, he admits the underground position makes the soul tree hard to finish off and that simple quakes will not be enough. He reminds himself that after his last mission he upgraded his spell book and advanced to the 4th circle. So he decides to test that new power here. Blue mana floods through his staff as he switches to a different element. He uses terrain manipulation to rip apart the earth around the buried body. Meanwhile, Bardell reaches the others, who are relieved to see him alive. Their relief turns to confusion as he rushes past without stopping. He suddenly senses something behind him and looks back. The knight streaks by at terrifying speed. She calls out for the mage. Then she declares that destroying the soul tree is her duty. The ordinary adventurers can only gape and wonder whether soul trees are always this enormous. Their horror deepens when they notice bodies hanging from its branches. They cannot imagine how anyone is supposed to subjugate such a monster. Among the suspended victims, the scale of the soul tree's feeding becomes undeniable. The tree begins to rise higher as the battlefield spirals into chaos. The shockwave throws nearby people off balance. Back in the city, officials panic and order an evacuation, fearing the entire city could be wiped out. From the walls, the defenders see a blazing eruption in the distance. What they are witnessing is a pillar of fire towering over the forest. The truth becomes clear. The soul tree had hidden underground for ages, evading every search by burying its body beneath the earth. While concealed, it spread roots through the forest, dominated the region, and fed on countless living beings. Over a century, the land around it became known as the Forest of the Demons. Now the soul tree has finally reached the brink of its final growth. To complete that growth, it needed a vast harvest of lives. Its true goal was to absorb thousands of living creatures as nourishment. That was the fate it had been preparing all along. But the plan is now being violently interrupted. The mage realizes the creature's immense mass also means an immense mana cost to sustain it. At the same time, monsters begin gathering overhead around the exposed tree. A rain of arrows answers them from the arriving forces. The mage stands before the exposed soul tree as flying beasts close in around it. He silences the noise and prepares a wider flame spell. The firestorm tears through the surrounding monsters. Flames engulf the soul tree's face as well. Yet the mage sees that the main body still is not reacting. He wonders if the root body itself possesses resistance to flame. A hostile voice invades his mind, mocking him for trying to prove himself and urging him to run. The hallucination presses deeper, accusing him of gaining power by killing another mage and tempting him to give up. He dismisses it as a mental attack and refuses to be shaken. Comparing it to what he endured at the Magic Tower, he counters with a colossal earth strike. Wood and debris explode upward from the impact. At that moment, the knight calls out to him again. She reminds him that she warned him not to interfere, though she admits his magic was useful in dragging the soul tree out into the open. Even so, she insists this is a trial she must overcome by herself. She declares that she will not yield to anyone and orders him to stand down. The mage calls her selfish but offers to attack together, promising his spells will not catch her in the blast. Faced with both a fire mage and a swordswoman whose powers are disastrous for it, the soul tree begins to panic. Its survival instinct takes over, and it decides the two of them are too dangerous to fight normally. So it resolves to release all the energy it has hoarded until now. The creature starts tearing itself open to unleash that power. It is willing to cripple itself for centuries afterward if that is what it takes to survive. The knight senses the shift immediately and turns grim. Even the distant soldiers feel the coming danger and freeze. The soul tree's unleashed power begins dragging every living being nearby into a nightmare. The mage, standing closest, is caught in the center of that mental assault. When the vision breaks, he finds himself battered and disoriented. He is no longer in the forest but amid burning ruins, his staff fallen beside him. He struggles to understand how he was suddenly transported from the forest to this devastated place. Then he realizes the nightmare is showing him a first circle mage forcing himself beyond his limits. A dark-robed man approaches and coldly praises the result as impressive. The mage recognizes him in shock as the Magic Tower Master. The Tower Master dismisses everything the mage has done so far as insufficient. And the mage, shaken by the memory and fury it stirs, calls him by name, Balrog Beshes. Asher lies battered in a burning ruin, still pinned beneath the weight of his failure. He realizes with despair that even after everything he endured, he still could not reach the man he was trying to surpass. He remembers forcing his way through countless hardships only to finally stand before the Magic Tower Master. But that long pursuit ended in humiliation, because he could not wound the Tower Master at all. The Tower Master dismisses him as insignificant, saying that even a limit-breaking anomaly is still beneath the Magic Tower. Asher falls silent, refusing to accept that this defeat is real. While the Tower Master keeps belittling him, Asher decides this scene is only a dream and rejects it outright. The Tower Master is stunned that Asher can deny the illusion even now. He mocks Asher's despair, convinced the gap between them should have crushed his spirit. Asher suddenly moves before the illusion can settle. He grabs the Tower Master by the face and declares that he does not believe the nightmare. Asher makes it clear that he refuses to believe any future in which his future self loses here. That denial enrages the illusion, but Asher's conviction does not waver. He hurls the false tower master away and tells the nightmare to stay where it belongs. Asher gathers lightning around himself, certain he can end this soon. The nightmare answers by dragging him into a deeper red vision of death and ruin. Asher is forced to witness himself trapped inside that blood-soaked curse. The vision expands to show others caught in the same horror. Even armored fighters are swallowed by the nightmare's red flood. The curse spreads like an endless sea of blood and despair. Hands rise helplessly from the crimson mire, showing how completely the victims are consumed. A little girl suddenly becomes aware inside the nightmare, and panics at the blood on her hands. She looks around and realizes she is surrounded by bodies floating in the red flood. Terrified, she calls for help through tears. One corpse sinks beneath the surface before her eyes. Another follows, confirming that no one around her is alive. The nightmare presses that realization into her mind until she breaks under the thought that everyone is dead. Dark shapes close in on the child as the curse tightens around her. The nightmare tears into her mind and forces her terror to the surface. It condemns humanity itself as the obstacle that ruined its long-awaited evolution. Blaming humans for stealing its chance, the nightmare decides to make the girl suffer the same despair it felt. It traps her inside the curse and orders her to struggle helplessly within it. Outside the illusion, Ryra strains under the nightmare's attack while trying to hold herself together. Even as monsters close in, she keeps fighting in the real world. One of the creatures lunges at her. She cuts it down instantly, showing that her body is still resisting even while her mind is under assault. Above the battlefield, Asher unleashes a barrage of blue magic to break the nightmare's physical form. The attack tears into the giant soul tree and cracks its hardened body. Asher coldly tells the nightmare that despite its effort, its grand illusion was pathetic. The shattered tree retaliates by firing splintered spikes in every direction. Its broken branches keep lashing out wildly as it tries to survive. Asher notices that Ryra is moving more slowly now and realizes the nightmare already spent its full strength. From that, he concludes this is the opening he has been waiting for. He decides brute force is too inefficient and rejects using starlight because it would draw black hour to him and devastate all of Lorien. So he chooses a more controlled finishing move instead. He summons thunderclouds over the battlefield. Asher keeps building the spell, pushing it further even as the strain mounts. He layers the casting 3 times to compress the power into a single strike. Knowing this is the maximum output he can produce right now, he condenses lightning with mana. Then he dives with the spell and challenges the soul tree to endure it. His triple lightning annihilation crashes down as a concentrated impact. The battlefield is swallowed by blinding blue-white destruction. The survivors on the ground stare up in shock at the overwhelming blast. The little girl's tear-filled eye reflects the sudden light. The nightmare's monstrous form is engulfed from above as the strike lands through Ryra's position. Ryra realizes at the last moment that the attack passed without harming her. She remains standing on a floating rock, protected while the target beneath her is destroyed. Looking up at Asher in disbelief, she finally understands he is a mage of extraordinary precision. That realization leaves her momentarily speechless. As the soul tree collapses in flames, Asher judges that the trial is finally over. Ryra confirms he has subdued the soul tree and asks whether he used some item to shield his mind from the nightmare. When Asher says he had no such protection, she is shocked that he still saw the nightmare and remained unaffected. She cannot understand how someone who faced the same curse could be completely fine. Asher answers that he had no reason to fear a future he knew could never happen. That explanation partly satisfies her, though it leaves her even more intrigued by him. Then pale lights begin rising from the ruined tree. Ryra explains that when a soul tree dies, it releases the souls it had consumed as nourishment. Those freed souls regain their liberty and depart for their proper destination. With the sky filling with released souls, Asher asks if that means the trial has ended, and Ryra says it most likely has. Even so, Asher feels the ending came too easily for something he had been warned about. He suspects the stage may have felt simple only because it was never truly meant for him. As dawn breaks, they finally exchange names, with her introducing herself as Ryra and him as Asher. Ryra admits she had never heard of a mage this strong, and tells him Lorien owes him a great debt. From afar, someone else watches the aftermath in silence. That observer notes that events have gone far beyond his expectations. He reflects that the soul tree was a mind-attacking mutant that had grown harder than steel and commanded countless treants and undead. Even Ryra, one of the top candidates, should have been unable to escape it, and by his estimates the disaster could have destroyed 4 cities. Yet Asher, only a 4th circle mage on paper, subdued it in a single night. Watching the celebration begin, the observer wonders who Asher really is. A few days later, Lorien still treats Asher as its savior, and keeps showering him with gifts while he waits for the guild's reward review to finish. Because the review drags on, he is forced to remain in Lorien while rumors spread that the ash-haired mage was the hero of the subjugation. The grateful townspeople keep thanking him, turning his stay into unwanted hospitality. Asher starts thinking there may be no point hiding his strength anymore, though his immediate problem is how to deal with all the food being pushed on him. Then something catches his attention at a church-like building. A shining holy symbol draws his gaze. Inside, a woman opens the curtains to the daylight. It is Ryra, now out of armor and living quietly despite the curse marks on her face. Someone checks whether she is awake. She answers warmly, settling into an ordinary afternoon routine. A little girl cheerfully announces lunch, showing that Ryra is caring for children now. Ryra thanks the girl named Vina for waking her and invites her to the dining hall. Their playful exchange reveals a gentle household rhythm and hints that Ryra has become a guardian figure here. Then Ryra notices someone at the entrance. She is startled to find Asher outside, carrying supplies he came to donate to the orphanage. Asher is briefly confused by her reaction. As he turns to leave, Ryra stops him by name. A moment later, they are sharing a meal together. Ryra insists she will repay him for the ingredients, but Asher reminds her he came intending to donate them. Instead, he asks whether the veil she wears over her face is uncomfortable. His blunt question leaves an awkward silence between them. Ryra brushes it off as a joke and asks whether the soul tree trial was Asher's first. When he says yes, she is surprised, because first trials are usually much easier than a soul tree. That answer makes her study him more seriously. She reflects that all our candidates are supposed to be special, but Asher's mana, speed, power, and mental strength are exceptional even among them. Convinced he is someone of rare caliber, she asks why he entered the Ark. Asher replies that he never entered for the Ark itself, and that the reason hardly matters. He says he only values the Ark because it can be useful, and Ryra recognizes that he is as detached from its ideals as she is. She admits that what she truly wants is a way to erase the curse hidden behind her mask. Asher immediately focuses on that revelation. He explains that curses are broadly divided into mental attacks and power-suppressing black magic on one side, and demonic curses that rot the body or drain vitality on the other. He clarifies that demonic curses are the opposite of holy power, and are especially dangerous because they linger permanently. Judging Ryra's condition, he concludes her curse belongs closer to the demonic kind and asks if that is why she became an Ark candidate. Ryra confirms it, believing the Ark's power and information network might hold a cure. But what she truly seeks is not just healing, but the demon that cursed her and took her family, because she wants revenge. Asher notes that the Ark apparently accepts even such personal motives. When she asks whether he knows anything about demons, he denies it and points out that few mages can research them under the Lewis Order's control. That answer disappoints her. Seeing that, Asher offers a deal instead. He tells her to send any information about demons through the guild and promises to pay whatever it is worth. Since there is no loss for him, he readily agrees to the arrangement. Ryra accepts, assuring him she will not cheat him on the value of any information. As she prepares to leave, she says their time together was meaningful, and Asher asks one last question. He wants to know when the next trial will come, and Ryra explains that trials appear suddenly with no fixed schedule. She adds that the Ark never forces anyone to continue or quit, because the choice always belongs to the candidate. And whatever choice is made, the consequences belong to them as well. Asher ends the meeting politely, but her words stay with him. A few days later, he finally returns to the guild branch. The guild master Feyvaltz greets him with the news that his contribution has been valued at an enormous 570 million elk. When Asher notices the phrase "for now," he asks whether there is another reward besides the payment. Feyvaltz reveals that after the soul tree shattered, they found unusual material near its core and needed time to appraise it. The appraisal shows the material is tougher than metal, self-repairing, and even more receptive and conductive than mithril, making it ultra-rare. Based on Ryra's testimony, 2 pieces are awarded to Asher, 1 goes to Ryra, and the last will be bought by the guild. Asher immediately accepts the arrangement and signs for the reward. With the branches now in hand, he leaves at once. As he travels, he reviews the materials he has gathered and considers how they might accelerate his growth. He realizes that if he combines the breath of element, a mana crystal, and a soul tree branch, he may finally have the frame needed to forge a staff strong enough for a powerful orb. But that plan runs into a practical problem. Even with a craftsman from Pale, the remaining materials and labor would cost billions, so he is still far short of the money he needs. With no better option, he decides to pursue the one path left to him. He heads into the city to obtain the mandrake extract needed for the staff's core. He enters a rough, hidden district and searches for the right contact. A bald man receives him without surprise. Then a hooded guide appears, addresses him by name, and says he will lead him onward, even though such guidance should have ended after the first day. When Asher asks where they are going, the guide only says that from now on things will be different. A sudden transition leaves Asher staring in confusion. He finds himself in a far more luxurious reception room than any he has seen before and wonders why the treatment has changed. An unseen host apologizes for the new meeting place and explains that he receives 3 kinds of people there. The first are those he trusts, and the second are those who cannot be restrained by ordinary barriers. A green-haired man appears to represent the third category, those who fit both descriptions at once. Then a voice finally addresses him directly and reveals that someone powerful has been waiting for Asher. The story opens by introducing Pale, an informant from the southern branch of Grey in the Rivian Duchy. Because his intelligence network reached across the entire duchy, Pale usually judged every move with exact, cold accuracy. But there was one person he had completely underestimated, Aster. When the butcher first brought Aster to him, Pale had dismissed him as nothing more than a useful weapon. Within months, Aster shattered that expectation by rising rapidly, saving a city from a special being class soul tree, and earning recognition near mithril rank. His new standing even placed him in the same league as the famed Crimson Sword, Ryra. As a result, Aster's rank was officially raised by 2 tiers. Aster welcomed the promotion because it meant better pay and the freedom to choose his own commissions, and Pale agreed that was the real advantage. Once that was settled, Pale asked what Aster had actually come for. Aster got straight to the point and said he needed information. Pale quickly understood that Aster wanted both an introduction to a skilled alchemist and someone to handle the purchase of rare materials, and Aster asked if he could arrange it. Pale confirmed that Aster's new rank gave him access to exactly that kind of help. He then showed Aster the cost, making Aster realize that his plans were about to drain his money fast. To offset that expense, Aster asked for a commission, and Pale immediately offered him a rank 2 job. The job centered on the heart of salamander, a rare and extremely valuable material traded through the black market. Pale explained that the heart of salamander had recently been stolen from the kingdom of Estria by Locus, an informant from Northern Grey. Locus's criminal methods had drawn dangerous people around him, and the fallout from the theft had reportedly pushed Northern Grey to the edge of collapse. When Aster asked if the commission was simply to recover the heart, Pale said that would be ideal but was too risky if they became directly entangled. What Pale truly wanted was the information Locus carried, since an informant's accumulated secrets were more valuable than his life. He reasoned that with both the stolen heart and a lifetime of intelligence, Locus would already be hunted by countless factions, and promised to pay well if Aster brought back that information. Aster accepted and asked where he should begin, and the hunt moved north a few days later. Near Northern Grey, Aster reached a hidden base whose location he had forced out of one of Locus's subordinates. Even so, he knew the trail would only get harder from there, especially because Pale had warned him that the enemy had countermeasures against mana detection. Despite that, Aster sensed life ahead and realized he was on the right path. His detection revealed several pursuers already in the area, including 2 mages and multiple armed fighters closing in on the same target. Aster immediately understood that many trackers were converging on Locus at once. That sudden crowd of rivals put him on edge. As he watched the snowy field, another strange figure entered his notice from farther off. The newcomer's build reminded Aster of Galliarch, making him suspect this was no ordinary human. Unable to identify it clearly at that distance, Aster judged that the situation would become far worse if that thing joined the fight. He decided he had to act before the unknown monster could interfere. Aster launched a surprise attack from above, combining spells at once. The trackers below barely had time to notice the threat before it was on them. His wind attack cut through them in a single sweep. In one strike, Aster wiped out the clustered pursuers and removed several competitors from the chase. With the field cleared, he resolved to eliminate the remaining rivals before going after Locus himself. Inside the hideout, the fleeing Locus was already trying to understand how anyone had found him. He panicked as footsteps closed in and realized his escape route had failed. Locus insisted that after stealing the heart of salamander he had killed everyone who knew about it. He had even crossed the border illegally and erased his trail, so he could not understand why pursuers were still reaching him. Before he could escape, a violent impact smashed him aside. The blow crippled his leg and left him sprawled on the floor, clutching the stolen goods. A voice addressed him by name, confirming that the hunters had finally cornered him. 2 bounty hunters stepped in and mocked his ruined leg, making it clear he was no longer getting away. Their leader, a brutal axe-wielding woman, made it plain that Locus would not be allowed a quiet death. She blamed him for forcing them through a long chase and demanded that he hand over both the information and the heart. Her threat became explicit: surrender everything now, and they might kill him painlessly. Locus refused, bitterly arguing that without information an informant had no way to survive. The masked mage with the hunters lost patience and prepared to end the standoff with telekinesis. He ripped the pouch and documents away from Locus, who could only beg in terror. The axewoman stopped the execution long enough to confirm that the stolen goods were genuine, including the real heart of salamander. Satisfied, she promised Locus the easy death she had mentioned. A bloody strike followed, and Locus was cut down. Believing the job finished, the 2 hunters decided to regroup with their allies outside. They relaxed for a moment, and even started talking about taking a vacation after returning. That calm broke when they sensed something else nearby. A hand suddenly burst through the wall from the darkness. A monstrous figure seized the axewoman before she could react. The creature revealed itself with a grin, and announced that it had found them. Instead of retreating, the axewoman treated the newcomer as just another rival and welcomed the chance to kill him too. She attacked immediately, but the monster answered with overwhelming force. Her masked partner froze in shock as the exchange turned instantly against them. The creature then turned its attention to the mage and demanded the heart. It physically overpowered him and repeated its demand with savage intensity. Outside in the snow, Aster sensed the disturbance below and realized he had found the true target area. He confirmed to himself that he had finally reached Locus's hideout. Although he had been delayed by more competitors than expected, he moved in at once. As he approached, he noticed his staff reacting, warning him that something abnormal was inside. Aster blasted open the ground and forced the fight into the open. From the crater emerged the monster, carrying the dead or dying mage like a trophy while facing Aster without fear. The surviving victim begged Aster for help. The creature casually finished him off in front of Aster, showing that it had no reason to spare anyone. Seeing the bodies and the stolen pouch, Aster pieced together what had happened. He concluded that one hunter had taken Locus's information and the heart, and this monster had then stolen them from that hunter without even understanding the value of the intelligence. He also realized the creature intended to kill him next. Aster dropped into attack range before the monster could seize the initiative. He openly challenged it and forced the confrontation to begin on his terms. Aster answered first with earth magic, raising a field of bone-like spikes to trap and strike his enemy. The monster smashed through the attack with brute strength and dark power, refusing to be pinned down. Aster exploited the opening anyway and drove a spike cleanly through the creature's back. Instead of collapsing, the monster only grinned and mocked the wound as insignificant. That reaction made Aster realize he was dealing with something far more abnormal than a tough fighter. The creature boasted that for a mercenary hired by an information broker, Aster was unexpectedly entertaining prey. Aster studied it in silence, searching for the source of that wrongness. When he noticed a face embedded in the creature's shoulder, a buried memory stirred. The monster then bit into that attached flesh as if feeding on itself. By devouring part of its own body, it triggered a grotesque regeneration. The hole in its shoulder began to heal as Aster watched. That confirmed the pattern for him and let him identify what he was facing. He recognized the creature as Gluttony, one of the professor's manufactured products. Now fully exposed, the transformed Gluttony stood in the snow with multiple faces fused into its body and bloodied swords in hand. Gluttony reveled in Aster's recognition and bragged that it could use both magic and energy at the same time. Aster judged it to be an inferior version of the professor's earlier creations, but still dangerous because of its mixed abilities. When Gluttony tried to flee and reposition, Aster refused to let it escape his reach. At the same time, other hidden pursuers launched earth and fire attacks toward the battlefield, forcing both sides to deal with a third-party threat. Aster blocked the incoming spells and immediately judged the attackers weak, likely limited to mediocre second circle magic. Gluttony used the distraction to rush him at close range. Aster barely caught the incoming blade in time. He was irritated that the creature could keep surprising him with new tricks. When Gluttony revealed that it could even fly, it shifted from treating Aster as prey to trying to recruit him. It urged Aster to join its side, claiming that someone above them would gladly accept him. Aster dryly asked whether joining would mean growing extra faces like Gluttony. Gluttony promised exactly that, calling it the path to becoming a neo-human and abandoning mortal weakness. Aster's answer was immediate and contemptuous. He rejected the offer outright and insulted Gluttony to its face. That insult enraged the hidden fire mage watching from afar. The mage hurled a fireball that struck Gluttony directly, blasting its upper body. Even after the hit, Gluttony remained alive and furious. It swore it would devour Aster just as it had devoured others. The battle dragged on for more than 20 minutes as either side could finish the other quickly. During that prolonged fight, Aster learned that Gluttony could recover by devouring flesh and that its many embedded faces seemed tied to separate mana circuits, making it hard to overwhelm outright. Even with the advantage in a long battle, Aster felt fatigue from the non-stop fighting begin to catch up with him. Worse, Gluttony's sheer physical force knocked Aster's staff out of his grasp. Gluttony immediately pressed the advantage, convinced the disarmed mage was finished. It declared victory too early and came in for the killing blow. Aster remained calm because, to a true mage, a staff is only a support tool and not a requirement for casting. Using barehanded psychokinesis, he redirected the battlefield itself and turned the momentum back on Gluttony. That ricochet sent a blade through one of Gluttony's embedded faces, disrupting it at the source. Aster explained that because Gluttony had repeatedly clashed with his magic, this kind of backlash was inevitable. For the first time, Gluttony truly understood that it was in danger. Aster pointed out that Gluttony had already run out of arms to tear off and eat for regeneration. He then lined up the finishing strike with ruthless precision. A massive surge of power descended on Gluttony before it could recover. Aster followed through at point-blank range, driving the attack home with overwhelming force. He finished the sequence with Thunderstrike, blasting Gluttony down in a decisive final hit. The impact exploded across the snowfield and ended the fight. Aster remained standing over the aftermath, battered but in control. As the dust settled, he reflected bitterly that no matter where he went, he kept running into the professor's test subjects. His staff returned to him, answering his call. From the distance, the hidden observers finally reacted in panic to what they had just witnessed. Aster looked toward them, and their confidence broke at once. Gluttony, dying and disbelieving, could only ask how a neo-human like him had lost. Aster answered that Gluttony was fundamentally incomplete, because it regenerated by devouring its own body even though the flesh it consumed could never truly be restored. Gluttony lashed out in defense of the professor, but Aster no longer took it seriously. He recalled his staff fully and prepared the true finishing move. Aster's attack pierced through Gluttony's head and body, ending any chance of recovery. As Gluttony died, Aster revealed that the professor it worshipped had already been killed by his own hand. With that final blow, Aster considered Pale's request complete. The story then shifts away from the frozen battlefield to a peaceful settlement in the Riviant Duchy. On the outskirts of Combelly town, Aster arrives at a secluded house. There he meets Riviant's top alchemist, Rito Varslin. Aster explains that Pale recommended him and presents the rare materials he has gathered for a magic core. Rito confirms that the materials are genuine top-grade ingredients, and Aster verifies that they are exactly what he wants to use. The old alchemist is delighted by the challenge, saying it has been a long time since he made a magic core and that this work should be enjoyable. Aster then reveals that he has brought one more crucial ingredient. When he shows the heart of Salamander, Rito is visibly startled. After taking in the rarity of the full set, Rito asks what Aster wants him to create with the heart, and Aster says he wants a potion. That request makes Aster revisit Pale's exact wording and realize the commission had only required him to bring back Locus's information, not necessarily the heart itself. Remembering Pale's insistence that the information mattered most, Aster concludes that taking the heart for himself would not violate the real purpose of the job. He further reasons that because gluttony or someone tied to him was likely the heart's original owner, carrying it openly would be dangerous even after erasing its trail, so keeping and using it himself is the safer choice. He decides the safest way to dispose of the salamander's heart is to consume it himself. By doing that, he expects to break into the fifth circle and use the heart as a stepping stone toward becoming a magus. The old alchemist settles on making a vitality potion first, partly to display his skill before handing over the core. Before any work begins, he makes clear that the crafting fee must be paid in advance. To cover that cost, the young mage escorts the old man into the forest and protects him while he gathers ingredients from dangerous monsters. As they work, the mage reflects that this escort is enough to offset the fee and starts reconsidering the old man's motives. The old man abruptly probes deeper by asking why he wants a magic core in the first place. Sensing that his answer may be judged, the mage chooses a careful reply and says he wants power. When the old man presses whether this is simply a great mage's dream, he admits that it is. The questioning continues as the old man asks what he intends to do once that dream is achieved. That question unsettles him because revenge has consumed his future so completely that he has no answer beyond it. The old man recognizes that emptiness at once and begins warning him about it. He explains that most people chase ideals, fail, and only a few ever reach what they seek. Those few survive by finding a new purpose afterward, whether wealth, legacy, students, or an ordinary family life. He then asks what becomes of the ones who achieve their goal but never find another dream to replace it. His answer is bleak. They sink into idleness and spiritual decay. When asked why he is being told this, the mage can only admit he does not understand. The old man warns him not to become a fire so intense that it burns away everything around it, including his own future. Those words stay with him even as the hunt continues. He realizes that life after revenge is still unimaginable to him, but perhaps that future can only begin once revenge is finished. Even so, that uncertainty only hardens his resolve to grow stronger now. He throws himself into battle against the golem with renewed determination. The old man calls him insane, and he accepts that becoming stronger is the only answer he can give for now. A few days later, their work is complete, and they meet again at the old man's home. The old man praises his talent and nerve, while still insisting that his methods are absurdly reckless. He marvels that someone so young could combine magic circles and alchemy well enough to bury a golem alive and finish the job. The mage credits his strict master for that versatility, and says it is why the task went so quickly. Satisfied, the old man finally hands over both the completed magic core and the salamander potion. The mage thanks him and prepares to leave, already planning to return with another commission. The old man casually remarks that by then the core will already have transformed him, catching him off guard. When the mage acts as if this is obvious, the old man realizes he does not actually know what the core will do to him. The mage only knows the common benefits people associate with cores, like improving mana circuits, capacity, speed, and purity. Because only some of those effects should apply to him, the old man concludes he truly lacks the full picture. The mage asks if his understanding is wrong, and the old man says it is only partly correct. He explains that a magic core strengthens whatever its user needs most, and the usual effects are merely overlapping results shared by ordinary mages. Since the mage has already overcome those ordinary deficiencies, the core may trigger something far less predictable. That possibility leaves him wondering what unknown effect might emerge instead. The old man admits he cannot say, because he has never seen someone at this level use a core before. His best guess is that the core will refine the mage's body itself into something even more ideal for magic. The phrase perfect body hits the mage like a revelation. The story then shifts back several months to the event that set everything in motion. In that earlier crisis, Tian clashes with the knight while chaos erupts around them. The knight tells Tian to go ahead while he holds the line and promises to follow later. Tian instantly understands that the knight is really sacrificing himself to buy time. As Tian flees, he realizes the knight cannot hold off both enemies at once. The knight focuses on stopping the swordsman, forcing Tian to leave him behind. The enemy notices Tian's divided attention and punishes that hesitation. The duel explodes into a blur of steel as Tian escapes the scene. Wounded and alone in the rain, Tian stumbles through the forest away from the battle. He clutches a bleeding wound and struggles to stay conscious. Even badly injured, he keeps running because stopping means death. At last his body gives out and he crashes against a tree. He realizes the enemy escaped, fears the professor may already be dead, and hesitates over whether to turn back. But he knows that if the professor survived, Tian's betrayal would still doom him. He understands that if his treachery is exposed, gluttony will kill him without hesitation. Refusing to die there, he tears open his stitched abdomen and resolves to survive by any means. A few days later, he is still alive but now trapped in a far worse situation. Someone from Gluttony finds him and calls his name. Fang and his men corner Tian and demand to know where the professor is. Tian panics because he has barely escaped before running into an even more dangerous superior. The one confronting him is an augmented, one of Gluttony's surgically altered monsters. Tian recalls that augmented are created through grotesque procedures performed by Gluttony. They surpass human limits by grafting in the parts of beasts, demi-humans, and even powerful humans. Knowing several such monsters are nearby, Tian realizes escape will not be easy. Fang coldly orders him to answer. Tian lies that the professor is occupied with an important experiment and cannot be disturbed. When Fang invokes higher authority and repeats the demand, Tian understands this is no routine inquiry. He realizes that if the upper ranks are intervening directly, a weak excuse is all that stands between him and being dragged back. So he invents a grander lie, claiming the professor is close to completing a crucial neo-human experiment. Fang accepts the delay for the moment but orders Tian to come with them as collateral. From then on, Tian is forced to serve Gluttony directly on their missions. One assignment is to track the stolen heart of Salamander. Others are even worse, including abducting people to be used as experimental material. The narration returns to the present, where those crimes are finally catching up with him. Fang's patience runs out, and he demands the professor's location one last time. Tian stalls while secretly preparing to flee again if he gets any opening at all. Instead, the hideout suddenly erupts in an explosion. Tian dives away from the blast as the building behind him is engulfed in fire. Chains shoot out through the smoke and lash toward him. They wrap around his body and pin him before he can escape. Fang decides that if Tian will not talk willingly, they will extract the answer by force. He makes it clear that silence will not protect Tian from being found out. Tian is crushed by the certainty that he waited too long and is now trapped. Fang is about to proceed when something else catches his attention. A cloaked stranger suddenly appears and knocks one of Fang's men aside. Fang lashes out in fury at the interruption. The stranger blocks Fang's strike barehanded, revealing impossible confidence and strength. He says he came because he recognized someone familiar and now understands the situation well enough. Then he cuts through Fang's assault in a single overwhelming exchange. Fang is stunned by the stranger's speed and realizes he may not be fighting an ordinary mage at all. Trying to recover, Fang decides to overwhelm him with raw speed. The cloaked mage meets that rush effortlessly and dismisses Fang as just another butcher who mutilates bodies. While Fang vows to kill the intruder before he can even cast, Tian realizes this stranger may be his only chance to live. Fang launches a killing charge, convinced his speed alone will tear the mage apart. The cloaked mage activates a spell through his eyes alone, without any visible casting process. Fang is caught off guard as magic manifests instantly in his path. He is horrified to see a spell appear with no chant or sign at all. Tian can only watch in shock as Fang is struck down. Seeing an augmented fall so easily, Tian realizes the stranger is a terrifying monster in his own right. He cannot understand why someone that powerful would intervene to save him. The stranger confirms that he came specifically because he recognized Tian. When he greets him like an old acquaintance, Tian is baffled and points to himself in disbelief. The stranger calmly confirms that he knows exactly who Tian is. As he lowers his hood, he reminds Tian that they once tried to kill each other. Tian finally recognizes him and is stunned speechless. The rescuer is Asher, the mage Tian once knew as a man. Asher recalls that after absorbing the completed magic core, everything about his power changed. He returned to Cohen, accepted a new rank 2 request from Pale, and began investigating the changes in his body. That request came from Count Rodenmeyer. The Count asked him to uncover the truth behind a wave of disappearances in the territory. During that mission, Asher awakened a new ability through the core, Magic Eyes. They let him manifest spells almost instantly anywhere he can see, though overuse could cost him his sight. Even with that risk, he recognizes the ability as a rare trump card. He concludes that the core evolved to suit his close combat style rather than turning him into a conventional long-range mage. While pursuing the disappearances, he unexpectedly found the very assassin he had once lost in Martes. Now facing Tian again, Asher asks if that is truly his name. He immediately ties Tian to the recent mass disappearances and asks whether Gluttony is responsible. Tian, desperate to survive, asks whether speaking will spare his life. Asher refuses to promise mercy, but makes clear that cooperation is Tian's best chance. Tian admits he has lived miserably and does not want to die, then confirms that Gluttony is behind the incidents. Asher presses further, demanding to know what Gluttony is planning now. Tian insists he is only a low-level operative, and claims ignorance about the larger scheme. What he does know is grim. Gluttony has been kidnapping humans and monsters alike to drain their vitality, and Asher realizes the salamander's heart may have been stolen for the same purpose. When Tian is shocked that Asher already knows about the heart, Asher shuts down the question and keeps control of the interrogation. He asks what that stolen vitality is meant to be used for. Tian repeats that he does not know the final objective, only that the order came from above. Pushed too far, he explodes in frustration and reveals that he has been living in terror ever since the professor died. Asher refuses to sympathize, seeing only the man who once tried to murder him. That cold response leaves Tian shaken and gasping. He can barely force out another breath under the pressure. Asher admits he is surprised by how boldly Gluttony is acting now, since the group once hid itself to avoid the Ark's scrutiny. He asks whether Tian knows where the abducted people are being gathered, and Tian finally offers one likely location. Asher accepts the lead at once. He orders Tian to guide him there immediately. Under compulsion, Tian leads Asher through the mountains toward the suspected site. When Asher asks if this is the place, Tian confirms it. Asher tells him to keep moving, making it clear Tian is coming inside as well. Tian protests that Asher cannot possibly expect him to walk into danger beside someone from an enemy group, but Asher is unmoved. Tian warns that more augmented are likely waiting inside. Asher recalls the monsters he has already fought and asks if that is what Gluttony calls them. Tian defensively glorifies them as chosen warriors who transcended death, while Asher dismisses the claim by noting he has already killed stronger creations. Realizing argument is pointless, Tian gives up outwardly while privately praying none of the augmented recognize him. Still bound to Asher, he leads him deeper into the passage. Inside, Tian grows uneasy because the place is too quiet, while Asher notes that counter-detection magic prevents him from simply scanning ahead. Tian cautiously peeks around a corner to see what lies beyond. What he finds instantly freezes him. The chamber ahead is filled with bodies, and the sight leaves both men stunned. Asher quickly observes that the victims were beaten down with blunt force rather than killed by spells. From that, he concludes someone else broke into the site before they arrived. Asher's thoughts jump to a larger threat, wondering whether this points not just to the duchy's case but to the Ark itself becoming involved. A bound captive calls out to a white-haired mage hidden nearby, exposing his presence in the cave. Before the situation can develop, a blue-haired fighter in red charges in and opens with a brutal punch. The Stitch giant guarding the area takes the hit full in the face and is staggered. The red-clad intruder keeps the pressure on, driving the giant backward through the cavern. The giant tries to recover by reaching for his axe, but he is already losing control of the fight. The attacker overwhelms him with a rapid, disorienting barrage that leaves no room to counter. Enraged, the giant surges with heat and power, trying to crush the intruder through sheer force. The red-clad fighter answers by dropping a fiery strike from above, forcing the giant further onto the defensive. He follows through without hesitation, closing in for the finish. With a blazing rush, he drives straight through the giant's guard. The impact sends the giant flying and tears up the cave floor around him. Even after crashing down, the giant tries to rise again through brute endurance. The white-haired mage watches closely, measuring the newcomer's strength instead of interfering. The mage then unleashes a concentrated burst of blue magic that pins the giant in place. The giant coughs blood, his resistance finally breaking. A final explosion of force ends the fight decisively. The mage adds one more precise magical strike to make sure the threat is finished. The blast tears through the giant, and leaves him dead at the center of the cavern. The Stitch brute collapses in a spray of blood at the feet of the red-clad fighter. Pleased with himself, the blue-haired man jokes that carrying out justice is exhausting and turns to what comes next. The white-haired mage steps out with the bound captive and announces that he intends to deal with the remaining enemies. He studies the newcomer carefully, trying to place who this loud stranger really is. A sudden disturbance interrupts them, warning that the cave is not yet secure. The blue-haired fighter grandly declares another execution of justice and prepares to charge again. He launches himself forward without waiting for agreement. The mage stops him with a calm warning, trying to slow the reckless momentum. Instead of fighting, the blue-haired man abruptly asks whether the mage came from the Ark. The question catches the mage off guard, and the two finally face each other as potential allies rather than enemies. The blue-haired man realizes the mage is not one of Gluttony's hidden watchers and asks whether he came on a subjugation mission or as part of a trial. Seeing the misunderstanding is useful, the mage simply admits that he recently went through a trial in Lorien. That answer makes the blue-haired man connect him to Lady Ryra's trial and the incident with the soul tree. He immediately assumes the mage must be the one who subdued the soul tree and treats him with new respect. Introducing himself as Lok, the man in charge of the Ark's subjugation missions, he drops formalities and says he only reserves honorifics for the truly strong. Lok then notices the bound prisoner and learns that the mage captured him to extract information. When Lok assumes the mage must be on the trial side because of that, the mage tells him he has misunderstood the situation. The mage explains that Gluttony implants fragments in its members, and those fragments kill them instantly if they reveal or betray the organization. The captive panics and insists he never lied, terrified that even speaking might trigger his death. Lok concludes the prisoner may be an irregular case, but the mage decides rescuing the kidnapped victims matters more than dragging him to headquarters first. Since they share the same goal, Lok eagerly proposes that they search together. The captive, shaken by what he has seen, realizes the others truly do not understand what happened in this place. He admits he has seen human experimentation before, but whatever was done here is beyond even that, horrifying both listeners. The three move deeper inside and discover a chamber filled with suspended bodies. The mage sees that the victims look like corpses dried out over decades rather than recently killed people. The captive reveals that Gluttony had been ordered to kidnap humans and monsters alike so their vitality could be extracted. That explanation makes the mage focus on the strange blood-like patterns spread across the floor. Following the trail, he reaches the center of the chamber and finds a cracked stone structure. He recognizes it as a sarcophagus, an ominous centerpiece for whatever ritual took place here. Locke suspects the room was used to collect the blood of living beings and questions why a sarcophagus would be part of it. The mage decides the only way to understand is to open it, though he senses danger closing in first. As enemies descend on them, Locke chooses to fight before investigating further. The attackers reveal themselves as augmented servants of gluttony and mock Locke for making it this far. They declare they will take his vitality as well, while Locke warns the others to stay back and quickly counts for augmented opponents. The mage is alarmed that Locke intends to face them alone, knowing how dangerous augmented enemies can be. One of the augmented charges with a demand for their vitality, forcing the battle to begin immediately. A giant augmented brute slams into Locke and drives him across the chamber. Even while being crushed, Locke shouts for the others to use the opening to escape while he buys time. The enemies refuse to let anyone flee and spread out to cut off every route. As they size up the group, the wolf-like augmented dismisses the mage as a mere spellcaster and loses interest in him as prey. The mage coldly notes that keeping the head and heart intact is enough for gluttony's purposes, exposing how much he has already learned. One enemy confirms it, boasting that the rest of a body can be cut away and vitality still extracted. That confession gives the mage the opening he needs to act. He cuts the boasting enemy off with a quiet rebuke and prepares a counterattack. The wolf-like augmented lunges first, expecting an easy kill. A sudden impact from the mage's magic sends the beast reeling before it can land a blow. Another augmented praises the mage's casting speed, realizing too late that he is far more dangerous than expected. The enemy tries to answer with blades, but the mage has already seized control of the exchange. The mage's attacks tear through the augmented fighters so quickly that their resistance becomes meaningless. As Locke watches from below, the mage finishes the clash in a single overwhelming sequence. From within the collapsing debris, the mage's eyes remain fixed and calm, showing he never lost command of the fight. He ends it with a third circle spell, Lightning Strike, blasting the chamber apart with a pillar of blue power. The shockwave rips through the walls and leaves the enemies broken. Locke uses the aftermath to smash the surviving brute from above. He drives the giant into the ground and kills him with a final crushing blow. Still keyed up from the chaos, Locke calls out to make sure the others survived. He turns and finds the mage standing amid the bloody bodies, having already eliminated the rest. The mage blandly asks whether the fight is over, as if nothing remarkable happened. He explains that since interrogation was impossible anyway, he simply dealt with the remaining enemies. Locke suddenly remembers hearing that the Lorien trial was resolved not by Lady Ryra, but by someone named Asher, and realizes who the mage is. He checks on Asher with a mix of awe and nervousness now that the identity has clicked into place. Locke excitedly greets him as the one who handled the soul tree and marvels that Asher also defeated 3 augmented enemies alone. When Asher questions the sudden politeness, Locke admits he had been too flustered to recognize him earlier. Asher brushes that aside and returns to the real issue, asking permission to open the sarcophagus. Using magic, he lifts the lid and exposes what was hidden inside. The sight instantly shocks him. Inside the sarcophagus are 3 red fragments immersed in blood rather than any body. Asher senses that the fragments resemble gluttony's implanted pieces, but on a far larger and different scale. He connects them to the missing victims, the stolen vitality, and the blood trails leading into this chamber. The sarcophagus and the red fragments now appear to be the end product of everything gluttony harvested here. Asher concludes this must be what happens when gluttony's experiments go too far and wonders what their true objective was. He decides to take one fragment for himself, and Locke reluctantly allows it after realizing the Ark can study the others. Afterward, Asher destroys the cave, leaves Tian in Locke's care, and decides he cannot continue the Count's commission without first addressing what he learned. He returns to Cohen to speak with Pale, convinced the scale of the matter is much larger than expected. Asher asks Pale to persuade the Count to extend the deadline and to send the materials he requested to the inn by the next day. With those arrangements made, he prepares to move first on his own. Even then, Asher chooses not to tell Pale everything he discovered. He deliberately withholds the most important truths, sharing only what would not harm him if it became known. To him, gluttony remains a dangerous mystery that cannot yet be exposed carelessly. He decides the person who truly needs to hear the hidden part of the story is someone else entirely. Asher seeks out an elderly man named Rizner and meets him privately over tea. He waits calmly, already certain Rizner would come to hear him out. Without preamble, Asher reveals that he expected this meeting. He addresses the old man by name, making it clear he knows exactly who he is. Rizner greets him like an old acquaintance, and notes that Asher met Locke before coming here. He also reveals that he already knows Asher took one of the red fragments, and insists such an item should belong to the Ark for research. Rizner warns Asher to stay away from gluttony if he has no intention of joining the Ark. Asher does not accept the warning and remains seated in quiet defiance. Rizner argues that every gluttony member Asher has encountered so far has died, so there is no reason to challenge powers he has not yet awakened. Asher answers that danger is not a reason to retreat, because fighting the strong is how he grows. He adds that gluttony itself seems to be more than just the name of an organization. That insight visibly unsettles Rizner, who realizes Asher has reached a forbidden conclusion. Asher explains how he tested the red fragments with telekinesis and found that they would not move. Since telekinesis fails on living things with mana, he reasons the fragments must possess something akin to life after absorbing the vitality of hundreds. Combined with what he learned about the lethal fragments implanted in Gluttony's members, the pieces begin to fit together in his mind. He asks outright whether gluttony is not merely a title, but a symbol for something real. Risner confirms that Asher is correct. He reveals that gluttony was originally the name of a heteromorph, a world-swallowing monster once defeated by the Ark. Before its fall, that monster devastated 2 nations by consuming everything in its path, a history Asher realizes was either ancient or deliberately erased. Risner continues that after the monster was defeated, several Ark members siphoned off parts of its body, and those people became the source of the modern gluttony organization. Asher understands that the so-called gluttony fragments truly came from the monster's remains. Risner adds that the first beings to successfully augment those fragments became known as the 5 Teeth. That title lands with weight, revealing a deeper hierarchy behind gluttony. Asher realizes the organization's history and structure are far older and more elaborate than he imagined. Risner then warns that one of those 5 Teeth appears to be operating as a top executive within this duchy. He refuses to share details, but says a major incident may be coming soon and that the recent troubles are only early signs. To help prepare for that threat, Risner produces a gluttony token. The token shocks Asher because it matches the professor's front teeth insignia. Risner explains that the token functions as a kind of identification badge within gluttony. Asher immediately sees its value as bait to lure out the hidden members of the organization. Risner agrees, noting that even gluttony seems unable to locate the professor, so the token could expose whoever is searching for him. Asher concludes that this bait should be enough to draw something important out of the shadows. Risner cautions that it may not be enough to pull in one of the teeth, but Asher decides he will adapt once he sees what answers the lure. Risner accepts the plan and decides to cooperate, convinced by Asher's actions that the young mage can make it work. In his judgment, Asher is exactly the kind of mage who might be able to draw out the teeth themselves. Asher leaves with that understanding, and Risner is left reconsidering the risk he has just taken. Before parting, Asher asks what became of Tian, the captive from the cave. Risner says the Ark is investigating him, but Tian appears not to carry Gluttony's implanted fragment, making him an unusual case. Because Tian is so low-ranking, Risner doubts he can provide much useful information. Asher quietly decides that Tian may still be useful, not as a source of answers, but as bait on the line. The story then shifts to the snowbound Rivian Duchy, where another thread of the conspiracy is already moving. Within the frozen ducal stronghold, powerful figures gather in secret. 2 men dine together in darkness, speaking as if they are discussing a routine arrangement rather than a looming disaster. One of them announces that the date for their event has finally been set. The other notes that the schedule is unusually late this year, and is told the delay was caused by the Lorien incident. When the soul tree is mentioned, the conversation turns to the threat it should have posed. They dismiss the reports, claiming the special being in Lorien was defeated by Ryra and some mage, and that the story was likely exaggerated. One of them regrets that the chaos was not greater, because more disorder would have made it easier to deceive the Ark. He asks whether their broader plan is still proceeding smoothly despite that setback. The reply is that there was only a brief interruption and everything is now back on track. Confident that the Ark has not grasped the scale of what is coming, they continue forward with their scheme. They end the meeting certain that once they locate the professor, every part of their plan will finally fall into place. A sinister explanation begins with the claim that everything started from gluttony. The speaker reveals that the key ingredient was a fragment taken from gluttony itself. That red fragment was broken down to extract mana for the project. After that, Pale prepared the alchemical materials needed to rebuild and stabilize the device. Once the materials and mana were fused into a black hour compass, a tracker for Gluttony's mana signature was completed. But the finished compass immediately behaved strangely, throwing that success into doubt. Asher first assumes the device may simply be defective. He is told it is not broken at all, and that its restless needle means Gluttony's traces are everywhere. The implication is grim. The entire country is saturated with Gluttony's fragments. Asher's attention shifts from the compass to the world below, and Count Rodenmeyer teases him for staring before recognizing his awe. Roden realizes the sight truly is new to Asher after all. He explains that this is Asher's first time traveling by airship instead of relying on flight magic. Asher admits he never expected to ride an airship, and Roden proudly notes that this fast vessel was sent personally by the ruler. Even while impressed, Asher's first instinct is to study the ship's refined mana devices, which makes Roden remark that he thinks like a true mage. Roden then reminds him that great expectations await him at the upcoming delegation event. He explains that the Grand Audience is the duchy's biggest national gathering, where regional lords report directly to the sovereign and are judged for their rule. Achievement brings rewards while failure brings penalties, turning governance itself into a competition among nobles. Asher reflects that this ruthless system is how the duchy achieved such rapid growth and stability. Roden adds that he consistently ranked at the top in this system, according to Pale. He offers to answer anything Asher wants to know before meeting the ruler. Asher asks the real question on his mind: Why bring a mercenary like him into an event meant for high nobles? Rodin says the event is not just about administrative reports, because that alone would never satisfy the crowd. To stir excitement after all the formal praise and politics, the nobles also stage a martial tournament. Each noble enters a chosen champion into a bracket to fight on their behalf. Rodin bluntly makes clear that Asher is the champion he intends to field. To show the level of the competition, he cites Crimson Sword Ryra as the previous tournament champion, a name Asher recognizes. When Rodin starts to mention the honor of winning, Asher cuts straight to the real issue and asks what reward he will receive for bringing Rodin victory. Rodin is amused rather than offended by Asher's immediate bargaining. He notes that Asher's side is always quick to calculate profit. Their airship descends over the capital as the negotiation hangs in the air. After landing, Rodin leads Asher onward with attendants already waiting. For the final approach to the royal capital, Rodin has an even more exclusive carriage prepared. The carriage races through the countryside toward the capital. Inside, Asher notices that despite the speed, the ride is nearly perfectly smooth, suggesting another magical device. Rodin confirms it is a rare luxury even among nobles and tells Asher to enjoy the privilege while he can. He adds that only the ruler's unusual personality is the reason someone like Asher is allowed near such things at all. Asher presses him to explain what kind of personality that means. Rodin reluctantly describes the ruler as having the temperament of a hot-headed back alley boss. He immediately begs Asher to keep that comparison secret or face the consequences, and Asher agrees. Asher quietly stores that warning away as useful insight about the man he is about to meet. The carriage enters the capital to the notice of guards and citizens alike. The city gates are opened without delay for the ruler's carriage. Asher realizes he has finally reached the duchy's capital. Seeing the bustling streets, he identifies the city as Eridron. Rodin watches Asher's wonder and thinks that for all his sharpness, moments like this reveal how little of the wider world he has seen. Remembering the need to stay on good terms with Asher, Rodin decides to show him some goodwill. He unexpectedly gives Asher free time to sightsee, as long as he returns before sunset. Asher is startled that he is really being trusted with that freedom. He steps into the crowded streets, and is struck by the lively noise of ordinary people. The capital feels open and relaxed, with residents moving freely rather than under visible fear. Asher begins experiencing simple encounters and conversations he never had before. For a moment, that ordinary warmth makes his life at the Magic Tower feel like a distant dream. He realizes this kind of everyday life may be what living is actually supposed to feel like. That peace is interrupted when a servant urgently tells him Count Rodin is looking for him. Asher is baffled that Rodin wants him back so soon. Checking the time, he notes there should still be hours left before sunset. His mood hardens at once, sensing something is wrong. Following the summons, he enters a quiet hall where armed men are waiting for him. One of them mocks how long he took to arrive. Asher instantly arms himself, summoning his staff and preparing for a fight. The men draw glowing blades and surround him, making their hostility unmistakable. Their leader tells everyone to calm down, trying to control the tension rather than deny it. Asher realizes the servant who summoned him really did belong to Rodin, which means someone else arranged this meeting, and he demands to know who. The leader laughs at Asher's stubbornness instead of answering directly. Then he declares himself the owner of this country. Asher and Rodin's earlier warning collide in his mind as he realizes who he is facing. The truth lands with full force. The rough, hot-headed man before him is the king of Radiant. Asher hurriedly offers a formal greeting, but the king cuts it short and tells him to stand. The king explains he slipped out in secret and has no patience for ceremony, so Asher should speak freely. He asks whether Asher has heard why he was summoned, and Asher repeats the official story that he is to be commended for what happened in Lorien. The king answers that this is only true on the surface. He explains that many nobles doubt a young mage of unknown origin truly defeated a special entity, and they claim Asher's reward was excessive. To counter that doubt, the king recounts Asher's record of clearing enemies and orcs in imperial territory. He continues with Asher's later feats, including stopping a terror plot and repelling an undead legion. He finishes by naming the destruction of the Soul Tree in Lorien as the greatest of those achievements. After reviewing all of that, the king says he has chosen to trust Asher. But trust alone is not enough, so he orders Asher to prove his strength in the tournament and silence the nobles' complaints. Asher understands that the king is using the tournament to publicly validate his own decision, then asks what he will gain in return if he succeeds. The king's attendants are scandalized that Asher dares negotiate with the king, but the king himself bursts out laughing. He likes Asher's confidence and agrees that real work deserves real pay. At first he offers the champion's prize, a fief converted into gold, but hints he has something more fitting in mind. He proposes instead the Ring of Bitterfrost. The name shocks Asher immediately. The king clarifies that the original artifact still belongs to someone else and remains in use, so what he can offer is only a replica. Even so, the replica can reproduce about 30% of the original's power. Asher recognizes that even a fraction of such an artifact would surpass most treasures, revealing how valuable the original must be. Satisfied, he promises the king he will not disappoint him. Back in the carriage, Rodin waits for Asher's return. He tells Asher to sit, already aware that something unusual has happened. Rodin insists that his earlier warning about the king's temperament was no exaggeration. The next day, the scene shifts to Rivian Ducal Castle, where the grand audience is held. The formal proceedings begin with nobles presenting a year's worth of administrative results for evaluation. The event makes clear that poor performance brings public reprimand as readily as good performance brings praise. The king reviews the reports with visible scrutiny. He names Roden Meyer's report the best of the year, confirming Roden standing at the top. But he immediately tempers that praise by pointing out Roden still has not solved the large-scale disappearance case. Roden apologizes, and the king sharply questions how hundreds can vanish while the matter remains unresolved. Roden explains that a secretive unknown organization is behind it, though investigators have finally found a trail and only need more time. The king focuses on the revelation that there's a hidden force behind the disappearances. He accepts the explanation only on the condition that Roden resolves the case without fail. Once the administrative reports end, the atmosphere shifts toward the tournament everyone has been waiting for. The arena fills with nobles, attendants, and spectators eager for combat. The king himself enters to open the martial spectacle. Asher notices gossip in the crowd about the absent second prince, who abandoned succession and buried himself in state affairs. The king signals that the tedious official business is finally over. He openly declares that the real entertainment has arrived. With no interest in ceremony, he announces that the proxy duels between the nobles' chosen champions will now begin. As the rules are read, Asher studies the bracket and notes that all 16 entrants look formidable. Among them, he identifies only 2 other mages besides himself. The rest of the field is made up of 8 warriors and 5 assassins, making the tournament heavily weighted toward close combat specialists. Judging the lineup, Asher concludes that only one fighter seems to be on Ryra's level. Roden quietly asks whether Asher can still win against this field. Asher answers without hesitation that it will be no problem. The announcer explains the schedule: the round of 16 and quarterfinals today, then semifinals and finals tomorrow. A court magus raises a barrier to seal the arena and protect the audience. The barrier is also meant to contain the fighters' power, allowing them to fight without restraint. The first match is called, and Asher steps forward as one of the opening combatants. The crowd immediately buzzes over whether Roden's champion is really the young mage rumored to have defeated a special entity. Many remain skeptical, arguing that someone so young could not possibly match the report Roden submitted. Even his opponent's side dismisses the story as impossible, insisting a mere 4th circle mage could never have slain the soul tree. Robin, a 4th circle upper rank elemental mage, decides Asher must be a fraud and vows not to lose to him. Before the duel starts, the official states the victory conditions and warns that fatal or near-fatal attacks will be punished. Robin agrees outwardly, but inwardly swears he will strip away Asher's false reputation. The referee orders both fighters to take their positions. Robin opens aggressively, determined to demonstrate what a real 4th circle mage looks like. He begins casting with full confidence. Robin launches water javelin straight at Asher, expecting to overwhelm him immediately. The attack vanishes from his expectations the instant Asher moves. Robin is stunned by Asher's casting speed and reaction time as his spell is countered before it can decide anything. When the dust erupts, Robin loses track of Asher entirely. Asher has already closed the distance, turning his staff into a direct striking weapon. He crashes down on Robin with a single clean blow before the mage can recover. The audience is shocked that the match ended through one direct hit. That result makes people realize Asher is not fighting like an elemental mage at all. Roden recalls Asher's earlier request to observe the Night Order's training and finally understands what he had been after. In that memory, Asher had asked to join the Knight's training simply to become stronger, even if only as an observer. He had apologized for sounding rude and made clear that strength alone was his goal. Roden had interpreted that as Asher trying to absorb a knight's combat style, and had privately called him mad for it. Now, watching the duel, Roden realizes he chose the right champion after all. Asher himself confirms inwardly that joining the Night Order's training was the correct decision. Another seasoned observer notices that Asher's movement could not be explained by enhancement magic alone. He identifies it as the footwork of a squire-level knight, and concludes that this mage is genuinely dangerous. Nearby, another competitor watches in silence, taking Asher seriously. A mage with a monocle openly condemns Asher's style as a disgrace to mages. The next match begins with a heavy impact that shakes the arena floor. The fighter revealed is Jack, a scarred veteran known as the hero of reversal. His opponent approaches with mocking ease instead of caution. The assassin Leon dismisses Jack as nothing more than an old man covered in scars. Confident that such an opponent will be easy prey, Leon readies both blades and moves to attack. A swift dual-blade fighter dives in again, taunting her armored opponent, as if this exchange will finish him. Her strike stops short when he catches it with absurd ease, showing he was never under real pressure. He coolly turns her mockery back on her, making it clear her speed means little without matching power. She realizes too late that she has overcommitted against someone far stronger than expected. With a casual counter, he sends her weapon flying and blows her away without even drawing his sword. She skids back in pain, forced to accept that his raw strength alone overwhelmed her defense. Shaken by the numbness in her arm, she understands she was dismissed as unworthy of a serious effort. Before she can recover, he is suddenly right beside her, proving he surpasses her in speed as well. That realization crushes her confidence, because the one advantage he trusted is gone too. The bout ends immediately, and Jack is declared the winner of his bracket in the round of 16. Some spectators praise Jack as both powerful and gentlemanly, while others struggle to see any gentleness in such a brutal victory. Attention shifts to the next featured match, and the audience is told that more than one favorite to win the tournament is about to appear. The explanation is that another fourth circle mage is entering the arena, making this clash unusually important. Rumor spreads that the new contender is an academy professor, raising expectations even further. That professor, Lucanon, enters with complete confidence, and warns his opponent to forfeit rather than humiliate himself. A northern warrior named Dekavan answers with open contempt, mocking the idea of taking orders from an academy teacher. He argues that on a battlefield only victory matters, not refinement or manners. Lucanon rejects that philosophy and decides to answer force with illusion rather than debate. He activates a mental spell and calmly declares that someone so crude has no place in a dignified duel. The illusion seizes Daker's mind and drags him into a nightmare tailored to his deepest fear. Lucanon raises his wand, fully in control, and prepares to finish the match through psychological domination. He coldly tells Daker that the chance to surrender has passed. The nightmare manifests as a screaming horror, confirming Lucanon's specialty in fear-based mind magic. Daker sees the terror directly in his own eye, unable to resist what his mind is being forced to confront. Moments later the match is over, and Lucanon is announced as the winner of his group. From the stands, Asher watches Lucanon closely as the professor notices him in return. Lucanon smiles with immediate interest, clearly deciding Asher is worth approaching. Asher remains unreadable, giving nothing away. A few hours later, during the break before the semifinals, the tournament atmosphere turns festive. Asher quietly searches the gathering for a high-ranking gluttony-related target, but his tracking tool still points nowhere new. Jack approaches him directly and asks if he is Asher. When Asher confirms it, Jack bluntly acknowledges his strength. Jack says he expects to see Asher in the finals, treating that outcome as almost certain. Lucanon notices the exchange from nearby and is irritated that Jack recognized Asher while ignoring him. His jealousy hardens into disdain, and he convinces himself Jack lacks the judgment to appreciate true talent. Lucanon then introduces himself to Asher with polished courtesy. He explains that he currently owes Count Davik, making his political alignment clear. Even while praising Asher's earlier performance, Lucanon inwardly sneers at his lack of etiquette and background. He criticizes Asher's close-quarters style as crude, insisting that magic should be elegant and symphonic rather than fought up close. Asher dismisses that attitude as exactly what he would expect from a Magic Tower mage. Lucanon responds by offering Asher a way to preserve his pride, withdraw from the upcoming semifinal. He frames the offer as mercy, implying defeat is inevitable if Asher refuses. Asher does not accept or reject the offer immediately and instead says he has one question. Lucanon mistakes that pause for submission and smugly invites him to speak. Asher asks whether Lucanon's noble ideal of magic also includes interfering in someone else's match. He reveals that his first opponent, Robin, had fought with unnatural hostility that now makes sense. Asher connects Robin's behavior to Lucanon's specialty and openly suggests mind magic was involved. He states the accusation plainly. Lucanon linked his mana to Robin and controlled his mind during that earlier fight. Lucanon is rattled that Asher noticed, but he immediately tries to hide behind wounded honor and demands proof. Asher drops the pretense and promises to show him what a real mage is. The next day, the first semi-final begins almost before anyone can catch their breath. Officials and spectators note how quickly the grand audience matches are moving, especially now that another mage duel is starting. The announcer presents the matchup as Asher, the man who defeated the Soul Tree, against Professor Lucanon, master of mind magic. The crowd waits to see what kind of battle these two very different mages will create. Lucanon opens by declaring that he will teach Asher a lesson. He immediately casts a massive fear spell meant to engulf the entire battlefield in horror. Asher, unimpressed, wonders why he keeps meeting opponents who rely on noise and theatrics. He studies the illusion without panic, already seeing through its intent. Asher mocks the spell as a poor imitation of true terror, especially after Lucanon's grand talk about dignity. The illusion takes the form of a menacing war mage, but Asher treats it as something beneath notice. Lucanon insists the spell merely exposes the target's deepest hidden fear and boasts that it is the strongest mental magic he can use at fourth circle. He orders Asher to tremble. Instead, Asher identifies the trick at once and asks if Lucanon is trying to imitate the Soul Tree. That single remark cracks Lucanon's composure, because Asher has understood both the spell and its weakness. Asher recalls the fatal flaw of mind magic. If it is cast on someone with stronger mental force, the backlash returns to the caster. The illusion collapses and the reflected damage ignites Lucanon instead, turning his own spell into his defeat. Lucanon panics and screams for help as the crowd is left wondering whether the match even truly began. Asher is declared the winner and advances to the finals, but privately he is unsettled that the fear spell still drew out his lingering dread of Balrog Beshes. Some viewers complain that the semifinals were too quick to enjoy. Others argue that such speed only proves how overwhelming the finalists really are. Jack, now waiting in the final, welcomes the prospect of a decisive clash between warrior and mage. Asher listens in silence, already focused on what comes next. The host calls for each finalist to state his resolve before the championship match. Asher answers first, and says he has no intention of dragging the fight out, while internally judging Jack to be on the level of his strongest past opponents. Jack appreciates the bluntness and admits the same, recognizing Asher as a dangerous elemental user with real battlefield experience. Pleased by both answers, the host starts the final immediately. Asher opens by enhancing his body and speed, meeting Jack head-on instead of fighting like a distant caster. He adds lightning enchantment to his staff, turning it into a weapon fit for close combat. The two collide in a blazing exchange, Asher's enchanted strikes crashing directly against Jack's sword. Jack absorbs the pressure and keeps advancing through the lightning. Even under the electrical assault, he refuses to yield an inch. He answers with a compressed wind slash, forcing Asher to defend at close range. The audience erupts because Asher is finally using overt magic, and not from safety but while trading blows with a warrior. Asher judges his own lightning enchantment as functional but still too weak to matter against Jack's level. Jack presses in, proving he can still dominate the distance where warriors are strongest. He declares that Asher's current attacks are not enough to reach him. Asher responds by layering a more complex spell structure around himself, preparing a stronger counter. He slams down with force enough to shatter the arena floor and reshape the terrain. Jack shields himself from the debris and shockwave without losing focus. The impact blossoms into a violent burst of wind and broken stone around him. Observers realize Asher has defended and counterattacked using wind pressure alone, without relying on a visible large spell. Jack recognizes that Asher can handle multiple attributes, and asks how many more elements he has in reserve. Asher confirms there are more. The crowd roars its support as Asher unleashes fire, and the match finally becomes the spectacle everyone wanted. Even the officials admit the battle has become genuinely thrilling, with both finalists proving exceptional. One observer notes that Asher seems built for wide-area warfare, yet he remains just as dangerous in a duel. To veteranize, the fight resembles the old era of mages who belonged to no school and fought as battlefield monsters. That comparison leads to memories of the brutal campaigns in Brienne, where such mages once terrified entire regions. The host reflects that the duchy's current peace took decades to build after independence. He silently credits the people who endured those violent years for making that peace possible. Back in the arena, Jack digs in and prepares for the next exchange. He admits this was never going to be easy, but he is still astonished to face a war mage who can fly and keep casting relentlessly. Watching Asher continue to pressure him, Jack wonders just how deep the mage's mana reserves really are. Asher, meanwhile, restrains himself because revealing his magic eyes or using a truly large spell would endanger the spectators. He decides he must approach this duel differently from real battlefield combat, and even finds the challenge instructive. He sends another concentrated blast, forcing Jack to keep defending under constant magical pressure. Jack demands to know why Asher still is not using the same overwhelming power that destroyed the Soul Tree. Asher answers dryly that if he did, they might need to relocate the capital afterward. Jack takes that as proof that both of them are still holding back a final trump card. He gathers a strange colorless energy around his blade and declares that the fight should end here. Asher immediately senses that this energy is different from ordinary power, and realizes Jack is reaching the limit of what he can safely release in the arena. In response, Asher raises his own output by combining earth and fire into a spear-like attack. The heat from that spell reaches the stands despite the barrier, alarming the audience and even Lucanon. Asher commits fully and launches the attack. Jack answers with total concentration, refusing to be intimidated. Asher drives in with a lava-coated strike meant to overwhelm Jack's finishing move. Jack releases Flashless Strike, a compressed slash of devastating force. The collision is so violent that the entire venue seems to shake under the blast. Officials panic that the barrier may fail and rush to reinforce it before the spectators are caught in the aftermath. Asher's fiery spear continues to pour down through the clash. He holds the attack steady with precise control, forcing his power through the point of impact. Jack pushes back with everything he has, trying to cut through the spell by sheer force. The two powers grind against each other, tearing up the arena floor. Then Jack realizes the balance has shifted against him. His flashless strike breaks, and Asher's attack crashes through. As Jack faces the incoming blast, he accepts that Asher may simply be stronger than he is. The spectators can only stare as the result becomes clear. Even the host, who had enjoyed the spectacle, is stunned by the scale of what Asher just produced. Around the arena, people recoil from the heat and destruction, while Lucanon can only watch in disbelief. At the center of it all, Asher remains composed. The explosion finally subsides after engulfing the battlefield. The host urgently orders a report and demands to know who won. The answer comes back at once: it was a complete rout. When the dust clears, Jack lies defeated in a crater while Asher still stands. Asher checks on the barrier mage and dryly asks whether he wants to turn this into a criminal complaint after nearly getting everyone burned. The court mage complains about almost dying and his singed hair, then admits Asher still needs finer mana control. Asher is surprised he misjudged the output, while the court mage marvels that Asher reshaped the terrain on that scale in an instant. Asher apologizes, and the court mage lets it go since no one was actually harmed. The man introduces himself as Ferd, the court magus of the Rivian Duchy, and congratulates Asher. Asher is formally declared the champion of the Grand Audience Martial Tournament. That night, fireworks celebrate the end of the event as the participants are praised for their efforts. The host privately judges the outcome ideal. At the award ceremony, he announces that the prizes will now be bestowed. Asher receives a replica of the Ring of Bitterfrost as the champion's trophy. The host then turns to Count Rodenmeyer, whose administrative excellence and sponsorship of the champion are publicly recognized. Asher wonders what reward a count could possibly receive for supporting the tournament so effectively. The answer is enormous. Roden is granted mining rights to a silver mine and a bankrupt mana crystal mine, a prize that could make him vastly richer. Asher realizes the host may be using the tournament to drive noble competition, economic development, and tax recovery all at once. He is left wondering just how many moves ahead the ruler has been planning. The ceremony ends with one more reward for Asher. Beyond the tournament title, he will also be officially commended for subjugating the Soul Tree in Lorien. Asher overhears nobles reconsidering his performance, admitting his past achievement was real but suspecting he still hid his true strength in front of the court. The king moves to publicly acknowledge Asher as the mage who saved the city. He rewards Asher with the Wanderer's robe, elevating him before the gathered audience. Asher is caught off guard by the sudden gift. Once he inspects the robe's abilities, he realizes it is far more valuable than expected, offering protection, invisibility, and a powerful veil spell. The robe's access to invisibility especially convinces him it will be extremely useful for what lies ahead. The king notices that Asher immediately understands the robe's real worth. He explains that the robe is famous for carrying a lone traveler safely across half the continent, underscoring its rarity. The king adds that he prepared it specifically because Asher now needs equipment suited to his level, and offers it as proper compensation. He also praises Asher for winning so decisively and restoring the crown's dignity in the process. Asher reflects that even if Marquis Gardrin had intervened, the final outcome would still have been difficult, and he credits the king for recognizing his value. He recalls that the king had used the martial tournament to force him to prove himself publicly and silence all doubt. Asher concludes that the king succeeded in every one of his aims. He also sees that forming ties with a ruler of this stature will benefit him in the future, so Asher formally accepts the robe with gratitude. The hall erupts in acclaim, hailing him as Lorien's hero and the mage who saved the city. One noble watches the celebration from the shadows, clearly disturbed by Asher's rise. He quietly withdraws before the festivities end. After the grand audience concludes, the formal events come to a close. But Asher remains focused on a more dangerous problem. Gluttony still has not resurfaced. He rejects the idea that gluttony would simply disappear and become certain another move is coming. Asher senses that something major is about to happen very soon. He is equally sure it will not be a minor disturbance. That night, a carriage races through the dark as panic begins to unfold elsewhere. Inside, Count Davrik rages that Rodenmeyer has stripped him of everything he valued. He bitterly lists his losses, from mana crystal mining rights to the tournament title, and turns his anger on Lucanon for failing him. Lucanon can offer only a weak admission that he has no excuse. Davrik then fixates on how Rodenmeyer managed to get close to Asher at all. Lucanon, humiliated, lashes out that he was once praised as a top academy professor and is now being treated like trash. Their argument is interrupted when the carriage suddenly jolts. Davrik snaps at the driver, assuming incompetence and demanding control. When no answer comes, the silence immediately feels wrong. Davrik orders Lucanon to go outside and check what happened. He treats Lucanon like a servant and insists he do the job himself. Lucanon steps out and instantly realizes something is terribly off. Instead of a simple accident, he senses they have been attacked by something inhuman. As Davrik recalls, Lucanon confirms through mana detection that the presence is not human at all. He identifies the attacker as an aberrant species. A few days later, Rodenmeyer settles the aftermath of the tournament by arranging Asher's reward. The payment totals 470 million elk, with 200 million in cash and the remainder in goods. Asher notes that the reward has set a new record, but wants to know what those goods actually are. Roden explains that they are portable valuables like gold and jewels, packed with a dimensional bag for convenience. He admits cash would be cleaner, but his funds are tied up in active silver and mana crystal mines, so Asher should simply accept the form of payment. Roden then shifts the conversation to the still unsolved missing person request. He tells Asher the reward will be delivered through Pale and warns that Asher will soon be too busy to linger. Asher agrees, planning only a short rest before moving in earnest again. He departs immediately, leaving Roden to watch him go. Roden finally allows himself to relax, believing he can rest for a moment. That calm breaks when a servant rushes in with a commotion at the gate. The servant brings urgent news tied to Count Davrik. Roden is shaken enough to demand the report be repeated. Elsewhere, Asher is abruptly told that someone has died. The dead man is identified as Count Davrik, Lucanon's employer and Asher's recent enemy. Asher immediately connects the name to the academy professor and realizes Lucanon may be involved as well. He learns that, judging by the circumstances, Davrik's death is being treated as the duchy's first noble murder, prompting a major investigation. The response is so serious that the Third Central Knight Order is mobilized at once. Asher is told that this is one of the Royal Knight Orders, not an ordinary local force. It is an elite unit made entirely of former captains, led by the sons of 2 dukes. Their authority comes from proven skill rather than family influence alone, making their deployment especially significant. Asher realizes that if a royal institution is moving, the truth behind Davrik's death must be highly classified. He also suspects the Ark's information network may already reach the upper levels of the royal palace, because this report came to him too quickly to be ordinary. Seeing who delivered the news, Asher understands the matter is even more serious than it first appeared. He bluntly asks whether gluttony is involved. Rizner cannot prove it yet, but says the circumstances point strongly in that direction. Asher immediately sees the political motive as well. A noble murder is enough to draw out an elite unit, exactly the kind of reaction someone might want. He orders Rizner to proceed with the plan they had already prepared. Rizner nervously asks whether events will really unfold the way Asher expects. Asher answers with confidence that the bait is too tempting to ignore. He adds that everything now depends on whether the one holding the line can endure. That line is a hidden operative already embedded near the unfolding search. The operative is abruptly stopped by a stern warning before he can move further. He finds himself confronted by powerful knights who have already secured the area. Back in the briefing, Rizner asks whether Asher truly intends to go alone into something this dangerous. He even suggests sending Lok with him for support. Asher refuses because he cannot afford to protect anyone else while fighting at full capacity. Rizner is startled that Asher is thinking in terms of protecting Lok rather than being helped by him. Even so, he decides to offer Asher something else instead. He hands Asher a blue crystal and asks him to take it. The crystal is a transmitter that sends Asher's coordinates to the Ark if it is broken, allowing reinforcements to be dispatched immediately. Because the Ark gives such devices only to a select few, Rizner makes clear how important it is and urges Asher to use it without hesitation if things turn bad. Asher recognizes that another major incident erupting right after the grand audience is no coincidence. At the emergency meeting over Davrik's assassination, the nobles are in disbelief that such a killing could happen at all. One senior figure warns them this is not an ordinary murder. He explains that Davrik died despite having guards, and that the killer's true identity remains unknown. Still, he confirms there is a real danger near Davrik's territory. The nobles scramble for explanations, wondering whether this was personal revenge or something even stranger. Rodenmeyer supports the darker interpretation. He argues that the scene points to either an aberrant species or an inhuman force, though a human hand may still have arranged the deception. The room is interrupted when new arrivals draw everyone's attention. The commander and vice-commander of the 3rd Central Night Order enter, bringing the full weight of royal authority with them. Commander Rupal apologizes for the lack of ceremony and says the urgency of the case leaves no time for formalities. The nobles reassure him that no one would blame him under the circumstances. Rupal greets Rodenmeyer personally and notes that his father still remembers Roden from the battlefield. Roden responds politely and welcomes future contact, keeping the exchange cordial despite the crisis. He then formally entrusts the case to Rupal and Dukal. The 2 officers accept the responsibility without hesitation. Soon after, the Night Order rides out in force toward the scene. Rupal leads from the front while Dukal rides beside him under the Order's banner. Their standard flies as the investigation becomes a military operation. Unseen above them, Asher follows in secret under the cover of his new robe. Watching the knights depart, he decides the real hunt has finally begun. He frames the incident not as a simple assassination, but as an attack designed around Count Davrik. To Asher, the most unsettling part is that gluttony left the scene almost too perfectly arranged, as if it wanted to be read. That deliberate display tells him the goal was never merely to kill and vanish. He deduces that the real purpose is to kidnap victims and turn their life force into crimson fragments. Because the victims at the scene were trained knights and mages rather than civilians, he realizes gluttony can now harvest far greater power than before. That means gluttony has grown bolder and stronger, and is likely operating on a larger scale. Asher confirms this by checking a compass-like tracker whose slow movement tells him gluttony's influence is active nearby. Rupal, meanwhile, senses something off in the forest and sharpens his focus. When he notes that Lukanon's body is missing, the implication shifts from murder to abduction. Dukal notices Rupal's expression and asks what he has realized. Rupal keeps his thoughts to himself for the moment. He dismisses it outwardly as a mistaken suspicion, hiding his concern from the others. Asher, watching from concealment, quietly acknowledges Rupal's instincts as worthy of a knight commander. Rupal then orders a secret imperial relic to be used, a lamp capable of revealing traces that were erased up to a month ago. Under its light, hidden footprints and movement paths appear across the ground. The recovered traces include the moment Lukanon screamed in terror. The vision shows Lukanon stepping out to investigate while Davrik remains inside the carriage. A sudden burst of light marks the moment the ambush begins. Davrik sees Lukanon vanish from sight and panics, calling out to him. His fear spikes when he realizes something impossible is happening outside. Then the creature itself bursts into view, confirming the attack was carried out by a monstrous being. The vision escalates into a swarm of dark birds and violent chaos around the carriage. Rupal immediately identifies the attacker as a red hat. A subordinate asks what that means, revealing how rare the creature is. Rupal explains that red hats are dangerous aberrant species that can set traps like humans and may even use mind control. From the evidence, he concludes that both Lucanon and Davrik were likely captured alive rather than simply killed. He warns that the creature may be using them as bait to draw in larger prey, such as search or rescue teams. That possibility alarms the knights, since a rescue force could become the real target. Rupel decides to press forward anyway, declaring that the enemy expected rescuers but has instead invited an annihilation squad. He orders the unit to follow the traces while maintaining full combat readiness. Hidden nearby, Asher listens in silence and keeps pace with the operation. He is more impressed by the trace-revealing lamp than by the knights themselves and immediately wants one for himself. The search squad continues tracking the revealed trail deep into the forest for a long time. Eventually the traces split into several directions, forcing Rupel to divide his personnel to continue the pursuit. Asher weighs which branch to shadow while Rupel sends men to check each route. Because Rupel's intuition is sharp enough to expose a hidden mage, Asher avoids following the commander directly. Instead, he chooses to tail Vice Commander Dukel's group. One of Dukel's men notices Asher's hidden movement without understanding what he saw. When questioned, the soldier can only stammer, unable to explain the strange feeling. To fill the silence, he rambles about how Dukel and Rupel have been friends since childhood, and wonders if serving under a friend is awkward. Dukel brushes the concern aside, and the soldier insists he respects Rupel completely. He explains that Rupel was frail and bedridden for much of his childhood. According to him, Rupel later recovered miraculously and rose to his current rank despite beginning training very late. That story only deepens the soldier's admiration, since Rupel still became one of the Empire's strongest men. Asher politely ends the exchange, though the tale clearly leaves him thinking. A new suspicion forms in his mind as he quietly turns the story over. That thought is cut short when a real red hat appears ahead, moving toward the knights. Asher immediately launches a flare signal into the sky instead of engaging at once. The knights recognize the flare as a call for reinforcements, and rush toward its source, exactly as Asher intended. While shadowing a group of knights through the forest, the hooded observer notices that a nearby red hat is not attacking as expected. He realizes the creature was not lying in wait for the knights at all, which makes the situation feel wrong. Even with that unease, he decides the knights remain the priority, and continues tracking them. A sudden disturbance breaks the calm and forces the scene into motion. One of the knights senses danger a heartbeat too late. A red hat lunges at a fallen knight who desperately begs for help. The vice commander intervenes immediately and orders the monster to halt. He cuts in between the victim and the red hat, stopping the attack before it lands. The rescued knight recognizes his superior and calls out to Geron in panic. The vice commander prioritizes treatment, handing Geron a potion even as Geron warns that a strange red hat is nearby. The hooded watcher stiffens at that warning. Before anyone can react properly, something larger and more ominous reveals itself behind the scene. The knights finally see the true threat, a black-cloaked augmented monster unlike the ordinary red hats. The hooded observer checks his compass and realizes its violent reaction means gluttony is present here and now. The vice commander also understands the implication, and dread sets in. He shouts that gluttony has appeared, but in the same instant Geron drives a blade into him from behind. Mortally wounded, the vice commander can only stare in disbelief at Geron's betrayal. Geron coldly holds the bloodied weapon, confirming the treachery with his actions. Another knight moves at once to shield the vice commander and confront the traitor. Realizing the order has been infiltrated, the loyal knight tells another to report the betrayal while he holds the enemy's back. He unleashes a wide attack to keep the red hats away and buy time. After securing his side for the moment, he reassesses the battlefield. From the brush, the black-cloaked augmented orders his subordinates to move faster. He makes clear that Fang, the one he serves, does not tolerate delays. The knights identify him as the augmented leader behind the red hats, a black hat, and resent his arrogance. The black hat dismisses their confidence and boasts that following Fang will make neo-humans superior to older monsters. The hooded observer decides to let them take the materials while he handles the enemies on this side. He concludes his earlier theory was right. The compass could not lock on because gluttony's presence is spread throughout the duchy, making the needle spin wildly. Now that he has the right distance, the compass finally points properly. He realizes the enemy is abducting hostages and decides that following them will lead him to gluttony's main base. Far away, water drips in a hidden underground chamber, shifting the story to the enemy's side. There, a subordinate reports that 10 crimson fragments should already have been delivered to Fang. Instead, the raw material for those fragments, and 3 completed fragments have been stolen. The black hat knows this failure is unforgivable, but he believes he can still recover by turning the situation to Fang's advantage. He decides to exploit the attack on a noble under royal protection, using the captive as bait to draw in powerful knights. He also values the noble's pendant, an artifact made from a werewolf's heart that contains enough life force to create many more fragments. When his men arrive with captured knights, the black hat first checks whether they were followed. They assure him they covered their tracks from the ark and maintained concealment magic, earning his approval. He asks when the rest will arrive, and is told the arrivals were staggered so the knight commander would not notice. The report is cut short when the speaker is suddenly struck before he can finish. The black hat is caught off guard by the interruption. The hooded pursuer has already infiltrated the chamber, standing among fallen enemies and shocking the black hat. When asked if he came from the Ark, the intruder dismisses the question as tiresome. The Black Hat decides the answer no longer matters and sends red hats at him, assuming he came alone and can be overwhelmed. The intruder notes that Lucanon is still alive and immediately judges the Black Hat's mind image suppression and control over the Red Hats to be formidable. He recognizes that this enemy is far more dangerous than an ordinary augmented. Even the Black Hat admits the intruder's power exceeds first impressions. He resolves to kill him at once and personally joins the assault. The intruder recalls using a similar technique against the sorrowful knight and prepares to repeat it on a larger scale. His staff strikes the ground to trigger the spell. Power surges through the chamber as the terrain begins to shift. The Black Hat and the captive noble are both caught in the sudden transformation and fail to understand what is happening. The intruder reveals he is using large-scale terrain manipulation, the same move he once used before. This time, however, he invokes it with vastly greater strength than in the past. In a single burst, Verdun crushes the Red Hats, secures the hostages, and ends the immediate fight in only seconds. The Black Hat is left stunned by how quickly his forces were erased. Verdun coolly acknowledges the enemy's sharp survival instincts for enduring that opening strike. The Black Hat is even more disturbed because his mental control has no effect on Verdun at all, which should be impossible. Verdun dismisses him as worthless. Enraged, the Black Hat vows to kill Verdun himself and attacks with a poison needle. Verdun counters by activating Tempest Veil, a powerful wind barrier from his robe. The storming defense blasts the Black Hat backward and ruins his direct assault. Verdun identifies the spell as Fifth Circle Elemental Magic and notes that it is impressive for a built-in robe function. He also recognizes its limitation. The fierce wind disrupts his own magic, making it best for brief defense or precision openings. The Black Hat rises from the wreckage furious that Verdun turned his attack aside. He launches himself forward again for another close-range strike. Verdun remains calm and tracks the charge without panic. The Black Hat dives in with a purple-tinged attack, trying to break through by force. When that fails, he changes tactics and decides to exploit Verdun's need to protect others. He plans to create an opening by threatening Verdun's allies and then land the poison needle. He targets the wounded vice commander as the weak point in Verdun's defense. Verdun answers with Ice Field, instantly freezing the ground and battlefield around them. The Black Hat is trapped in the spreading frost and realizes he can no longer move. Verdun remarks that the Ring of Bitter Frost lives up to its name, even as a replica. The Black Hat can only imagine how overwhelming the original artifact must be and still clings to the hope of landing one poisoned hit. He lashes out with the needle despite the freezing restraint. Verdun blocks and drives the cold deeper into the Black Hat's body. As the enemy freezes from the point of impact, Verdun coldly asks how it feels while the Black Hat curses in pain. Verdun sees through the situation and prepares a finishing response. A blazing strike follows the freezing assault, shattering the immobilized enemy with fire and ice together. Verdun accepts the Black Hat's earlier praise as a compliment. Elsewhere in the night sky, distress flares are launched. The Knight Commander notices the signal immediately. His men report that someone is requesting urgent support, and he orders the unit to move there at once. The knights rush through the forest toward the source of the distress. As they run, the commander silently pieces together what may have happened. He concludes the Red Hats suddenly became erratic and then disconnected entirely, as if the force controlling them vanished. That realization leads him toward a troubling suspicion. He accelerates toward the likely location. He descends rapidly toward a hidden cave entrance. From above, he sees his men gathered around the cave and the aftermath inside. When he reaches them, he asks Dukal what happened and is told there was a traitor within the Night Order. Dukal explains that Geron and Merc struck him down, and when he regained consciousness, he was already in the cave. He adds that Count Davik and the Count's bodyguards were there as captives too. The commander presses for any further detail. Dukal says the cave was empty when they recovered it, with no sign of Geron anywhere. To the commander, it looks as though someone deliberately erased every trace to cover the escape. He tightens his grip on his sword as the implications sink in. For now he orders a withdrawal, warning that someone is controlling the Red Hats and that continuing the search while weakened would be reckless. Geron, still posing as an ally, warmly tells the commander he is simply relieved he survived, and the commander brushes off the sentiment. The vice commander then orders all units to fall back, and the knights obey. From a cliff above, Verdun watches the retreat in silence. Once the knights are gone, he leaves the area as well. 3 days later, the story moves to Dark Lake in the Riviant Duchy. A nervous subordinate asks whether he may accompany the hooded professor. He addresses the hooded figure as professor, trying to gauge his mood. The disguised Verdun reminds him that, as his apprentice, he should not need permission to stay close. The subordinate is left awkwardly speechless by the unexpected answer. Verdun teases that this was the moment the apprentice was supposed to insult him and complain, not act so timid. He explains that only by behaving stubbornly and disrespectfully will the disguise truly resemble the real professor. The apprentice confirms that among Gluttony's members, no one besides him survived an encounter with the professor, so there is little risk of contradiction. Satisfied, Verdun says he can act freely and tells the apprentice to follow his lead while he imitates the professor's taciturn manner. He then asks about Dark Lake itself, mocking it as a fitting place for shameless dealings. The apprentice explains the lake's dark color comes from black moss on the lakebed and that the water is actually clear, though Verdun dismisses the trivia as irrelevant. Verdun refocuses on the real issue, the upcoming meeting with Fong, and he demands certainty about the time and place. The apprentice assures him the credentials of the professor were enough to make Gluttony confirm the meeting point immediately. Even so, he privately fears the deception may collapse if the enemy notices anything wrong. Verdun interrupts that worry with a colder assessment. He believes the situation is already compromised. 2 men arrive to receive them, introducing themselves as Pargon and Baltzin. When Verdun asks where Fong is, they explain the meeting will take place on an island in the middle of the lake. As they begin to mention taking a boat, Verdun abruptly starts moving ahead on his own. The escorts exchange uneasy looks and admit Fong's temperament is notoriously difficult. They hurry after Verdun and beg to escort him properly, while the apprentice is impressed by how perfectly Verdun captures the professor's arrogance. The group boards a boat and heads out across the misty lake. Verdun and the apprentice ride with the escorts toward the island. The apprentice stares at the looming structure ahead and is repulsed by how grotesque it feels. The island reveals a grim tower-like building, and the apprentice wonders if this is truly where Gluttony resides. The boat grinds against the shore as they arrive. The apprentice hesitates, suddenly aware of the danger of entering. Verdun tells him to remain outside, which the apprentice interprets as a quiet chance to escape if things go wrong. As Verdun heads in, the apprentice wonders whether that was concern or simply a sign that he would only be a hindrance. Inside, an attendant leaves Verdun in a bare room and says Fong will meet him shortly. Left alone, Verdun quietly recalls the clue he extracted earlier, the third-floor rooftop. He checks his hand and prepares to verify the trap around him. The compass confirms that numerous augmenteds are stationed all around the building. The needle's reaction sharpens, warning that the true target is near. Verdun concludes that Fong is approaching. The door opens and a smiling man enters with polished courtesy. He apologizes for the wait and greets the supposed professor, while Verdun is thrown off because this refined nobleman does not match what he expected from Gluttony. The man introduces himself as the 5th Fong of Gluttony. Verdun starts to recognize something familiar about him just as the man welcomes him more personally. The revelation lands hard. Gluttony's 5th Fong is Rupal Lanes de Gardren, the commander of the Central Night Order. A flashback begins, returning to a few days before the grand audience. Verdun recalls setting the trap by sending bait to Gluttony through Tian. When he first revealed this plan, the others around him were stunned and confused. He explains that the bait worked immediately because it delivered the marked target straight to Gluttony's attention. The bait was irresistible, something Gluttony would swallow whole without hesitation. That plan is what finally brought Verdun face to face with the enemy he had been hunting. But instead of a stranger, he found a familiar face at the center of Gluttony, Rupal himself. The duchy's balance once rested on 2 great military houses beneath the duke. Their authority has now passed down to their sons, tying old power to the present conflict. In a hidden meeting, a nobleman approaches the figure he believes to be the infamous professor and opens with unsettling familiarity. He tries to ingratiate himself by offering food and service, eager to please whoever stands before him. The hooded youth cuts past the flattery and demands the real reason for being sought out. The visitor realizes at once that this supposed professor is much younger than expected. That discrepancy only deepens his fascination, convincing him the legend may be even more extraordinary than rumored. The hooded youth worries he has been exposed as an impostor before the man confirms anything. Instead, the nobleman reveals what truly impressed him. He believes the professor altered his own body through surgery. He praises that feat as proof of genius and says he finally understands why the professor was so hard to find. Having indulged his admiration, he finally returns to the purpose of the meeting. He presents a crimson crystal they have spent years searching for and claims they recovered it while the professor was away. To him, the crystal is the key to satisfying Gluttony's ancient hunger. The hooded youth latches onto that phrase, sensing the scale of what the man is proposing. The nobleman explains that the crystal is condensed life force, forged from tens of thousands of lives. Their faction had hoped to create 10 such pieces, but once they began using human life as fuel, the Ark discovered them. 3 fragments were then stolen, forcing him to sacrifice even his own subordinates to replace the loss. The hooded youth stops listening politely and asks what role he is actually being asked to play. The nobleman's answer comes with unmistakable delight. He wants the professor's research on neo-humans. He says that research is exactly what they need, while the hooded youth realizes the request concerns an unfinished project. The youth suddenly grasps the horrifying direction of the plan. The nobleman confirms it openly. With a neo-human body, Gluttony's organs, and the crimson fragment as life force, they can create a vessel. His true goal is to resurrect Gluttony itself. He begs for cooperation, insisting that their grand design is close to completion. The hooded youth appears to accept, lulling him into confidence. The nobleman relaxes, certain he has won the youth over. That confidence lasts only until the youth suddenly drives a hidden attack straight through his face. As the nobleman reels, the attacker reveals that the real professor is already dead. The youth makes the lie explicit, using the shock to seize control of the encounter. The commotion draws nearby followers rushing toward the room. They realize something has gone terribly wrong before they can intervene. Inside, the nobleman's body slumps headless, confirming the youth's ruthless deception. The youth immediately braces as retaliation crashes in from outside. A violent strike smashes through the room, turning the meeting place into a battlefield. The youth counters with earth magic, shattering the table and the attacker's momentum. One of the assailants reveals itself as a reptilian neo-human rather than a human conspirator. The creature recognizes at once that the youth is not one of Gluttony's people. The youth dismisses the reptilian as manageable compared with the more dangerous aberrations he has faced before. He charges without hesitation and moves to kill it. He remains calm and focused even as flames and chaos spread around him. Outside, the tower erupts in fire, signaling to everyone nearby that open conflict has begun. A young knight sees one of the burning attackers and realizes the welcoming party was infiltrated. He concludes that if fighting has already started, the real Fang must have arrived. At first he feels relieved, believing Fang's arrival means he might survive the crisis. But the burning tower and spreading panic remind him that survival now depends on acting immediately. He decides to use the confusion to flee while the stronger forces clash. Spotting a boat by the shore, he convinces himself he can still escape with his life. Back in the inferno, the white-haired mage stands amid the flames after sending that lesser witness flying away. He notes coldly that he has already removed the insignificant bystander from the scene. Facing the headless corpse, he calls for the sleeping man behind the disguise to wake up. When nothing changes, he decides to force the issue with another earth spell. The spell drives through the corpse and wreckage, testing whether the body is truly dead. A hand suddenly catches the attack, proving the man inside is still alive. That reaction triggers the white-haired mage's memory. He recognizes the face from the grand audience and identifies the man as Asher. He immediately demands to know where the real professor is. Asher rises and repeats the same answer without wavering. He insists again that the professor is already dead. Then he adds that he personally burned the professor, the neo-humans, and all the research journals together. The white-haired mage recalls prior evidence that had convinced others this man really was the professor and that the attendant had been Gluttony. Even so, he keeps Asher pinned under pressure, unwilling to accept the explanation at face value. Asher is shaken that his deception was pierced so quickly, but he abandons doubt and commits to the fight. He decides there is no point in guessing further and prepares to kill the intruder instead. The white-haired mage realizes Asher is unlike the augmented and ordinary neo-humans he has fought before. He reflects that while augmented beings can ignore pain, they still die from mortal wounds, unlike this man. Asher advances through fatal injury, as if death itself has lost its hold on him. The white-haired mage finally understands that Asher is connected to the arc itself. Asher accuses him of being the one who has repeatedly ruined his plans and stolen crimson fragments. The mage denies being that thief, though he knows explanation is pointless against another gluttony fanatic. To him, every gluttony he has encountered ends the same way, dead. Asher tests the situation by asking whether the mage came alone. The mage answers with absolute confidence that no reinforcements are necessary. Asher mocks that confidence and suggests the mage may be waiting for arc support, though he claims it would not matter. He boasts that by the time help arrived, the mage would already be dead. To prove it, Asher unleashes a thunder attack from his sword. The strike crashes down toward the mage with lethal force. Asher twists the spell with a sinister control that turns the attack into something stranger than ordinary magic. The mage senses the distortion around the spell and recognizes that the battlefield itself is changing. In an instant, both men are swallowed into a vast purple void cut off from the burning room. The mage identifies the place as a deep darkness rather than a normal magical field. He can still see within it, yet he feels no mana at all and realizes this phenomenon is not magic. Asher begins explaining himself from within that unnatural space. He says he was born weak, plagued by illness, and nearly died many times. The mage interrupts to ask why Asher is suddenly confessing his past. Asher answers by recounting how, after the duchy gained independence, he lost his mother and was left to await death as his family's influence faded. Then, at his lowest point, a new hope appeared before him. Someone promised his father that the dying boy could be healed. The offer came with a terrible bargain. The procedure might fail, but if it succeeded, the boy would surpass everyone alive. Desperate to save his son, his father accepted any cost. Asher reveals that those people came to his deathbed and transplanted Gluttony's organs into him. That operation transformed him into something beyond ordinary humanity. He gained both overwhelming power and a life no longer bound by human frailty. Afterward, he says, his talents blossomed and he used them to help stabilize the duchy. The mage rejects that self-justification, saying human experimentation leaves nothing to be proud of. Asher counters by questioning whether good and evil are anything more than perspective. From his view, old humanity calls them evil only because it fears the future neo-humans they represent. He reduces their atrocities to natural selection, treating human lives as no more meaningful than livestock. The mage is disturbed because the logic is internally consistent even if monstrous. Asher presses him to explain why he opposes them, mocking any appeal to justice or noble ideals. The mage answers only with silence for a moment. Then he gives a simple reply that catches Asher off guard. He says there is no grand philosophy behind it. He just hates what Asher is doing. With the moral debate dismissed, the mage turns his attention to the strange realm around them and asks what it is. Asher is pleased to explain now that he has the advantage. He reveals that the purple void is Gluttony's stomach. It is the power of the transplanted organ inside him, made manifest as a world of its own. Having explained enough, Asher summons pale creatures from that living abyss. He sends the swarm forward and declares that the mage's death is overdue. The mage cuts him off, unimpressed by the endless talking. He answers with a blazing counterattack that tears through the first wave of monsters. The creatures are shredded, but the assault does not truly stop. More of the pale bodies keep surging in from every direction. Asher explains that these are merely sweepers, digestive agents meant to process whatever enters the stomach. He commands the dimension itself to drown the intruder in the bile of the world-devouring monster. He adds that no one from outside can possibly come to the mage's aid. This realm, he says, is a separate dimension completely severed from the outside world. Instead of despairing, the mage realizes that total isolation is exactly what he wanted. Asher starts to question that reaction, too late to stop what comes next. The mage calls down a star-like meteor into Gluttony's sealed stomach, turning Asher's perfect trap into the site of his own destruction.